Hello, you guys. Huh, Welcome back again with the Brawl Starts, but this time it's Brawl Starts monthly championship June in EMEA region, which where will be seeing Zeta division. चलिए और स्टार्ट हो चुका है, गेस लेट्स सी। 2 मिनट 25 सेकंड बाकी। Okay, Zeta division versus M Offense. Humble, One Trick Ponzi, Pony's ST Gaming, for esports, Navi, and Reply Totem. Famous teams. बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है। हाँ, चैट मैं नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ, रुकिए जरा, चैट हम कर लेते हैं दिस साइड। पॉप आउट, पॉप आउट। अभी तो इनका यही चलेगा, तो हम अपना थोड़ा अच्छा यहाँ का क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट कर लेते हैं, ब्रॉल स्टार्स का। ओह, 26% बैटरी भी है मेरे पास, तो बैटरी लगाना तो बनता है। भैया बैटरी दे दो। हेलो सलमान भाई। वाह, सलमान भाई कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया है? सब बढ़िया चल रहा है आपका? नो रिफेंस। ये क्या देख रहे हो? मंथली फाइनल्स आएगा आएगा, अभी चालू होगा। टूर्नामेंट देखेंगे और क्या करेंगे। स्टार्टिंग हो रही है अभी तो उसकी। क्वेस्ट क्या है? हैंक के साथ क्वेस्ट है मेरा, और डील डैमेज। हाँ, कौन जीतेगा? तो हम जीटा को वोट कर देते हैं। इसने मुझे पहले ही 100 पॉइंट दे दिए, पहले ही विन दे दी मेरे को। पगला गया है थोड़ा सा, सॉरी, ये थोड़ा सा पगला गया। इसमें इंडिया टीम है क्या? इंडिया का सुबह था जो हमने देखा था, अगर आप देखते तो आपको वही दिख जाता। इंडिया की 2 टीम्स लड़ रही थी और पहली बार इंडिया की अनडिफिटेड टीम रेवरेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स हार गई। चलो, ये लोगों की चक्कर का स्टार्ट हो गई, तो सुन लेते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं ये लोग।
It does. It's been, a couple of months since our last monthly finals, and I couldn't be more thrilled to be back today.
It's going to be a banger, Teddy. How does it feel to be back casting in your home region?
Super exciting, man. It's been like 2 months since we've had monthly finals, and I am thrilled to be a part of the action again.
It's going to be a long one, boys. Strap yourselves in. But this is the EME region, of course. It is always one that delivers. Let's start with the format for today. Of course, power match format being the name of the game. Picks and drafts that we all know and love. And our 8-team single elimination bracket. Best of 5s here. It's all to be seen throughout the entire day. It's going to be a long one, as it always is in this region, but one that never fails to...
Oh, Zero highest number पे चल रही है। सेकंड पे रिप्लाई टोटम, थर्ड पे नावी है। हम्बल, वाओ, फोर्थ पे। ये लाइव है कि पुराना देख रहे हैं? लाइव।
Not something we would have seen last year, but they've been playing so well throughout this year, so deserved spots for them. But as 8th division, they've won 2, so they're absolutely flying off in first place. Reply Totem and Navi down in 2nd and 3rd. Still a bit of catching up to do if they want to take down 8th division today, but we'll see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, Zeta are in a formidable position at the moment, and of course, if they get good results today, they could well be locking themselves in for things like LCQ, maybe even more than that. We'll have to wait and see. Zeta Division up first up against Ammo Fantasy, and then after that, Humble versus One Trick Pony. It's great to see them back actually coming in. Humble, of course, the former Dogster Lobster roster, and I never need an excuse to say that. SK Gaming versus Foot Esports will be an absolute banger for match number 3, and Navi versus Reply Totem for the fourth quarterfinals match of the day. Of course, it is going to come down to the nitty-gritty. We've had 2 monthly final wins for Zeta Division so far this year in February and March. Navi, though, got the win last time around. Trav, any thoughts on who might get the win this time round?
I know you've been saying beforehand it's pretty much going to be, you feel like it's going to maybe be between whoever wins that game versus SK and Foot, and honestly I kind of agree, but I do still think that Zeta Division, Reply Totem have got a bit of a say in it, and obviously Navi as well. It's pretty much anybody's game, I'd say.
Well, you can have your say over at events.brawlstars.com. Join in the fun there, and some exclusive in-game rewards.
न्यू ब्रॉल टॉक भी आएगा 8 बजे 7:30 बजे आएगा.
We can, or maybe quite the opposite. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. It is one of the more unpredictable regions. Is that not right, Teddy?
Yeah, it has been very erratic so far throughout the year, but as you said, a couple teams standing out a bit more than others. Zeta so far, the only team to win 2 monthly finals, are looking to potentially be the favorites again this time.
They've been on a pretty good track record, that's got to be said for sure, but we have seen some rising up of other teams within this region along the way as well, Trav. You know, looking at Navi last month, they really came through.
Zeta OTP.
Upon some of the sort of score lines that I've seen, you know, throughout the cup stages of the Snapdragon Pro Series in Split 2. But, you know, nonetheless, you guys go ahead and maybe discuss the reasons why you're going. I mean, you're separating yourselves between SK and Foot. So, Teddy, let's start with you. What do you think Foot have got over SK this month?
Well, first of all, they have Lena, which, you know, is something to definitely take into consideration. But in all fairness, I feel like this one is very much a 50-50. It was the toughest one for me to predict. And as you guys said, you know, both teams, they have so much to win, but also so much to lose in this monthly final. A bit of a slow start of the year, both for Foot and...
Yeah, Brawl Talk की भी लाइव करते हो क्या?
I mean, we've both kind of seen that.
तो मैं भी आऊंगा. हाँ, वो तो करते ही हैं.
Opponents as well. I'll maybe talk through my predictions along the way of the show, but you know, what do you think SK have got over Foot?
I honestly don't know. I've kind of just been watching them, and I feel like maybe they've got what it takes. Obviously, they did just add OP to that roster, and I think it has made them that little bit stronger. A few roster changes here and there for both of these teams. So it's kind of just a question of who's been able to solidify that synergy the fastest. And honestly, I think this might be the first month that we've all had completely different predictions.
Yeah, it's being a bit of an edgier one, isn't it? But it is a special day, of course, because we do have Brawl Talk later on. And you can go over to the event site as well and place a poll there. How excited are you for that? It's going to bring a whole new world of things, I'm sure. No spoilers, but make sure that you do tune in for that, because it will shape how the esports scene does go down. Of course, we'll be lining up our first match of the day very, very shortly. Let's discuss a little bit before we send one of you guys off. Zeta versus Ammo Fantasy. Let's first start, of course, with Zeta Division. Gero, Meow, and Naui. You know, Teddy, they've had a great deal of progress this year.
आज करोगे Brawl Talk लाइव? हाँ, करेंगे ही वो तो.
Takes to be able to do the same all over again.
They've looked like the most consistent team so far, and honestly, by far, you know, it's been a very chaotic start of the year for most teams. A lot of big names not even making it to this monthly final today. Zeta, they've just been so incredibly consistent at winning, and this month, I'm sure they're aiming to get their title back.
Well, Teddy, we're going to catch up with you in just a bit. Me and Trav will take the reins on this one.
Zeta.
Here's your thoughts on this matchup. You know, where do you see this one going? Have Ammo Fantasy got what it takes? Because this roster is a very, very good one, and they have shown some good progression, some good growth in the competition. Philip, Sam, and Stell, can they cause an upset here today?
I don't think so. I mean, there's always a possibility of an upset, right? They've made some great growth, some great progression, as you've just said. But is it enough growth and progression to be able to take down Zeta Division, who are pretty solidly on the top of the region by a big amount? They've been top 2 the first 2 months. Absolutely incredible team in them. I mean, Fantasy, they're kind of just becoming good. They're kind of just being able to challenge these really, really top-level teams. And Zeta Division's the top of the top-level teams, so I just don't really see it happen.
We've seen crazy things happen in the EMEA region, but one thing is for sure, Fantasy have got a big mountain to climb. But Zeta have shown along the way a couple of slip-ups. We did see them have a couple of losses, actually, in the qualifying stages for the Snapdragon Pro Series of Split 1. So they have shown a little bit of weakness, and of course, last month as well, you know, they didn't quite get the results that they were looking for in those stages of the brackets. And Navi then saw the open door and walked straight on through. It just made the well, they actually went out, didn't they, to SK in this quarterfinal stages. So they're hoping to be able to do better on last month. They definitely did drop off a little bit. Fantasy have been very consistent coming into the competition in terms of their appearances, but in terms of their results, not quite the same story to be told, Trav.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, although they may have gone out a little bit earlier in that last monthly final, looking at the Snapdragon Pro Series, they were dominating so hard throughout those cups, and it just seemed Zeta when you're looking at the winners. It was absolutely incredible to see. And with how back and forward this region usually is, them coming on top of 2 monthly finals, winning all of those cups, and then qualifying to the challenge season of the SPS as well.
ब्रॉल का ब्रॉल तो ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, वो तो देखने के बाद पता चलेगा.
98% siding with Zeta, just a 2%.
Wow, 98% vote for Zeta Division. Wow.
Into our first set of the day. Knockout will be the game mode. Goldirock Gulch will be the map. It's quite a good place to start, I feel, to be completely honest, because if you're Fantasy, you do need to feel things through, get an idea for what Zeta Division are bringing to the table here today as the bans are in. And the Shirley ban, I actually quite rate there from Fantasy. The Tick as well with the Gene. On the side of Zeta, it's going to be Brock, Max, and Gray being banned out here. You said it, Trav, in the Potesto podcast just a few days ago with the esports upload, that Shirley is a brawler which people have got to take seriously, and you just want her gone, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it did get nerfed after we recorded that, so I'm a little bit more here for it now, but at the same time, it's still very, very good, because I kind of feel like they needed to nerf that movement speed rather than anything else they did. But I'm quite happy to be banned out by Fantasy here. We've got that first pick of Sprout coming in.
क्या 98% वोट मिला है Zeta को, Zeta Division.
Places, use those gadgets to recycle them, and obviously you're going to be able to block them in that zone as well, which is another great thing.
Gas going to come in then for Fantasy as well. It's a solid mid to have. And the shield, as we know, can provide so much of an ability to push forwards and aggress things like a Sprout. Botany going to come in as a great assassinator when it comes to that. Sprout going to be very susceptible to it. So I do like where they are thinking with this. And of course, the range is going to come in very, very handy for Goldirock Gulch, for sure. Some aggression needed for Zeta, some range as well. They're certainly going to be needed now to really go up against something like this. And control, no doubt, going to be there. But it's very, very good bans across the board, because everything then takes away 6 brawlers. Nanny going to come in. We've seen Zeta go with this idea a fair amount, actually, along the way. And they do play it very, very well. They're one of the few teams that really hold on to it. Otis now has a bit more of like an insurance policy for what this third and final pick coming in for Fantasy could be.
Yeah, it's going to be the Grom. I do like it. Bit of a thrower coming in. Obviously, they kind of needed something to be able to fight up against this Sprout. Needed a thrower to be able to combat it. But at the end of the day, I kind of like both of the comps here a lot. Gus very strong at the moment. Bonnie very strong. Nanny obviously able to fight this Bonnie at that range because she's so slow. He should be able to get quite a few hits and get a lot of those peeps coming in as well. Otis, when they jump in, when it's towards that late portion of the game, going to be able to get some mutes off, which is going to help Zeta Division out a lot. But at the same time, Ammo Fantasy may be able to throw out some little Gus shields and help his teammates out that little bit more.
Well, let's see how Fantasy do fare in these early outsets. It will be a testament to how potential sets could then follow on from this.
Bonnie Poco combo अच्छा लगा. चलो start हो चुका है. Let's see what Zeta Division gonna do.
Have they learned from some of those mistakes? A lot of activity already going on. There's an aggressive push coming in, pushing everyone to the left-hand side here. That's from Garrett to try to just deflate things a little bit here, but I love the way that Fantasy are actually coming out very aggressive, as long as they're not going to be overly so.
Yeah, I like it as well. And we've got that totem coming down as well. We're going to give him vision of the bush, but quickly taken out by Meow. To heal up a little bit more. We're seeing a little bit of a rotation to the right-hand side from Zeta Division. Wants to try and open it up, but at the same time, they're opening up that left-hand side to push down, but now we're turning back and getting some great shots in on that Bonnie. Going to allow him to get that super and Stel. Probably going to be the prime time.
Boom! Connected.
With the shot onto same there is going to be the choice that they do go with. Sprout wall over the right hand side, blocking off so much, and it's actually Meow who placed it, so maybe not the best for them.
Well, clustering
Oh, he's very low. He's very low. And he's gone.
here, he will go down.
Thrower is gone.
3 there's. Gero has got the
And
It's a 3 versus 1. They're pretty reserved now, this utility, and yeah, nowhere to go for same. He's got to go into the gas, and that's a good
GG's.
for Zeta, but
बने पोको combo अच्छा रहेगा HP plus attack.
many
हाँ.
Yeah, I mean, 98% of people expect Zeta Division to win. I don't think it's that one-sided, but we'll see if that's how the outcome is. Got a couple of supers down on the Zeta side of things. And
Ooh, connected. He's super charged now.
probably the most
And here he flies.
he did get
And oh,
for that grit. I'm sorry.
oh,
Charged
and
a little bit now. It's
boom. Oh, very low.
great stuff from him. Meow has the wall as well. Going to be able to block them out
He was very low. He was very low. Come on, come on.
a little bit more in a comfortable position here.
yeah, starting to really gain their footing now.
Ah,
Trying to bounce these shots into Stel, and just coming up a little bit short by doing so, but thought was there. The peep coming in for Naui,
and then oh, again,
but he's got a lot of tank.
again, long, long, long. Oh, missed it.
It's the
And GG's.
miss for Zeta.
Obviously got this mute up top as well. Bonnie got the jump, can't go anywhere near Giro, and surely he's got to be going to protect him
He can jump.
to get a few shots
Bonnie can jump, and Bonnie jumped off.
down onto Meow though, but he's knocked it out. Great stuff from Giro, finds a shot.
Oh, GG's.
Stel finds it in the closing seconds round.
Ah,
AOF even things out.
tiebreaker now.
To see, and oh, imagine if this round goes the way of Fantasy and just keeps Zeta at bay for the most part. Big
He's super charged.
already forced back same there, and just a shot short there from Naui, but nonetheless, huge taps, big start from Zeta. They've kept things at bay for now. They continue to do so. They're trying to seek out Naui into the mid and gain that shield, as it will help considerably so against the comp that they're running up against. They're doing a decent job though, keeping his distance from Meow and keeping it full HP. They do need to have something of a solid backbone when it comes to this matchup here.
Super charged.
Take no prisoners.
And not connected.
Nope, I don't know. He's
Not connected once again. Oh,
he actually looped it back round. Somehow managed to get a little bit longer than I expected, but didn't actually get anything.
ब्राउजर में फिर से बॉक्सेस आ रहे हैं.
Too little, too late.
आने दो, क्या ही है?
Might be the better option. Fat splatter place onto Philip, and a hit from Naui comes in there as well. Aggressive position from Bonnie, but a good pinch from Philip keeps Giro low. Return
Come on, GG's.
outcomes.
No.
Hits one but misses the rest. Has he got the damage to do? Same here. The shots from Naui.
Oh, GG's.
Philip's locked out. He gets the wall back, places it again.
And yeah, Zeta won the game 1 of set 1.
What an explosive finale then for that first game. It could have gone either way. I think it's fair to say Alphantizio bringing out some fireworks, but Zeta were able to stay firm. I will say though, for me, Zeta are looking more shaky, and I don't know whether it's just simply the fact that we've seen them do so well at the beginning of the year that maybe there's an expectation now upon them, and it might be time to show a little bit, because Fantasy, I'll be blunt, have had a terrible run in the SPS Split 2 Cups. They didn't even make the open final stages, so they have dropped off a little bit over the past few weeks.
Oh, he's low.
Back and forth can't be denied. Let's see though whether we might see a game go the way of Fantasy in this first set, or whether Zeta will make it a clean one as they go head to head now.
You know, wall coming in.
Ah, he's very low.
Great shots from Stel to keep him low. Return shots from Mihail keep Stel low though, however, and now it does seem to be Zeta who are in control of this map, and obviously with this sprout wall, it's going to be very, very helpful. Doesn't
Oh, he's very low. Come on, 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 come on.
block off now, and that's a wonderful wall. Nobody locked below either. He's checking that bush still, doesn't know if someone's there, and actually wasted the wall pretty much in its entirety by not shooting upwards.
2 गैजेट वेस्ट कर दिए हैं मियाऊ ने. मियाऊ लगता है कि ये वाले ब्रॉल डॉग में कोलैबोरेशन भी होने वाला है.
Line of sight through this mid.
मुश्किल है.
On the same, and Gero as well splashing onto Philip. The gas is going to surely sit
GG's.
Zeta as they move on to get the round. One more will gain the set.
Yeah, and somehow Meow survived through all of that, as well as expecting him to go down pretty much instantly after some shots did connect onto him, but stayed alive nonetheless, and Zeta Division seem to be having their synergy shine through against AOF here, and just need this one round to be able to secure this first set, and they're in a great position to do just that. A lot of mistakes can be made, they can take losses in rounds, they can even take a game loss, and they're still going to be in a great position.
Keep going to
Boom.
connect though it does finally now onto Philip. Keeps them low, but the pickup and the follow-up is not there. And that's going to be the concern for Zeta, but they clearly want to just to keep the pace as low as it is. They're getting results with it, so if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it, I guess. Now he's still getting good value. Just the gap can't really be closed in the same way in the top part of the map between
Stream lag.
and the speed gear, of course, coming very much into play. Favor getting that matchup. Both sides just waiting things out now. The sprout walls available, they will be used, and then maybe we'll see something follow off the back of this.
I mean, Naui as well, he's been hitting so many shots, he shouldn't be that far away from Super, and in the late game, it might be useful to have. Down comes another wall as well. Stel might need to use his Super to break this hit, throws it out towards the others, only hits Jiro, but he gets the mutant, same gets the trade out, the wall's there, the return to sender as well, and this has got to be a Zeta win. Surely going to be taking the first set here. Naui with the killing blow, and Zeta bring the first set back home.
Looking at much cooler, calmer, collected Zeta there towards the end. Their first sets have always notoriously been a little bit, slow to the mark, but that looked a lot better. In fact, it was actually Emma Fantasy which didn't really learn from those mistakes. The finalizing of that round was very, very similar to one previous.
GG's.
The Sprout Wars towards the end of that late game was where it really came down for me, for Zeta, and they were able to focus their time and their attention just securing the kill. So we needed to have that same aggressiveness that we saw in the earlier rounds from Emma Fantasy continue forwards, because their early game was where they really could have started to thrive and maybe even secured the set themselves. Zeta were playing the long game, and they just took it through every single time to do so. That's kind of where Emma Fantasy faltered for me.
Yeah, I mean, these walls really were flawless, though, to be fair. Just, especially in that last one, separating the Bonnie and the Gus and making sure that they're going to be able to take a 2v1 matchup in both of those scenarios. Really, really smart coming in.
Teamed.
Played the Sprout pretty much perfectly all the way throughout. Did a good job to avoid that Grom Bomb as well. Obviously, Jiro did go down, but got his trade, and that's really what matters. Zeta Division were able to pretty much not dominate this first set, as AOF did have a bit of something to say throughout pretty much all of it.
80-70 डैमेज पे 4 किल
For the rest of this
Wow.
statistics.
उससे शानदार तो 27 डैमेज पे 1 किल
I don't actually feel like Gero did pretty well to get what he did, because ultimately he had a tough matchup. He had definitely a lack of range.
ओके अब ठीक है अरे बारिश होती है भाई बारिश के टाइम तो लाइट नहीं रहती अभी लाइट है
For him,
खुशी मनाओ
then coming up, one of my favorite gem grab
हेलू आलू गोभी आलू गोभी
and one of the more balanced of all the gem grab modes, I feel myself personally. Coming up surely, and Fantasy with some lessons to learn here. Let's see, will they go for double Shelly bands? Do quite like that. An early draft of Gene. It's not necessarily the first sort of idea which we see in the draft. It's going to be played out. Yeah, I mean, it has to be an A-bit in return for it. And Cheat Cartridge able to come back away from the spawn with the gems, keeping them safe and secure. But normally we see gem carriers coming a little bit later into the draft, but clearly both sides. And, as we saw on Twitter earlier this week, Bobby is correct. The Mr. P meta seems to be upon us.
I mean, I haven't seen enough of it in competitive, obviously pretty much at all, I will say. But 8-bit, great against the Gene on this map. Mr. P is going to have a lot of porters spawning in, great against Gene on this map. I'm just not sure how anybody can really back this Gene first pick. But we're going to see a bust coming in down the lane, probably just trying to tank straight towards those that Mr. P, because obviously he doesn't have a lot of DPS if you're walking in a straight line towards him, and Buster's got a decent amount of HP.
I don't know whether
बोलो जुबान केसरी
बोलो जुबान केसरी ओके
they're just going to double down with Ash. Okay, I mean, that's kind of wild. But maybe you need something of that nature.
जेम रेप्टली इम्जिया
Something which just keeps them
सैंडी सही रहेगा
a bit of a
वो उनके कॉम्प के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है सेकेंडली दे
shortly see this.
counters the
It's going to be noticed for me.
opposite team brawler that's the strategy of most of the teams
Tank counter idea, but they're not going with it.
Daryl
Interesting. I don't know whether that's kind of how I feel towards the situation. They want to tackle the tanky aggressiveness with more tanky aggression, but
Daryl लिया भाई
I feel like the Otis would have been the play for me.
have to
Wouldn't have hated a Primo either, to be honest with you. I mean, we've seen, I don't know, I think it was Semantic.
ये क्या था
Yeah.
ये हमारे प्रिय बिमल जी का
Pretty good against both of these tanks, I'd say, if you get the roll.
डायलॉग था इसी बात पे आपको भी हम इतने पैकेट बिमल देते हैं ये लीजिए मजे करिए आप भी बोलिए
Daryl, you know,
बोलो
बोलो जुबान केसरी
या बोलो जुबान केसरी
Daryl, you should be fine as well, but I mean,
चलिए शुरू करते हैं और इधर पे आ चुके टीम्स फॉर द जेम ग्रैब
I feel like this Buster pick is going to work out for me. At least. But it is wild. Gero just trying to get this early gem. Nice little favor.
जीजीस
Now even easy pick on the left hand side. Buster has just fallen off a great deal. I admire the idea of trying to experiment with it, but at the same time,
We have the lead. Oh, GG's. Nice one.
you know how much I love that, right? But nonetheless, it does seem like Emma Fantasia are struggling to get their groove early on. There's now 5 gems in the pocket. Nice pull from Philip, but I would like to have seen that more into Geru at a time when he's susceptible to it.
Yeah, but we do know, Geru's not really going to be susceptible for the most part. He's pretty much going to have a lot of cheat cards. We've only got 6 in the back.
Good control there.
Pick up just to try and get some control. Now we're over this right hand side, now up against this against Zash, which I'm kind of surprised about considering Meow wasn't doing too bad, and now he was dominating that lane against Same over the left. But 7-1, it's quite the difference. In comes the roll now, knockbacks there, but the slowdown with the Tar Barrel is as well. Now get TP back and all. That is dreadful from the Gene. Throws the pull out, auto aims it towards now.
Just 2 gems. Go for it. 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 Go for it.
The Mr. P versus Buster matchup, and Mr. P comes
Ah, nice one.
We're looking at different things. And
They just need 1 gem.
it does feel like Emma Fantasia
Yeah, easy peasy for them.
did this one.
विमल में अक्षय कुमार के साथ कोलैबोरेशन वाला ऐड देखा था मैंने. अक्षय कुमार वाला भी है अपने पास,
They're going to be
लेकिन हमें ओरिजिनल ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है.
to it.
अजय भैया ओपी भाई साहब.
Utility for it now. He comes in, secures everything. It's just Stell and everyone on the side of Zeta.
Hey, easy peasy for Zeta.
Embarrassing for AOF in my eyes. Zeta Division completely dominant throughout that one. And as you say, I didn't see the Mr. P beating the Buster. I saw the auto-aim Gene pull heading towards a Daryl that's completely out of range because he didn't expect the cheat cartridge back, and you've got to expect the cheat cartridge back.
Well, let's see going into this next one. Will Emma Fantasia be able to iron out some of these errors? Or will they concede another set here? Everyone on the left-hand side just clustering in, because obviously it will then feed into Same's ability to have...
Let's see. Oh, he's low. They are targeting Daryl. Wow.
Shouldn't be outnumbered here, and he is. This is a better start. Philip, though, is pushed away from the mid.
GG's.
Now on the top. And now coming back in with the support for Gary to be able to get these gems. There's 3
Nice one.
goes for it. I mean, he's not the ideal person to even have them in the first place. And now, finally, the pickup is there. 6 gems in the pocket for Zeta as quickly as that.
Oh,
It's
level 6.
got the kill, but did only survive on 6 HP, so can't engage Giro just yet. Another roll coming out, and now he's there as well. Tar Barrel not going to be connecting this time either, but we need to see a better Gene pull this time. Meow's not in a good spot here, but
Gene pull is ready.
and Same going to waste that super as well, and that should be a pickup for Giro right there. Gene pull's available, we're actually going to go for the TP. Maybe Stealth should have stayed in a more aggressive
Oh, GG's.
pick up there.
Good use of the teleport there.
Can't miss those team pulls when the damage booster is there, and they've got a tankier comp to be able to push forwards, to be able to eradicate it, and they're just simply not. 1 gem is split there with Naui, so if he goes down here, it could be a problem, but he won't do that. Rolls out of these and gets the pickups along the way.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Their set, their way is done. And Philip's got to be able to push forwards here, and he can't. He's got no HP for it.
Easy peasy for the Zeta division.
Can't be just me that thinks that was embarrassing for AOF.
Zeta तो जापान का टीम था ना. हाँ वहीं की तो है. कोरिया
Good.
में शिफ्ट है. इनका 2 डिपार्टमेंट देखा जाए तो.
Gene, especially with so many of these counters still on the board, it just seems a little bit weird from them. And I don't know if they're just kind of a draft that they didn't expect and just completely outdrafted, which obviously they did, or if they're just not switched on today.
एक बार बताओ इन लोगों को टैबलेट और फोन ही ब्रॉल स्टार खेलना है तो पीसी क्यों नहीं इनके क्यों है इनके सामने. पीसी पे लोग स्ट्रीम देखते हैं, चैट करते हैं, कैमरा लगा हुआ है.
Behind the madness, you know? And that's something where you can look back on things and go, do you know what? Actually, this team are a cut above the rest. They're staying ahead of the
और बहुत सारे क्रिएटर्स का भाई मेन यही होता है, एक बार जब वो फेमस हो जाए तो स्ट्रीम ही करते हैं. तो पीसी तो इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ द स्ट्रीम है भाई.
something which was going to overthrow the Zeta comp and just really focus and fixate around getting those damage boosters removed, making Gero weaker in that position of power. They just didn't do that. It was a bit all over the place. And the stats say a very similar story. I mean, 1 kill with Philip for the entire thing, Stell with a donut, now he with 9. I mean, Zeta are going kind of what we thought they would do coming into this one, sweeping the sets. It did look in that first set like Emma Fantasy had a bit of a chance, but now some questionable decisions coming into motion, and the gameplay is kind of matching up with that as well. And it's a sad thing to see. I would like to see them
माइंड आउट नहीं होगा.
bottom. And
अभी तो नहीं, तुम लोगों को खेलना है तो जाके खेल लो।
I mean, they're gonna
ट्राइब टीम नहीं है क्या? ट्राइब है तो सही, लेकिन वो दूसरे उसमें खेलती है। आज हमें देखने को मिलेगा जीटा और एमओ फैंटेसी जो चल रहा है, उससे मिलेगा हम्बल वर्सेस वन ट्रिक पोनीज, फिर एसटी गेमिंग वर्सेस फूड स्पोर्ट्स, नावी वर्सेस रिप्लाई टोटम,
being closed down.
फेमस टीम्स।
But I hope to see something from our fantasy. I need to see Zeta being challenged in this first one, otherwise they might just be looking at their third monthly final.
I'm going to throw Amon Fantasia a bone, here, because this is their third monthly final. I mean, when you look at their
which will be in NA.
they've got a better track record than teams like SK. I mean, that is something.
APSC का हम ज्यादा नहीं देख पाए थे, बट ये था APSC में।
Getting their foot.
रेवेनेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स को हरा के 4 बटन्स बनी पहली टीम जिसने रेवेनेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स को हराया है इन इंडियन रीजन।
The matchup for them, no doubt about it. Zayt's division have won 2 monthly finals of February and March, and they are still looking like they are a very dangerous squad. Shelly Ban there for good reason on the side of Zayt's division as the first draft coming for Nita from Amon Fantasy. Willow Ban, which is quite a rare thing to see, but I feel like this is a map where she does thrive, and we've seen many of the regions adopting towards using her here. So Dynamite and Barley to follow up on that side of things. It's a triple throw ban.
उस बंदे ने कोक पी।
I like it, Max Ban.
अरे भाई, इनमें से कुछ की टीम के स्पॉन्सर KFC वाले हैं भाई।
I mean, it's definitely going to.
मैं तो दोस्तों KFC वाले हमें दे दो यार।
I really like the way the M's has started to little back into this meta.
कोक वो हम खुद ले लेंगे, तुम KFC के स्पॉन्सर दे दो भाई साहब।
Use the walls to great advantage. But some range wouldn't go amiss here. Penny is still available here as well for Zeta if they want to have more control. Or something more aggressive like a stew or like a side lane for them. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Ruffs can be quite with it. Pan was not the pick that I was thinking. I don't necessarily mind it. You can get some great value in the maybe Pan.
Yeah, it's going to shred through those bears as well. That's the thing. I don't mind it. If Ems, if she's going to be coming in close proximity with Anita Bear, she's going to be losing that fight. End off. That's just how it is. But she needs to keep them in range, keep that super out in Anita's hands. If she's
KFC वाला है, हमको KFC का चाहिए।
hasn't gone drafted,
अपन सोच रहा था माइंड आउट खेलेंगे, लेकिन आज ये ब्रॉल आ गया, बवाल आ गया।
Pam is not something that I'd have expected to see today, but still, it's decent on the map.
I think for the first time today, Trev, you're being very reserved. Crow to Pam doesn't work. it's like the opposite thing that you want to have realistically. Crow any other time absolutely can work. It's absolutely the thing that you would want to have on this particular map, but it's going to struggle for sure. Ash, I kind of much prefer, but you're still picking it into an M's, which can really cause a problem against it. Carl is a great.
It's a set point and game win for Zeta division, whereas MO Fantasy is at 0. They are just getting behind with the 2 set points. So if you want
Protective
to stay in this game, they need to win back-to-back games
It's going to be good if we can get on top of the Crow. It's going to be very
to get to the tiebreaker.
be Pam's way, and Ems versus Ash, if they can get that matchup as well, it's going to be
KFC chicken burger.
Zeta Division. Wrap this one up right here.
भूख लगाई भाई अभी।
It's the comp to do it, but can we see something mustering here for Amon Fantasy that we can have a little bit more hope for the 2% that voted over at event.brawlstars.com for them to take this one? I'm sure now they would like that twist of fortune. Good touch from Philip, damage gear coming into play as well. Trying to juke around this flying pickaxe and doing pretty well at doing so, but the mother's hug there, star power for Naui, will cause damage to Philip, and he's forced back. It's now 3 versus 1, and it could really quite
Oh,
here.
good catch.
The needle there, but couldn't quite manage it, so a bit of a save. I think Zeta probably could have scored it from that position, to be completely honest.
Yeah, maybe if he found one of his teammates instead of trying to find that opening, could have gone there.
Yeah.
Super build from Navi as well. Not going to have the hype heals coming through. Need to beg and be placed, and I think that's a bit of a waste. It's not really going to bring that much fortune back to them in terms of control. Just going to get this round side a little bit, gets the turret down, so I suppose it wasn't too bad. But Zeta still, I'd say, in a little bit of control. Seems a little bit even out, but that's a slow from Saman. Not really going to do too much other than get him and his teammate killed.
No, good push.
Bit clear up though from Gero. Phillips hanging on, but low HP will seal him off. Gary now just trying to think about going to the right, maybe. Healing station in a fantastic spot there for now, it's got to be said. As now Zeta can just heal themselves up, stay in position, most importantly. Gary though, over the he took the pirouette, will stay in the mix.
Ah.
But the swift takedown of Meow. Oh, the super pass.
Oh,
What footwork from Amon Fantasy!
It's a
प्रोवेंट छपरी निकला तो हमारे पास 55 की ट्रॉफी है.
great pick out of the
Wow, very dangerous.
plays, and Giro was even there to cover it as well, but he couldn't get in the goal mouth in time. Zeta Division now need to make something happen, but they're just feeding Philip all day long here. Surely going to be close to another Bruce Bear soon, and getting the shots off. Here's the spin as well from Giro. Only got one gadget left though, I believe, and could be a bit of an issue. Going for it now though. There's the slow one to Stell as well. Just the Crow remains, and it's a 3v1. They've got to make this play happen because this might be their only chance.
Come on.
As well. Another healing station goes down for Zeta, but we saw, to be fair, Fantasy take care of it well last time. Will they do the same this time? Big jumping from Same will secure that
GG's.
healing station as well.
Is it a goal? Is this a goal? Bro!
What was that? Why
Bro!
ball there?
What the heck?
Communication, a terrible moment for Zeta. And 10 seconds now. It's all that remains between them and a goal. Will they be able to force this one?
Goal! 5, 4, 3, 2.
But that did
What the heck, man?
Wow, I was a little bit worried there. Well,
भाई देख लो, मैंने यश को कुछ नहीं बोला, फिर भी छपरी बोल रही है. छपरी लोग छपरी चीजें ही बोलते हैं.
getting backed up so heavily, but two supers available from either side at the moment. Super from Meow just
यहाँ तुम मैच को छोड़ के तुम किससे बात कर रहे हो भाई साहब?
coming in from
क्या मस्त यहाँ पे फाइट चल रही है, तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो?
surely got to go down. Super from now, he plays calmly over the left hand side. They're going to play it slow as they're not in control of the moment.
अरे बॉल भाई, बॉल तो अपने कंट्रोल में ही रखा करो भाई साहब.
is about to take down as well. Same should be able to slow this.
ओह,
Gadget can't quite see. No, this could be disastrous. Jump away. I like the thought. Meow pushes it to the left.
क्या ये ड्रॉ होने वाला है?
Entire
क्या ये ड्रॉ होने वाला है? लग तो रहा है.
coming out for Philip, and a big moment in time. Stell was super as well. Can he get the
ओह जीजी's. Is it a draw? Is this a draw?
gets the takedown?
ओह भाई, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Can he find the gap?
ओह, स्टन कर दिया उसको.
And now Fantasia safe.
जीजी's.
Over the place, pass it back. He's got his super. I don't know why he passed it in the first place to the right anyway. But so many fumbles of goals in that match from Zeta Division. Wonderful defenses from Crow jump and overtime back to
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? क्या चल रहा था ये?
16 HP. Saved the game. But still, this is so sketchy from both teams.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not necessarily like, you know, one side is making mistakes. There's definitely errors on both, but
मुझे लगा उसको बॉल जो है वो देगा, उधर दे देगा.
it's a little bit more strong.
Because Ims was having a super, I thought he will give the ball to Ims, then Ims will use the super with the ball and ball will go to the goal. But nope, they haven't used it.
Potential pass moment, but Garrett just
Finally.
very nice step from Zeta, and the pass
Boom.
quite there, but now he might have been away with that if it were.
Yeah, Philip's still in a good position. Bear does go down, jump from the spawn from Same there. Now he turns and tries to get the scrap sucker on, but that should be his demise, and it is. Jiro looking for the trade, can't quite find it. Meow's got his super, so should be able to defend this one quite nicely, but Robotic Rat's coming down and instantly being eradicated with only one ammo bar is not the best from Stell.
Good one.
Take down there on the left-hand side from Meow. Continuing forward, cycling.
GG's.
Here it comes over the flying hook, not done yet. Protective pirouette, should secure it. Same jumps up, finds the pickaxe on the way down.
Oh no.
Oh my word!
Got the kill.
Way he even secures it. 2 versus 2 now. But I feel like Emma Fantasy should be able to slow the pace enough to get this ball.
लैग ही किया करता है मेरा गेम, क्या ही खेलूं.
Like this, that could be dangerous for AOF, but doesn't get it so far, and Jiro on the back foot quite heavily. Flying hook there, and he's got to be close to super. You know he is when he's making that kind of play. Not going to use that chill pill to get the heals back, and a Pam super does come down to assist Jiro in the back spawn. He might have been hit by that crow shot, but he's just going to out heal it with that Pam super. Bear's going to do nothing other than give Philip a little bit of control, but Jiro already another super in hand. No gadgets, bear in mind, but a pass up and a little play might be the way to go here.
Big aggressive plays from Gary. He's still all over this game, but the thing for me that's kind of a bit
Oh no.
is the fact that Zeta have comp. They have comp here, but they don't look as if they do.
Oh भाई.
Hurt goes down. Philip, potential goal scoring opportunity here. Emma Fantasia playing it a bit safe, a bit too safe actually for me.
GG's.
Nonetheless, baiting out that super from Meow is a great way to go here. They have got time, 25 seconds, and potential overtime here. Now Zeta's starting to recollect, getting some hills along the way, and actually Gary, if he gets this, he's got no flying hook, so actually wouldn't be able to score from that potential moment here, but I think Emma Fantasia let that slip.
Yeah, he's got his super now as well, and this could be dangerous. There it is on Philip. He gets the bear off, doesn't get the stun off either, though. Shots through are going to go straight through that, and he's got another super in hand. He cycled it as well.
Come on, come on, come on. Oh.
It looks like Crow might be trying to
Oh,
can he get the ball?
oh good. जीज वाह भाई कौवा ओपी भाई साहब
What a moment! What an incredible...
बस वो लेस जाना चाहिए माइंडर वही है ना जिसमें सब डब्बे ऐसे दिखते हैं हाँ वही
comp and
पिक्सल गेम
opportunity, they seized it.
हाँ भाई साहब ये कुछ ज्यादा ही चल रहा है बढ़िया
Zeta should be stomping this. Like, the Crow pick against what Same is up against here, it's a really tough one to go up against. But they are managing to make those opportunities count. That's what's being remembered. Zeta have got to respond now, or they might find themselves, having that set be closed a little bit closer.
Yeah, there's the super coming from Jira, but Stell's outpacing him. He's got that slowdown on him from Same, and the super wasn't even enough to catch up with the raged up Ash. Placing it to the left-hand side now, using the super, but Phillips open, maybe able to find this opening. Bruce Bear thrown down. He's got the stun on his...
Oh, goal! Wow.
He can't, and Ammo Fanties, you're ahead again.
Well, Philip is trying to use the pin there to maybe a sense of authority, but Meow will turn that idea down. Still coming in with some shots, but thinks better of it now. Healing station goes down for Naui. This is better from Zeta. They've got to respond, of course. There's 1 minute 30 on the clock to be able to do so. Big taps from Naui. The same, but healing up now. Protect the pirouette value again.
Oh, GG's.
From Gary, and the Rats got instantly taken care of. They can surely try to walk this, but they're not doing it. They're so afraid of that Bruce Bear and the stun, and they're bringing the ball back. Same comes in. Great amount of aggression, and as quickly as that, Zeta are back in the sport.
Yeah, still got a minute to go, though. They need to hold on the side of AOF here, but great aggression from Philip. Even clean.
Oh, only 1 minute remaining now.
There's an opening here, and they might be taking it.
And easy go.
Get the ball in.
And they win the set.
AOF
2-1 for now.
bringing it back.
MVP Same. I'm just saying it how it is in that matchup. I said going into that draft, and I stand by it. Then Crow into power.
मजा आ रहा है हाँ, यही तो मजा देखने के लिए हम देखते हैं और क्या है
Go your way time and time again.
ए भाई क्या ही मैच हो रहा है मजा आ गया भाई मजा आ गया इसी बात पे लाइक कर दो यार क्या कर रहे हो
Too little, too late. And now they've got a chance. They can turn this around. And if any set is to go by in order to think that in their heads, it's that one.
I mean, that is dangerous from AOF. That was a beautiful set. Some of the plays they made, some of the defenses they had were so good. And here's that one play that we just... You can't not talk about it. The jump forward, that shouldn't have even been an opening in the first place. I don't know how he was allowed through there by Zeta. Wonderful play, but the opening should have even been there. Philip here as well. Bruce Bear, stun's going to be missed, but it's enough to open it up, open the goal up for the ball to go in. And just some all-round great plays from AOF. And I don't think we're even going to see a highlight from Zeta Vision because they didn't make any good plays.
Brutal but true. Brutal but true. Definitely a set which Zeta would prefer to forget. And look.
वोट ना किया करो
That's my
वोट ना किया करो किस चीज का
wow, absolutely popping off there for Zeta. But to what avail? That's the thing. They had the comp. They just didn't make use of the opportunities which they had. Many a time, I'm sure we're going to need to look back to say for out.
ये वाले स्पोर्ट्स में क्या क्या फ्री गिफ्ट्स मिलेंगे दिखाओ
But the fact that Emma Fantasia were able to
ब्लिंग मिलेगा
with so little to
5
come back
15
says to me that they were not necessarily
40
securing the takedown
40 ब्लिंग मिलेंगे टोटल ज्यादा कुछ नहीं है खास बस ये है पिन मिलेगी
where it counts.
प्यू प्यू वाली
Wins in the long run.
but with a different twist प्यू 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 प्यू
So many kills against them, and one player had pretty much the kills of the entire team of AOF. But if you're not playing the objective, it's going to go that way, and it's more of the same here in Heist. If
Heist.
you're getting damage on the opponents, it doesn't matter in the slightest amount.
predictions I mean
Well, here is where
ये ba
this up. They've got to take some learnings from that last set and know that they cannot afford to let this go to a fifth and final set. They've got to look back to their previous monthly finals where they lost to SK at this very moment in time in this quarterfinal stages. And remember that this cannot be the reflection of our team having had those consecutive monthly final wins in February and March. Meg coming in for Amma Fantasy. I like that. Colette, I like that. Eva's great here, but I don't know whether it's first pick worthy. Zeta, however, do tend to sort of gravitate towards it, make it work more often than not. Mex has obviously had some nerfs as well, bringing her into a much more balanced place, but I still think this is a place where she can absolutely thrive. Lola coming in for Zeta. What are your thoughts so far and how the draft is shaping up to be, Trav?
I kind of like Zeta Division's comp so far. You know, obviously Eve's going to be able to float over some of this water. We've got the Ego coming,
बल्ले बल्ले बल्ले.
the Meg,
अरे हैंड पिक करो भाई.
can outrange everybody on the Ammo Fantasy.
भाई काश हम कर पाते.
Very, very good, especially with Brock off the menu and Bonnie as well. Crow, we don't want to have seen any Crow, obviously, from AOF, so I'm surprised to see they banned it. But obviously with Zeta with the first pick, it's kind of smart. We'll see what they're going to bring in now, and they're going to go with the Carl. I think that's a good pick, good response to what Zeta Vision brought in.
I do quite like the combo on both sides. Of course, having the Bell and the Lola combined for Zeta was smart because ultimately Bell's a great counter to Lola. You can just get so much value ricocheting his shots between the Lola and the Ego. I feel like I actually prefer the Ammo Fantasy comp here, but it comes down to how it's played. That's where we've seen a bit of issues in the previous sets of Ammo Fantasy before that Brawl Ball set. And the draft was not quite right in Gem Grab, but this I feel is a much better grasp on things. So I think they've actually given themselves the best chance so far as gaining another set, taking this fifth and final. But Zeta cannot afford that.
And it started.
Same goes straight into a Bell shot. Consecutive ones from Geru, and we know how dangerous Geru is on this Bell pick. We've seen it before. Will we see it again? And so far, he's proving that to be the case.
Yeah, tell me about it. He's absolutely tapped. I think he's at maybe 75% of his shots so far. A little mine going down there as well. Jump out from now. He does get that little pet deal with quite quick by saving, but still pushing this left-hand side so well, and Meow not able to deal with it so far. Philip looking for a super, and should be some guaranteed damage on the safe with the Colette on this side.
Good positioning power here for Ammo Fantasy. Big shots though, capping into Stell. A bit of a chance to alleviate the situation here from Same, but he will go down to Naui. But if they can just hold this mid still, it'll go a long way for Ammo Fantasy to be able to have a three-man push coming in, as now the quadruplets coming in, as that new gear for Eve has pulled her a little bit further forward into the meta. Same as in a tough spot here, can't really do much. He's surviving on, but he actually continues to do so. He will with that pickup from Stell. This is great. Ammo Fantasy are just buying themselves some time and keeping Zeta at bay.
Yeah, good trade from Naui though. Only 14% damage was dealt on their aggressive push as well, so it's not that much. One push from Zeta, a few shots from Bell at range is going to be able to do it, and he's hitting him in the bush. Lovely stuff from Naui and Jiro to pick him out there. Great aggression coming through now as well. The swipe's missed by Stell, and still a healthy Meow on his face. Super comes in from Colette though, and he does deal that, pick that up quite quickly, deal with that aggression.
GG's.
So well.
0% damage on their safe by Zeta. Is it going to be a tiebreaker? तुम क्या टेंशन ले रहे हो? चिल करो, वो लोग बहुत बड़े प्लेयर हैं, कर लेंगे जो करना होगा. अच्छा, अरे मेरा फेवरेट टीम है जीटा, इसलिए टेंशन ले रहा है. And they're gonna lose this one very easy. And mostly this is gonna be the tiebreaker.
Now he's too low to really help too much. It's now or never. 20 seconds trap.
I mean, it literally is now or never, and it seems like they're going to go with never, because they're not even trying to get damage now when they've got a couple of the members down. It's got to be a Meow defense. Don't go back. Stay up. You need to just trust your teammate that he's going to get it, because you're getting no damage yourself. Game wrapped up. They can't do anything about it. They've accepted defeat. And I know Fantasy bringing it closer and closer to this reverse sweep.
Easy peasy, they destroyed the whole thing.
It is getting a little bit scary.
First you care about Zeta, but Zeta don't care about you. Wow. Salmon boy की जगह boy कर ले. Salmon boy.
To be obtained and earned if you get your predictions on point. So I think that's a pretty strong incentive to look over there. Those 2% might be getting a little bit of a payday there. So
And
on the pass. Same coming with another big flying hook. Gary's not getting as fortunate with these taps anymore, as there could be a little bit of an insight to the mental here for Zeta.
GG's.
Struggling a little bit now, getting the pickup. Now pushing forwards, getting still out of the mech is a very good.
GG's.
Look at that. I thought they were in trouble, but actually they're making me eat my words.
Yeah, good aggression from Sane. Did go back, and now he needs to try and defend this, but now they're just leaving Jiro alone. Eventually, Meow's going to get that with a little help from Naui, just pushing him down to that bottom side. Philip needs to take a shot at this thing here, and does get the parasite off the map. Doesn't get hit by any of those follow-up shots from Naui, though, and does stay alive. 8% dealt by Ammo Fantasy, but this time, this is the best we've seen Zeta, best position we've seen Zeta in.
Trying to gain much more mid-control.
Come on, attack. 0 damage to safe.
Canyon. As we saw Ammo Fantasy really spent the majority of that first game here. The same comes in, he is marked up, so he can't go overly aggressive. What a tap there from Naui. Not an easy one to hit at all, but it deflated so much potential problems over the spawn side, and that tap from Gero finding the connection onto Philip. Same as going in.
Bro, why they don't attack on the safe?
Mark, and now the pet's coming in as well.
Because even if you're gonna die, just die with giving the damage to the safe, na bro.
Control is really where they've got to start to gain a bit more composure.
Yeah, Jiro can't find the hit when it matters, and Philip does get him. It should have been an easy kill for the Bell, but couldn't find the connections. This time now he's going to have to cover for him whilst he tries and gets back up. They are ahead by 2%, but now he's going to go down over, Meow's going to go down over the left-hand side. Now he's getting pushed back by this mech. Now, Survivor's on 200, but the mech's just going to be able to heal up, and eventually Jiro's getting some work done, but still aggressing.
GG's.
Down.
2% difference only. Not much.
Hold on for these 35 seconds.
It should be, but the fact that you've even said that now I feel it's jinxed it. Because I don't know. The way that they're playing at the moment, I like to hope so, but they've been very...
Come on, just 2%. Bro, why Eve is focusing on killing the enemies? Why not giving damage to the save? Bro, what the heck? What is this strategy? I can't understand.
These shots there from Naui, and he will go down. This is surely going to be a Zeta win here. Surely with that takedown as well, yeah. They're going to get the damage that they need and move on to match point. But it just does not look comfortable.
चलिए बीच-बीच में गेम खेलते हैं फिर नॉर्मली एक्ट करते हैं हाँ और क्या
should have won that one as well. I mean, they didn't get anywhere near.
भाई it's a match point.
A decent amount of the matchups. They just didn't get the positioning required like they did.
Match point for the Zeta division.
Managing to control that mid just that little bit more. And as you say, it's all about these trades. If they can get the trades, they keep the mid.
Yeah, it's not quite connecting there. Meow, though. Getting pretty close in that ego toolbox to try to defend things, but it's now he gets the first sign of blood in the mid.
Nice control there.
Simultaneously. Still coming with some nice stuff into Naui, though. And trying to gain that, or regain that mech. And Fantasy have definitely been slowing down the pace a little bit as Zeta really valuing that mid.
Nice one.
Now that range of Naui able to get the first sign of damage onto the safe, and save is one tap away as well. This is much better, and Zeta get a lot.
Oh, lots of damage there.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better for Zeta as well. Jiro choosing not to heal up and just choosing to go for some shots. Going to place that nest egg as well. So
Good one, good one, good one. Good going, good going, good going.
to deal with him, Stell's the one aggressing it and actually gets marked up as well. Not really going to be useful after he comes out the mech, but once he's out the mech, he's not that much of an issue anyway.
It goes down for Naui. How about a lot? Stell avoided that as well. It's creeping forwards. Finds the ego too.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that might have been better served elsewhere because the ego.
No, 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 no.
Shots. The same goes in now. Gets the pick up, and now surely able to survive a little bit. Damage gear rolling in still, but the pinch is going to be there for Zeta. This is a good opening chance. As quickly as that, it could be gone. Stell's trying to buy his time. He's got to just do what he can. Try to secure something here as his teammates come back in. It's not a bad attempt either. He survives on. He's marked up, but now Fantasia are all together again.
I was going to say, it should all be down to the Colette supers, but he chooses to go in and actually dies whilst doing it. They need those on safe to get the damage, but Stell's still here. Same going to use that super forward, but Jiro shot in a super gets him down. Stell almost
30 seconds remaining.
seconds on the clock. They are still 20% down. It's not that.
क्या बार बोलते I can't understand what is this strategy. जीतने का जीता जीतना तो जीता को ही है. हे हार चुके हैं भाई.
Survive on a bit, has the shield to hand, but would much prefer to be in mech. He's not too far away, I don't think. And meanwhile, on the right hand side,
फेस चैम दिखता ही नहीं है यार. थोड़ा बड़ा करिए ना. नहीं भैया.
hold back.
जाओ जाओ और डैमेज करो और डैमेज करो डैमेज करो डैमेज करो डैमेज करो. अरे बचा लिया भाई इसने.
Comfortable victories. Fantasia came a little bit short in this set.
ये नाइस वन 48.
Now will secure it. Zate's division are safe, at least.
GG's.
To make their way through to the semi-finals.
They move on to the semi-finals now.
Anything they look
Jim, very nice, very nice.
Brawl they played so well, even with what we classed as a bit of a worse.
मैच खत्म होते ही भाई से अपना इंस्टा चलाते हुए
This last
या स्नैपचैट भी चला सकता है टिकटॉक भी चला सकता है भाई. ये तो वहां थोड़ी बहन है.
get the damage required, and Zeta Division are going to finish it out and move on to those semi-finals.
ना भाई सही है वो. रेशियो सही है.
In the fifth and final set, actually.
फेस कैम का
I think Emma Fantasy now will come away thinking, you know what, actually, we had the most memorable moments of that set. And that really
इनक्रेडिबल विवेक कोनिचिवा
to watch.
अरे अरे विवेक यहाँ पहुंच गया क्या
Fantasy.
कोनिचिवा
A lot of the teams watch
मतलब कोने में जाके चबा बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया है कोने में जाके चबा रही हो
in previous months, they were really the top dog of this region. Navi now, last month, coming in, or the month prior to that rather, coming in and showing that actually it's anyone's for the taking. I think this semi-finals matchup might not be as clean as we were thinking. I put them down for the grand finals over at event.brawlstars.com. I don't know now whether I feel the same way. The stats, however, do look very good. It's just, they look a bit shaky, Trav.
Yeah, they do look just that little bit shaky. I will say, I'm just going to put it out there. They've got the easier half of the bracket, undoubtedly. So, they might still be able to make it to the finals, even if they are looking shaky. That bottom portion of the bracket is looking so much more stacked than the top. I'll put it out there. I know you love me and my brutal opinions, but that is just fact. They are even looking a bit shaky. They might still make it to the finals if they do manage, if they don't bump it up that little bit more.
Well, that was a great
इन लोगों को ब्रोसा खेलने दीजिए और आप माइट्रा खेलिए वाओ
ad as well.
वेरी डेंजरस
Looking forward to seeing who really shone the most, but everyone for me did 17 takedowns for Naui though in that game. I mean, that is phenomenal for me. DPS more on the side of Meow, but everyone very close together. I think when you look at that, sort of last set play out, it did need to be Zeta that were the ones to be able to secure it in the end. That first game going the way of Fantasy though did keep me on my toes. The MVP, as voted over at event.brawlstars.com, will be Meow. I think very deserving of it.
I think so too. He played very, very well. And to be honest, every player we're looking at here, all 6 played very, very well throughout this one. But clearly, Meow just caught the audience's eye that little bit more. And I'm sure the 98% of you who voted for Zeta Division will be very, very pleased that they did manage to win and not get reverse swept there.
Yeah, 98% of people getting bling as well, by I tell you, Ad, and that is a great reward to be able to add to that track. Make sure that you head over there, place your predictions for the next match, or if you're already like me, getting there early with everything, locking it down, giving yourselves those best opportunities to get that all-exclusive BSC.
स्विच पे भी बैन होता है क्या यस होता है
Over there.
पोल मिस्ड है तो क्या हुआ
Predictions.
340 हैं
Oh, we're so good, right? I
और
think
अभी मैं तुमको बताऊं मैच ही कितने हैं टोटल 1 2 3 4 5 5 मैच बाकी हैं भाई
Yeah, I mean, see, I think you would maybe not to call people stupid, but you'd have been stupid not to vote for Zeta in that one. I think even if AOF came out on top, I'd still have called you stupid not to vote for Zeta for the first one. But getting into this next matchup, Humble versus One Trick Ponies, Tomzy, Cyclone, and Lukey versus Gas, Filippo, and Lars. Who you got coming out on top of this one, Huck?
Well, this is where we separate. This is the first match of the day, which is going to determine who gets the lead here. I think it might be you.
अंबा
I'll explain as we go. Humble, of course, Tomzy, Cyclone, and Lukey. You may be a bit confused, but this is the former Dogster Lobster roster. They were signed up by Humble, and they've been doing very, very good ever since then. It does feel like they've got that kind of orc buff on their favor here, getting some great results, especially over at the Snapdragon Pro Series in the Cup stages. Humble getting 2 grand final wins, actually. And one of them actually was against this very team, and that might be enough to give them the edge. They have to prove themselves on the scoreboards to be able to do so. Great qualifying stages as well. They're looking very, very good. Every now and again, bringing in KC as well for some of those cup qualifiers. But nonetheless, a very aggressive team. Been very consistent as well for the most part. Last year wasn't quite their year. This year, it could well be.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they have what it takes to get to the LCQ, to get to Worlds this year, and they're looking very, very good. Gas, Filippo, and Lars looking good as well. I'd say I don't think they look as good as Humble are at the moment, but they must have done something to catch your eye, because I believe you did predict One Trick Ponies over Humble. I will say they're a very, very good team. They've got such recognizable names.
ओटीपी वन टाइम में बाकी सब मैच हारेगा बात तो सही है
And
अरे ये किसका बच्चा खो गया
some good results.
So here's my thought process. In the qualifiers, they looked very, very strong. I'm a bit concerned because it has been a while for them.
पेंटर भाई इनकी दीवार पे पेंट कर दो
Into the BSC, and it didn't quite end in the way that Lars would have liked to last year. And Lars has always been like the kind of front man of this squad. It's obviously a very different roster.
की दीवार पे पेंट करके आइए आप
I just have a feeling, there's a lot of people rooting for this team, a great fan following, and that could well be enough. I feel like, going through those qualifying stages, making their way here, actually, it feels to me like when Lars is not with an organization is when actually that squad do and gain the best results. So they kind of seem to struggle a bit with that pressure, and this could be one of those days where they haven't really got the most amount of pressure on their shoulders. They're not necessarily up against a Zeta or a Reply Totem. I think it's a relatively even matchup on paper, so anyone here could come out on top for me.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be either team's big break. One Trick Ponies desperately need points. Humble, they're still in a decent spot, but they also need points to get further up those leaderboards. You're never safe in the Brawl Stars Championship, especially in EMEA as well. So both of these teams massively need this win. One Trick Ponies to start their journey through the leaderboards, and Humble to start rising up it.
Yeah, and there's a big sort of mismatch when it comes to the rosters here as well. So Ziaku played a lot with Dogs to Lobster back in the day, and which is this former squad here. I think as well, Cyclone played a lot with Lars as well. So they're going to have a bit of an insight when it comes to the mind games, when it comes to the drafts, where people feel most comfortable when it comes to the brawler pick.
विवेक on water इधर आ चुके हैं.
Even here, I feel like obviously those early outset moments, getting that first set gives you a lot of.
आप वाटर में आ चुके हैं, कीचड़ में कब आने वाले हैं जरूर बताइएगा. आज माइनक्राफ्ट होबे कि ना होबे. माइनक्राफ्ट सर्वर ऑन होबे, तुम लोग खेलबे, हम लोग ये देखबे, मजे ही मजे करबे.
A lot of them come into the forefront in the BSC because so much has changed over the months now. So if you're just joining the stream,
रात में माइनक्राफ्ट होबे प्लस ब्रॉल स्टार्स का ब्रॉल टॉक भी होबे, मजे ही मजा होबे. 8:30 बजे ब्रॉल टॉक होबे.
for this series, Shooting Star is the map, Bounty is the mode.
I'll say the predictions are better than the last, and they came a 3-1. So, you know, even if you're part of the 26%, don't count yourselves out just yet. We're into Shooting Star.
RT.
First pick, we'll get into the bands in just a second, but RT.
पीछे 1080 से कम क्वालिटी है, नहीं तो YT और आ गया. अच्छा अच्छा, बढ़िया काम किया.
Nanny is the first pick, that little bit better. Bands of Bonnie, Gene.
स्विच में ऐसा है कि जिस क्वालिटी पे स्ट्रीम हो रही है उसी क्वालिटी पे व्यूअर देख पाएगा.
Then we got Grom, Max, and Tick on the other side. What do you make of this draft, sir?
मुझे टेलीपोर्ट कर दो, मैं थोड़ी अंदर खेल रहा हूँ भाई. कहाँ से टेलीपोर्ट कर दें?
Still has a lot of ability to be countered. If Humble are bold enough, and they have proved to be bold enough in the past to go with like Mortis ideas here, but that third and final pick to One Trick Ponies still going to be very much there to be able to counter those ideas. Gus playing it safe in the mid, very nice for me.
Gus
Still going over to anyone of their choosing can put a lot of pressure. Gas or whoever is playing that Nanny pick on the
hard,
and the card.
hard.
Gus shield too, isn't it? Really, the flying hook. So far, I actually prefer the Humble comp big time, but this third pick from One Trick Ponies might be something to be able to blend this whole thing together.
Yeah, we'll see what they do choose to go for. I don't mind the One Trick Ponies comp whatsoever so far. Obviously, Humble with this aggressive Carl, flying hook in, you can pretty much clean up the Sprout instantly if he steps the tiniest amount out of position. So it's a great thing to have.
आज तो Brawl talk है क्या? Yes, Brawl talk at 8:30. 8:30.
To the table, but if they step the
8:30 PM को Brawl talk.
I mean, for me, I never need an excuse to play Piper here, but I do feel like it could be troublesome, actually. Carl is going to be able to go in super aggressive on it. I just hope that those shots do land. Historically, One Trick Ponies have been good with the Pipers. Normally Lars on it, but it could be anyone, to be fair, today. But I think that the Humble Cup is just a safer pair of hands, you know, able to push forwards, have its moments of aggression, play the game at closer quarters. Felipe's going to get those early abilities to jump away from the situation. For sure, Tomsy full HP, but Cyclone did pick some early taps here. Let's see who's the early advantage going in.
Yeah, well, obviously that blue star goes the way of the Carl. You kind of expect that to be the way that it is, but on the lanes so far, it seems like Gas and Filippo are dominating. Lars got his wall now as well, going to place over the left-hand side. He's going to rotate over there as well, which is a smart decision, but Humble just backing up so far, and again, they're going to get to a point where they just can't back up anymore.
Oh, boom. They got the kill.
Just there. But I don't mind.
Now they can go back.
In the aggressive position, they want to be going aggressive and not playing defensive.
Coming in. Coming back around, finds Lukey, and he is low, but is the support network there from Cyclone?
GG's.
Seems to be for the most part, but nonetheless, Lukey will go down. Oh, Cyclone. Oh, what a juke. He survives on, but Filippo will seal it. Very, very back and forth, but One Trick Ponies for me, so far just seems to be tying up the loose ends more often than not.
There goes the super though. Not going to hit the infinite set from break up some of Lars's walls. Not sure what Gas was trying to achieve there. Just breaking up Sprout's walls is not a good thing to do. And we still got a flying
2 points difference.
one left, and that's going to be
Oh, bhai sahab.
reserved for those closing seconds. Filippo uses another homemade recipe there. No connections from it. It did go towards Tomsy instead of Lukey, which was his prime target. Obviously, this wall's going to do a lot, but he's still got his flying hook. He can get across if he sees the opportunity.
और बताइए और
To Luke just to ensure that he stays back, but I like the aggression coming in here from Humble. Filippo's got the ability to jump away here, but it's the left hand
GG's
going in and does
7-7,
Blue Star.
but they don't have blue stars.
Huge gadget onto Cyclone will allow then Lars to push forwards, but he actually breaks his own wall, and the shield comes in. Lars is going
GG's. Oh, again, no blue star,
there, but the Blue Star
and they lost the match. OTP win the first one,
Tomsy secure it towards the end.
but this is not a set point. Still, they need one more match
Over the right, but
to win the set.
and it was in favour of One Trick Ponies. Humble just not off to the best of starts. It seemed like Cyclone was doing so much, but his teammates weren't finding the same results.
Early flying hook from there from Cyclone. Gets the Blue Star safe and sound, but he did take a lot of shots last game by doing so, and slightly less this time round. Keeps One Trick Ponies more to the back lines now. Trying to defend this. A big tap from Filippo on the left, and Tomsy keeps him low. This early start with both teams looking to get that utility. Obviously, Filippo does need to have super to hand more so than not, as Lars does.
Boom and oh,
Oh my word!
wow.
To dodge the gadget there from Filippo. Oh my word! Now the people coming in much to the kill. Tomsy tanks it. They're not out of the woods yet. Another big tap from Filippo as well, and everyone's still struggling for Humble.
Couldn't get the gadget off in time either, and I don't think it would have killed Filippo anyway. But Cyclone going up the map, trying to get something to happen. Doesn't want to go alone though. Needs to wait.
Good use of Sprout there.
Bring it back.
अरावना सब लोग खेल रहे हैं तो खेलो ना भाई.
Here as they get the flying hook and super onto
Brawl Stars और Mobile Legends
also
और कुछ नहीं खेलता.
as well, so they can pick
हाँ, बढ़िया भाई.
go for gas and try open something up. Lukey over aggressing yet again, and you got a question.
इसको जो खेलना हो तो वही खेलेगा.
And they got to push into all this range.
It's really bad timing on their part. This really should have been the strategy in the first game to learn from going into the second. People coming in will get double value actually, and the return to center from Gas was timed perfectly. Lukey now is in a bit of a pot spot. He does have the shield to hand, but look at that. He's forced it out, and that would have been better served going over to Cyclone. Later on in the game, another return to center. Gas is on fire on this right-hand side lane.
It really is wonderful stuff, and Lukey not able to get so much done. It seems he's over aggressing that. Cyclone's gonna
And he's gone.
says no, and
Boom.
get the kill here as well. Does
Good use of Sprout there.
seconds. Does
Have to say that thing.
Never mind getting the rest of the kills. Another one for Lars as well. 6 over.
And boom.
One Trick Ponies.
Easy peasy. Very huge lead.
That wasn't a set win. That was
Impossible.
a for One Trick.
Hey.
Come out absolutely swinging. I mean, I voted for them over at event.brawlstyles.com, right? So I'm going to be biased throughout. You guys went with Humble. I've got to have my moments to rub it in, right? But it is the first set. It's still early days. But it's going to be a testament now to Humble as to how they recovered from that, because they didn't really learn from the situation. They just kind of kept throwing their bodies towards it. And you can't do that in a game mode like Bounty.
थाउजेंड जीता ब्रॉल स्टार्स में कस्टम खेल के बढ़िया भाई.
One set down already. But they are an aggressive team. You've got to give them that, and more often than not, that is what gets them wins. Here, there's a bit overly so. This was very
हेलो मोर्टल. हाय. हेलो देयर व्हाट्सएप.
regardless.
क्या हाल भाई? बढ़िया है.
It did get a little bit.
आप बताओ क्या चल लिया है.
Second game though, Trav, much more the way of One Trick Ponies. Very, very much in their favor, I felt personally.
Which EMA team is playing in their first monthly finals of 2023? I haven't heard about One Trick Ponies.
Thoroughly deserved win for One Trick Ponies there. My predictions, for the sake of my predictions, if Humble
And that's the correct
get it right, they don't
One Trick Ponies OTP.
play better. And in
Literally OTP has Lars and guess who have 350 level.
you see, he got 3 kills, but across the board for One Trick Ponies, 4-4 and 4
But in the end, it's all about the
for Tomsy and
team effort, not the solo one.
ranged or just losing composure.
Look at the stats. I mean,
कुछ नहीं, आज मेरे फैंग 996 से 847 टिल्ट हुआ.
the board.
Wow, very dangerous.
Cyclone did what he could with the more aggressive of the brawlers, but I mean, One Trick Ponies really did pull their weight. We are hearing as well that Lars is going to be subbing out for Zyaku. And I think it's a great time to do that, you know, give everyone their moment in the monthly finals. They had a great start. They can afford a little
absolutely not a great time to do that.
bit. No,
Destroyed it. Why are they making a substitution?
I mean, it's early days for them in the monthly finals. I think it's a good time to kind of trial out who's working in terms of the rosters. If they fall back a set, they've got a bit of time to be able to reach
One Trick Pony is a very strong team.
ability.
Okay, let's see.
And the question for me
और बताइए
the game mode, the drop,
क्या बताना है.
all the players, and I guess we'll find out.
Well, we got Crow as the first pick.
मैं लिटरली एक गेम था, शैली खराब
And Stu.
कर दिया.
Gus and
Hmm.
expands on the other side from Humble. We'll see what they
इतना
do.
कितना टिल्ट होते हुए चले ही चले गए भाई, चले ही गए, इतने नीचे चले गए. 100 से भी ज्यादा नीचे चले गए, 150 चले गए नीचे.
Brawl ball, completely different map.
149.
Ruff's going to be a return pick from Humble.
I have 385 points right now. Wow,
Safe and secure.
very dangerous.
We are seeing a great amount of variety when it comes to the brawlers being banned, which I think reflects a lot of how the meta is shaping up to be so far. Much more of a balanced place, especially since we had a lot of the heavy hitters really knocked down a size. Shelly still needs to be knocked down.
10 votes, 5%, 5 votes for Humble and 5 votes for one
Gonna come in for the first
time Ponies. क्या बात, बहुत बढ़िया.
finally.
Now Antume should drop a like as well.
As it dropped
Don't just vote there. Do drop a like as well.
for me. A lot of mid choice.
Secondly, most important thing, from 1st of July, our giveaway format is gonna be changing. It's gonna be monthly, not it's gonna be a daily giveaway now. That means daily top 3 winners gonna get rupees 10 10 10. Like first one gonna get 10 rupees, second gonna get the 10 rupees, and third gonna get the 10 rupees as well. So before the prize pool was for rupees 450, now it is just jumped to 900 for now, and each and every person daily gets the chance to get the 10 rupees. Only one person gonna get the 10 rupees only. So the highest you can get for the one ID is 300 rupees. In total 900 rupees. Previously it was 450, like 300 for the first person, 150 for the second, and the 100 for the third one.
Turn 4Ms.
But now you don't have to wait for whole month, or you don't need to participate each and every day.
Like it, obviously, you
Even if you can get the prize money, even if you are free on just a single day, like if you are free on Sunday, that day you can compete for the giveaway, daily giveaway, and definitely gonna get the prize money for that day.
be a really, really good pick.
So if you wanna participate, it's gonna be
It's really niche.
clicking on with the 1st of
Crystal Arcade.
July.
It does really prove worthy of
क्या भाई, इनकम बढ़ गया क्या? ना भाई, फॉर्मेट चेंज कर दिया गिव अवे का.
the same as it was back in the day.
वैसे मैं बता दूं, इससे पहले हम गिव अवे करते थे 3000 पर मंथ का. इनकम इतनी ज्यादा गिर गई है कि अब 900 रुपए का गिव अवे हो रहा है,
Kind of roll.
क्योंकि तुम लोग लाइक नहीं करते, सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते.
It means you've really got to take it seriously and just play it safe. This double push on the left hand side here, and exactly who will go down. Cyclone survives on, but just enough for Olivia to get the kill here. And now potentially could be turned to Lukey. Two gems sit in the mid. They should be going into the hands of One Trick Ponies now. Amplified shots won't connect from Lukey either, so bit of a saving grace as we're all tied up here.
Yeah, Cyclone with this power up though, going to be able to 3-shot gas, I believe it is, if he connects all those shots. So definitely a little bit of something that Gas has to be cautious about. And same with Luke, obviously, be able to 2-tap Filippo if he gets the first and follows up with that.
ओ भाई साहब,
A little bit of a heal in there. And Tomsy just keeping control of this because Jaku doesn't want to feed Super. He's going to get one of his own. The slow comes through. And even with that, Tomsy can't aggress.
Cyclone survives on there with 10 HP. That's everyone on the right hand side there. Filippo and Zeka going in for Tomsy. Now thinking better of it and trying to evade these shots from Luke into mid. I don't know where that one was going, but I guess he wasn't too sure that someone might be lurking in the bush. Yeah, that's some.
ओह 80 health bro.
Zeka clears to the right hand side now. A lot of pressure on Lukey to hold onto these gems in the mid.
Yeah, it's got to be Lukey really who's going to do anything here, you know. Needs to connect a couple of shots onto Filippo, shake One Trick Ponies up a bit, otherwise this could be going quite bad. We need a break from Cyclone here as well. Needs to get rid of these walls and just follow with a few shots on Jaku. I don't know why he's not just throwing the super out and breaking the side. There it is now, eventually getting rid of it. And he actually goes down. He was behind a wall and still Jaku found the angle.
beautiful stuff, honestly, and I love the way that Felipe is utilizing the speed of the crow pick to really evade these shots from Luki, who
Come on, bro.
got to start landing shots. Great slowing toxin there from Filippo as well. Keeps Luki at bay. 10 gems go into the pocket. The one-trick ponies. The reset is going to be here, and Luki and Cyclone have got to find this out.
And it might be there as well. They've got the slowdown, but here comes Gas. That's a wonderful super out spawn from him. The shots are coming through.
What, bro? What the heck?
Gas surely going to be able to get out of this.
Nope. Not the clutch.
Picks up all the rest of the gems, and that is 16. All they need to do now is just defend once again.
A little shot there from Zach and say, good job, mate. You got us out of that hole.
हमारा भी बढ़ गया इनकम एवरी मंथ 40,000 रुपये मिला है. क्या बात है लाओ 2 रुपया दो.
Doesn't hesitate.
उसका 40,000 का भैया 39.9999 तो बनता है मेरा भाई साहब.
Not going for a gentle trot through the woods today, Trav. They're going for a gallop.
That was really nice from them, I will say. You know, they just seemed in control the entire time. They struggled until Ems found the Sandy. Just needed a little bit of help from the teammates. Got him quite low, and then he could just push aggressive. And we saw, I believe, maybe one or two sandstorms, and one of them was in a completely useless spot towards the end there. Tomsy really not starting the best, and he's going to die here, surely, maybe. Oh, actually, he gets the stun off. Sweet Dreams sends...
नहीं दूंगा.
Picks up the kill, and that's what Humble need. They need these good starts, and with 2 of them down...
भाई क्या है ये?
This is perfect.
It's much better. We have seen Humble struggle to maintain these kinds of positions of power. Luki now, though, starting to hit. And
भाई इसने लिटरली सैंडी लिया है, लेकिन सैंडी तो सुपर ही चार्ज नहीं होगा तो क्या काम का.
But it is 3 gems now to the 3 of one-trick ponies, but the positioning power, of course, very much more so. Oh, great.
अरे भाई क्या सैंडी है ये.
Gas goes in, gets the takedown, and now pressure back onto Luki. Tomsy trying to alleviate something on this right-hand side here, but he's got a tall order there as Yaku really just keeping him at bay.
It's going to be a tough reclaim for Cyclone, but there's the super. That's what they needed in the previous one. Tomsy uses it, and they get some good pushback here as well, but Gas going aggressive. Might be able to get the kill, but it's actually Cyclone who comes out on top of that matchup. Luki got the power up now as well, being provided to him by Cyclone. I think the last is down behind that wall as well, and 7 gems. This is where Humble need to be.
Yeah, Luki is now so dangerous with that additional buff from the roughs. Gasto is still surviving.
GG's.
Cyclone no finally says no, and Felipe
GG's.
he will go down, and that's surely going to be a countdown for Humble, and the first side's the
अबे उसको उठाने दे पागल इंसान. क्या है ये? कौन है टॉमजी? बेवकूफ इंसान. भाई उस जेम नहीं उठाने दिया, उसने 3 जेम उठा लिए. क्या बंदा है ये?
Filippo needs a jump. He needs something, but they're not going to get it. 2 seconds and 1. Humble take the win, and this is the first.
ए भाई ऐसी टीम हो तो ना ही खेले भाई सच्चा तो.
So, and this length massively opens up.
ओपी बोलते हैं चड्डी खेलोगे. चड्डी खेलोगे.
Cyclone
वाह.
keeping their range perfectly at bay. Nothing that one trick.
अरे भाई बोलो गया था रिक्वेस्ट नहीं ली उन्होंने. बढ़िया काम किया.
It was my word. Let's see now. We'll come out on top because it's suddenly got a little bit closer together as Humble find their rhythm a bit more.
अरे भाई क्या है ये? एक बंदे से 2 लोग लड़ रहे हैं. वाह.
Throws down the honey molasses, gets the takedown. Felipe now out of position has got to rethink this.
It does have 4 gems though, so it's a better start for one-trick ponies in terms of actually gems rather than getting the kills. But they have still got one side as well, so it's not the worst thing. You see Cyclone moving over though, and Giacu's just eating all that. Gets super off as well.
Oh, very low.
Surviving
Very low.
dodging some of these Luki shots, and I feel like he just hasn't been connecting enough of those, especially those 3Ks.
उसको दे, B को दे.
But now with the Sweet Dream stun, he's now in a perilous position. Finally, the pickup is there, but it wasn't as clean as we saw previous to that. Great turn up there in terms of the gems.
Oh, connected.
Now in favor of Humble. But Luki is still the problem for me. They haven't quite really been able to push.
भाई सैंडी तो कुछ काम का ही नहीं है. सैंडी तो पिटे ही जा रहा है बस.
Are starting to get a bit more warmed up as we saw in the first game. A couple of missed ones, but now causing much more of a problem. Deck is still suppressing so much on his left-hand side, but his health is low. He's got to start to heal up, and he is doing so now, keeping his range just perfectly there. But now, Cyclone's found him.
Yeah, needed maybe to juke a little bit better there and gets hit hard again. Does have super though. Gets taken down instantly. Super from Tomsy, really nice stuff from him. Available as well.
Come on, 8.
Now they've got 8 gems.
9 gems now.
A big amount of control.
Yeah, they're very
1 gem और 1 gem. एक जेम,
The problem, Zeki might even pop super just to
उसकी हेल्प कर बे, एक जेम.
double value for his time. He's struggling so much against Tomsy, and he's got the range advantage. There he is going to do it. I think it's the right play, but
Bro,
it's too little too late.
इतना स्लो डाउन के बाद भी उसको अटैक नहीं कर पाया. क्या कर रहा है? ये क्या भी है भाई?
Time to do so. Great tackling from Lukey as they fight back. Gas has got to come in and get out of this position, but even if he does, the gems, the countdown, all with Humble.
Nice one.
Really nice comeback then from Humble after that first game. Difficult stuff.
Dodging B is pretty easy.
5 seconds.
मैं तो जब शादी करूं दहेज में साली मांग लूंगा. वाह वाह वाह.
That's eventually going to use a
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
should have used way earlier on in the game just to
Finally it's gonna be
use it in those last closing seconds.
tie
Humble even
between both the teams.
You got to hand it to Humble. You know,
भाई और अंधेरे में बैठ जाता, बिल्कुल गुफा में घुस जाता. लाइट नहीं जलाना है भाई को, पूरा गुफा में बैठा हुआ है.
a great reason why we saw that kind of comeback potential for Humble was because he started to absolutely tap it up and cause the problem that one trick ponies never really resolved that. They never really, at the very beginning they were utilizing a lot of that crow speed to maneuver around it, but they never really put Luke in a tougher spot where they could not get out of. And more often than not, Humble able to recollect, return the favor. We are all tied up now. I'm pleased to see it. I love close matches, and we always seem to receive them in the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, although, I think it was Filippo was picking up the gems on Crow, I'm intrigued to see how much DPS he's going to have. Because honestly, did he even have one super? Because I didn't see him jump anywhere at this point. DPS 48, yeah, that's what I thought it was going to be, something like that, because he really didn't do too much whatsoever. He can pick up the gems all he wants, but if he can't hit the mid, he needs to be pinching, and we didn't see a lot of that either, I don't feel.
सर्वर ऑन है, देख लेते हैं. नो आइडिया. बताओ, आज तक किसी ने नहीं मांगा होगा ये. कौन ने कह दिया? सब हो चुका है इस दुनिया में.
Flaring Phoenix up next for Knockout, being of course the game mode. A tough map, I would say, actually, when it comes to Knockout. That mid area and also the ability to get flanked around the left or right hand sides can prove a big problem here. I want to see a Shelly ban every single map today, and I think today should prove no different. There it is on the hard side of Humble. Body and Daryl to add to that. Tick, Gene and Grom by One Trick Ponies. And again, another instance of having a great variety of bans. No duplicates here.
Yeah, nice stuff. RT is going to be the first pick from Humble. I like it. We saw it in that first. It didn't work out for them. They're going to try it again on a bit of a different map. Flaring Phoenix. It is a much better pick in this one, I would say, because, those closing seconds where you're being pushed in, you can just drop your legs and get so much damage down, and even not, you're able to play at the range as well. So I think it's a very smart pick coming out of Humble here. One True Ponies are going to have to answer to it.
साली से अच्छा वेबसाइट से कोई माल खरीद लेता है. यस, बात तो सही है.
For sure, both sides really favouring that pick, and we have seen Carl rise through a little bit more now since the most recent balance changes. Kind of fell off a little bit now, but finding his place. Barley coming in and Gus. Barley's very much favoured here as well, actually, a lot of the time.
मैंने एक घर बना दिया अपना सर्वर में. बढ़िया भाई.
Eradicate some of that control or bring in some of their own.
And server is starting in 1 minute.
Kind of advantage. Aggression, I think, is needed though. You got to have something to add to the mix. Long range in the mid is one thing, but sometimes having that ability to push forwards on a map like Flaring Phoenix does help out a lot. Brock is available. Sprout will come in for that reason. I love that from them. I like to see the follow-up though as well, to have something more range to add to that RT, but Sprout is going to do a pretty decent matchup now. Gray going to come in like that a lot from Humble.
Yeah, Gray doing his little happy dance after being selected there. Love to see it, and I kind of like the pick as well. He's little TP in, little pull through some of these walls, put them in unfavorable situations. It's a great pick in my eyes if you pick those circumstances right, and if you set up a good TP as well.
फालतू में शादी कौन करेगा? सर्वर इज ऑन नाउ. जाओ सर्वर पे, जिसको खेलना है खेल लो.
Even if you don't get the kills,
सर्वर इज ऑन. सर्वर.
One True Ponies obviously have this last pick. Then we'll see what they do select. 5 seconds left for them to grab something, and I think it's got to be kind of long range, right? It's going to be with a penny, bit of mid range, but the more stuff's going to be able to help out massively. Salty Barrel to tank a lot, and obviously Salty Barrel's good in those closing seconds too.
Yeah, Penny received a little bit of a knockback nerf to her Salty Barrel, but it's still so viable, and she's got so much utility. So much knockback potential, control potential. There's a great deal to her kit, and it goes a long way. I think I do prefer the Humble comp here, to be honest. I mean, that mid is going to be won more often than not by the RT. Gus will have its moments for sure. Of course, the Cookie Popper gadget, always going to be a great thing to have on the side of one-trick ponies, to be able to just gain that low HP moment and then just press.
Let's go.
It does the job. Let's see, though, who will get the early sign of aggression, who wants to go for the more controlled-based game. Lukey is a real threat on this Grey, though, I've got to say. And I just hope that for one-trick ponies, they're ready for those teleportation moments.
Yeah, well, we know he can't TP any other members of his team now, which would be maybe still a little bit too broken if they hadn't reverted that change. Lukey just playing through this mid, wants to try to get some super, but Tomsy keeping him back so much, and Filippo doing more of the same over the that right-hand side. Choosing not to move up to this wall because obviously they can pull through it, and there you go. A little bit of wall break, not massive amounts, but Penny splash through. Really nice down there for, well, not for Lukey and Cyclone, but very good for Xiaogu.
No? He can't teleport the team members?
Gas will be coming in relatively soon, and
ये तो नहीं पता था मैं.
not the Sprout, I would imagine, but Tomsy hasn't got super yet. Needs to be able to obtain it quickly, as now the Penny turret goes down. It's going to force the hand a little bit more as to where Humble can realistically go. Great wall there from Tomsy, right in the nick of time. Gas now, as well as the amplified connection from the RT. Going to be struggling here, but big shots from Filippo onto Luke.
GG's.
Yaku, it's 2 versus 2 now.
Come on.
All Tomsy all on his own. It's just surely go down here, yeah, and he will. One-trick ponies show the first sign of life here in the set. They've got to start because they were down in the previous set.
Yeah, I mean, we needed that Grey shot to hit for any chance of a Humble win there. Lukey missed a valuable shot, and it did not pay off well for them. Wall going to come down, not blocking all of it off, but has broken up that grass, stopping them from navigating through undetected. But Tomsy just going to reclaim that wall with the gadget and have it for a later time. Gas now, just looking for some shots through. Can't really find too much, as he's just going to place a wall if he feels in danger. And that right-hand side has definitely opened up quite a lot more than it had previously, and that's not good for Filippo.
The turret available now for one-trick ponies, and Zeka's going to hold on to it. I actually don't mind that. Ultimately, they can just wait the clock down. They've already proven that these overtime stages kind of tends to favor them.
वो भी बोलते चड्डी खोलते. खोलो खोलो चड्डी खोलो और झुक जाओ.
Start to try to push forwards, be a bit more aggressive now. As finally the utility goes down. Good timing for it. Zeku, though, is incredibly low here. Healing tonic coming out for that reason from Filippo. Gets him quickly back into the mix, but I'm liking the way the Humble are approaching this. Walking King won't connect, though, from Lukey. That could prove costly. Tomsy low here as well. Lukey now starting to tremble. Oh my god, Lukey goes in! 1 tap, 2 tap, and Zeku's the 3rd! Oh my word, Humble! What great turnaround there!
GG's. Tiebreaker.
2 kills, the gas finished off the 3rd, but just his presence scared him into the gas, and that's a wonderful play from Lukey. From going to possibly costing that first round with not getting that connecting hit, to winning the second pretty much alone is such a big turnaround. That's what we like to see from Lukey. Shouldn't be too far off another super, bear in mind as well, because he connected a few shots after TPing.
I say knockout is certainly Grey's best game mode. We don't really tend to see Grey elsewhere. I mean, I'd like to see him sort of come a bit more into Brawl Ball again as he once was, but it's such a great mechanic to see there. I could use a little bit of buff in that respect, but knockout, time and time again, able to help out. Sometimes a little bit in a hot zone, but Lukey playing a fantastic game nonetheless. As this wall now is really separating what Gas and Zeku could do on the top left-hand side. Tomsy doing great for that reason. Now the Gas comes.
Oh, very low.
Taps. That didn't quite land, but it's allowing Zeku to actually heal, and that's deflated so much. What great jukes from Zeku.
भाई
Lovely stuff. Tomsy being pushed.
क्या बंदा है भाई.
Great play from him, and finds another as well. Lukey the only one remaining.
ए,
3
एक भी कनेक्ट नहीं उसका स्प्रूट का शॉट. लेते क्यों है लोग स्प्रूट?
away from death. Realistically there, he should have gone down, and that should have been a humble round for me. But the ability to juke his way forwards, get the takedown once, then follow up with a second, it pretty much secured the round. And that is a game then going their way. Great stuff from one-trick ponies, but we have some resolve from Humble before. We got a very convincing round previous to this one, so can they do the same again? As Lukey trying to find the connections, does find one to Zeku, Gasto, keeping his distance. Oh, Walking Cane almost left Filippo in a tough spot there, but they won't do much more than trickle down the HP, as now his teammates come in to help.
Yeah, need to make something more happen. Cyclone's just taking so many hits and having to back off. But now Jaku's doing the same again. Tomsy all alone, not going to be able to get HP back from the grass either, because he's going to be recycling super instead. We can't find the last shot. Chooses not to go any further up, as he would have been a little bit out of position. But in my eyes, I don't think he was in too much danger.
Yeah, I think he could have maybe committed a bit more. Difficult to say for sure, but it's a great wall from Tomsy. It just eradicates so much. You can see the crossover far better now as well. So less place to hide. Covers a great amount of area as well. Very pulled over the turret, exposing it. But look at the positioning here. It's very much in One Trick Pony's favor here. Walking came from Luki though. Down there goes Yaku. It's a 2 versus 1.
Bro,
Gas shot,
what the waste.
but only just. It was the shots from his teammates prior to that which really helped out considerably so. But ultimately, if you're the last person standing, you're the MVP of the round as far as I'm concerned.
It's such a close matchup. Shaku's marked there from Cyclone as well. Dangerous stuff from him, but did survive nonetheless. This is surely going to be a humble win. They need something out of it. Have the wall, have the legs from Cyclone as well. But he's getting tapped so hard.
ये लोग वॉल
Again,
ये लोग अटैक ही नहीं करते हैं, सुपर घर लेके जाते हैं लोग.
And you were saying, Trav, going into the last set, that maybe wasn't a good thing to bring in Zyaku. I think this was a great time to have Zyaku for me right now. Didn't quite necessarily bring in the results in the previous set, but right now it's absolutely hard carrying One Trick Ponies as far as I'm concerned. Another big wall there from Tomsy. Now is the time to push for Humble and try to land some of these shots, get that early advantage. And Luki's doing that onto Gas. He's got super as well to go in, but the Gas shield's going to be a little bit of a problem there for him. Much prefer the matchup with Filippo, which Tomsy has at the moment, and he's landing one shot, but no more than that. Now, the time is for Humble.
What the heck, bro?
Not all. Tomsy's there. TP comes in from Luki. Great shot from Tomsy though. Can he find more? Well, he's there to finish.
Nah.
And One Trick Pony
अभी स्पोर्ट्स में जाओ.
themselves up.
हाँ, टीम नहीं मेरे पास, पैसा नहीं मेरे पास,
You mean your predictions are a risk?
लाइक भी नहीं करता यार.
It's more important than my predictions.
मत रहो बेटा, मत रहो, तुम्हारी टीम ही नल्ली है.
Okay. But this could very much be, in all seriousness, a match which goes the whole distance. You know, I feel like it's very, very close. I feel like actually it's coming down to like just simply the game modes of which kind of favor each of these two teams. Gem Grab was very much Humbles after they started to get into the swing of things. Question is now, have they taken a bit too much of a knock actually from knockout? Because they just didn't quite see themselves in the later stages. They struggled against the Gas.
लाइक कर दिया.
It would have been better for them to go
एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर. क्या टीम है भाई ये?
these lanes. And you see him there just absolutely clapping, let's be honest. It's time still for Humble. They've got, in my opinion, more experience actually now when it comes to monthly finals.
सुपर यूज नहीं करते भाई. आरटी की रेंज में सब कुछ है, लेकिन नहीं, और उसको करना ही नहीं है भाई. घर लेके जाएंगे लोग सुपर, इसका भी अचार बनाएंगे. क्या बनने है भाई? गोलो अल्ट्रा लाइक कर दूं क्या? क्यों भाई?
And they're not
ऐसा क्या अल्ट्रा लाइक कर दोगे तो?
the story, let's be honest. I mean, Humble
तुम 1 मिलियन व्यूज लेके आओ, लाइक से कछु नहीं होता. व्यूज तो पैसे आते हैं भाई.
I mean, what do you make of that?
अपने को चाहिए बूज, बूज से बूज.
Statistics.
1 मिलियन व्यूज आना चाहिए पर वीडियो, तब तो पैसा आएगा.
Pick the right times to get
तब तो पैसा आएगा, पैसा.
Humble just not considering
पैसा नहीं आएगा तो किस चीज का भाई? लाइक्स का क्या करेंगे? अचार थोड़ी डालेंगे भैया.
the statement. But Jaku's going to be subbing back.
बूज लेके आओ, बूज.
Which I
फिर दोनों मिलके बूज करेंगे.
as I said previously,
बोलेंगे बूस्ट इज द सीक्रेट ऑफ माय एनर्जी.
so they can just kind of cycle through players whilst they're going through the motions of winning sets, and it keeps everyone.
मैच पॉइंट फॉर
You know, we get to look back at their.
ओटीपी.
It gives them their chance to shine. I think that teams that kind of suppress a player when it comes to the roster, those 4-man rosters, it doesn't tend to do much more than kind of overall harm of the grand scheme of things. So I like this from One Trick Ponies, taking the chance, and they already, you know, dropped that 7 they did it previously, but then they bounced back. So they've got that to their advantage, and they've also got Shelly to their advantage now, which wasn't banned for some unknown reason here. I think this is a great starting hand for One Trick Ponies. To be response here from Humble comes in, and that did give them some great results, let's be honest, in Gem Grab. As being Gene, Artie, and Gus, on the other side of things, Stu, Crow, and Max for One Trick Ponies.
Yeah, and you know, I don't mind the Shelly pick. I don't think it's as good as it would be on pretty much a a lot of other maps. Obviously, still does have that clay pigeon. Very, very good still. Still very fast. But Shell Shock got nerfed so heavily. And that was a big thing here. That's how you get the connections with this clay pigeon. And I think maybe that will drag it down a little bit more. But the speed should be able to help avoid some shots. Meg, however, going to be quite hard to miss shots with Meg. But B, if you get the slows, they're going to be connecting shots.
I'm with you. I agree with you. You're absolutely factually correct, Trav, as always. But was it the right nerf for Shelly? I'm not convinced. I feel like the speed is where she really still thrives. And even in Backyard Bowl, which is such an open-spaced map, let's be honest, in the previous balancing of Shelly, she would never really be able to hold a candle to this kind of map. Mr. P coming in as well. I love it. Out there ideas from Bunch of Ponies. I still think Shelly is going to cause a big problem here, but Humble have got the more traditional ideas. And that is going to be a good thing for them. The concern for me is the Mr. P versus B matchup now, which can deflate a lot of those amplified shots. Penny can come in for control. I don't necessarily mind it. I think that both are going with, very different ideas. Let's be honest. One Trick Ponies, a bit out there, a bit more aggressive. But I think Shelly...
अभी आपको कितना मिलता है वाइटिस इनकम? 100 रुपया, 100 रुपया, डेली का 3 रुपया आता है. कई बार वो 4 रुपए भी हो जाता है, तो ऑन एन एवरेज 100 रुपया मान लो. पहले ज्यादा आता था, लेकिन अभी व्यूज नहीं आते, बूज नहीं आते, तो इसलिए और कम आता है. धन्यवाद. एंड शुरू हो चुका है. आएगी, देखिए.
Not going to be played as that matchup, right? They're going to want it as Penny versus Mr. P. Get the splash through those porters. B versus Bonnie.
अरे भाई कितना खाएगा?
So I don't mind the humble comp here, but Lukey's going to have to start hitting these 3Ks or it's going to go downhill fast.
Oh, nice one.
just keep swapping lanes. But it is Humble right now, which are just holding themselves stubborn, and it's working out well for Lipo though. Holding on to Super here, and I think why is this so? HP was able to just trickle down the clock a bit more to ensure the.
भाई कोई वॉल ब्रेकर नहीं रखा इन लोगों ने. उनने शैली लेके रखी है वॉल ब्रेक करने के लिए. 100 रुपया सच में. हाँ भाई मजाक थोड़ी कर रहे हैं. भाई क्लब में 30 मेंबर हो गए. कौन से क्लब में भाई? फुल टाइम यूट्यूबर हो गया. यस, एकदम फुल टाइम यूट्यूबर जिसको 100 रुपया मिलता है पूरे महीने का फ्रॉम यूट्यूब. अरे
Cyclone might even go all the way to score this now with the respawn of gas, probably not, but he could tank 3 shots off the back of that splash, and you can't really do that now. I think it's the wisest thing. Get him on the right hand side, get him away from Cyclone.
मनु स्ट्रीम कर रहा था. मनु स्ट्रीम कर रहा था किस चीज की? ब्रॉल स्टार्स. वो तो खेलता नहीं है. क्या बोलते अपना? अरे मारे गोल कर, गोल 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 कर, गोल कर. अभी भी उसने थ्रो मारा भाई. सोचो अगर वो वहां आती उसको करा जाती बॉल, ये नल्लापंती की नहीं निकल जाती. अजमी खेल रहा था या ब्रॉल स्टार्स तो करता नहीं आजकल. नाम ही चेंज कर लिया भाई ने तो अब. जा. अरे भाई क्या टाइम पास कर रहे हैं ये लोग. भेलो. अच्छा भेलो खेल रहा. भेलो. भाई क्या निशाना लगाता है बी का.
It's in a good spot, potential for a pass. Everyone's in a good sign of HP for One Trick Ponies. They haven't found a space. Gas.
Okay.
Let's just take down back and forth in the mid. There's no time here, surely for the.
GG's.
No. Humble take it.
That's good from Humble, and it's good for them as well because they needed.
मनु के चैनल की
continue their tournament lives.
का लिंक दे तो पूंगा. पूंगा. वाह पूंगा. नाइस नेम. Punga punga bunga bunga unga punga.
Popping off on that B pinching so well, dealing with his matchup, dealing with his teammates' matchups, and if he continues, I see a set number 5 coming our way.
Big taps from Gas, keep Lukey very
low. Fighting with B continuously is hard. So what? They are getting money for that thing. No matter what, they should get the kill. I don't care.
Previous to this, but Ponies making more opportunities for themselves. If they lose control here,
nah, GG's, bro. Good one.
Always here.
Yeah, well, Tomsy Not able to get too much done, but does get his mech now, and with that, going to shred straight through all these porters, but with them spawning, it's not the best person they want on. They want them towards Cyclone, and that's why they're going for the swap now. Should swap back, to be fair, but not actually going to just yet. Filippo's got his super, might be able to slow down Tomsy and get him out of this mech to start with, but yet again from Cyclone's going to hit gas this time.
Oh bhai, Shelly.
I mean, you're playing against a brawler which can really pack a punch, and you've got sluggish movements.
Nice one.
Left to hand, but as soon as he's gone through that, he's just going to be a sitting duck.
Ah,
There from Luki, keeps Filippo at bay, and now he's really cycling through, but low HP, surviving still despite the porter hit. I mean, Luki's doing great. He really, really is, but there's a potential opportunity here. Gas jumps in.
Oh, he dodged it.
It should have been able to stop that despite the low HP.
हाँ, भाई की पूरी इनकम गिव अवे में चली जाती है.
It was an open
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा ही जाती है भाई. I'm really hoping for some refreshing updates that break the cycle of repetition we have been experiencing season after season. It's crucial for us to have a more distinct and noticeable change that truly brings the excitement of something new. I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. Yeah, I know that the thing you are talking about. Let's keep our fingers crossed for an update that delivers that thrilling sense of novelty we have been waiting for. Yeah.
through the gadget there as well for good measure, but Gas has got to be able
They need a goal. They need a goal. 21 seconds remaining.
down surely. Ball push, potentially Cyclone, who can't really do.
And nope, they're gonna lose this one.
Yeah, Filippo's running Band-Aid, by the way, as well. He's not even got the slow to hand, so clearly feels like that.
And is it a goal? Nope, not a chance.
Position here, can't do much at all. And Electric Ponies now moving on to match point, and I've got to say,
क्या चीज का गिव अवे कर रहे हैं उल्ली भाई? बताया तो.
beat them.
PSA का गिव अवे होता है इधर. PSA का डायरेक्ट रियल मोनी का.
I mean, the B mid, Luki versus that Bonnie, is where they
Nazis of life. Totally agree with you for that thing. And let's see what's
came out very, very aggressive early.
gonna be there in Brawl Talk,
Yeah, it really is that. And
which is gonna be today in about how much?
it wasn't the first
3.5 hours.
be an issue, and the same with Cyclone. They don't have the matchups they want off the start. You want that penny against the Mr. P because that's what succeeded in the first. But now instant push
And down.
to that, and now he's pushing forward again, using this clay pigeon to the best of his ability. There's a goal there. The super
And boom. Easy goal. Thumbs down. Thumbs down, bro. There's a thumbs down.
Way to play it if you're them, because they've got a very defensive idea. They can buy down the clock and just try to evade a lot of what Luke is throwing out, really. Gas comes in, oh my word, everyone just dropped on the side of Humble. It could be over right here if Gas goes through. Tomsy's got mech, he pushes it back. The Filippo's got the super to hand.
And boom.
The invincibility
Hey, hey, easy peasy. They goes to the semi-finals.
it is done.
ज्वाइन कैसे करूं गिव अवे में? बताओ. 1 तारीख से डेली गिव अवे हो गया. सेम जैसे अभी स्ट्रीम देखते हो वैसे ही स्ट्रीम देखनी है. अगर आप टॉप 3 में भी आते हो तब भी 10 रुपए ही मिलेगा. टॉप 3 वाले को, टॉप 2 वाले को, टॉप 1 वाले को भी डेली के 10 रुपए ही मिलेंगे. तो महीने का 300 रुपए तो वैसे ही हो जाते हैं. जो प्रीवियसली फर्स्ट वाले का प्राइस था, अब वो हर एक बंदे को 300 रुपए मिलेगा.
Predictions are looking good.
For sure, I really do hope there's not too many stints. I have
76% of people in
haven't played the game much or played this season. Too much repetition. Yes.
I mean, only I can have that kind of ego with the second game of the day. I mean, it was still very much got plenty more to come here, but it was a great showing. It really was, and One Trick Ponies did concede that loss. It was a best of 3 in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I love that from Gas. You know, in any other instance, you think, why are they passing that ball back? But with the Shelly there in position, Filippo knew that he was able to land that. He was confident about it. You know, it's not necessarily a straightforward thing. I mean, it is for all intents and purposes when you're playing at this level of the game. But, you know, those are the moments that you feel nerves, even at the top. Because if you miss that moment, everyone is judging you for that. Because, you know, it's the ladder play, isn't it? Let's be honest. To be able to have that Shelly, time it with the pass, get the super up at the same time to break everything open, you shouldn't be missing it. But that's why you've got to stay calm. And
Got 100 points for the MVP.
stuff from there.
Liam's girl.
From One Trick Ponies later.
540 already there.
I them as well. They're gonna
Still, 4 matches are there.
gonna be an easy.
Oh, actually, 5 matches are still there.
Ponies have still got probably the hardest matchup.
ST Game is a foot esports. That's gonna be interesting. Whom's gonna be choosing for now?
All games and the ones before that they did manage.
Let's see.
They've got a chance.
This is
The new poll is here.
I was saying it going out of that first matchup that Zeta looked very shaky, and for me, having just witnessed One Trick Ponies go up against a really accomplished team like Humble and come out on top, making substitutions along the way, being confident in their approach with the draft and also with their own teammates and going into those modes, I feel like they've got to be a bit of a favorite now, actually. But it's a long way ahead of us. Semi-finals are still not around the corner just yet. We've got to play 2 more quarterfinals matches
फिर तो आपको
and declare our MVP as well.
खाता खोलना पड़ेगा. What?
It was a very, very close affair across the board, and it's going to be Filippo.
खाता खोलना पड़ेगा किस चीज का? समझ नहीं आया. रेफरेंस नहीं समझ में आया किस चीज का बोल रहा.
And he really was a shining star.
What was the reference on that thing?
He looked very, very good pretty much throughout, and I will say as well, the rest of One Trick Ponies did also. We saw some great moments from Humble there as well, but at the end of the day, One Trick Ponies are going to be the ones moving forward. Humble knocked out of the competition, and that's sad for them. They needed points as much as One Trick Ponies did. They're in, mid-table in Europe, and we know how quickly this can swap. The team below them now, if they win, if Foot take a win, if anybody below them takes a win, they're going to be moving above them. And One Trick Ponies, they're slotting onto the leaderboard nicely now as well.
There's going to be a big shift today. There's no doubt about it. It's already in motion, like you absolutely rightly say. And this next matchup as well could be very key and vital to that same idea. Make sure you go to events.brawlstars.com right now to place your predictions between Foot Esports and SK Gaming. This one is going to be a banger. I put down the winner of this to go all the way today, putting it out there on the table. But go there now, place your predict. We're going to take a very, very short break, switch up the casting desk. We'll be right back after this.
मतलब हिसाब किताब रखना पड़े. डेली 10 रुपीज से रिडीम कराएगा. हाँ तो मैं तुरंत ही दूंगा भाई. डोंट वरी, हम इतना हिसाब किताब रखने में बहुत इजी रख लेते हैं. थैंक्स टू द एक्सेल एंड ऑल द स्टफ. एसटी गेमिंग को वोट मिला था हमारे उसमें 100% का. देखते हैं कि किसको वोट दिया जाए.
Welcome back to Teddy as well.
एसटी गेमिंग, let's go. 82% vote for ST Gaming for now.
Again, AOF, they've lost every single quarterfinal match so far this year. They made it to the quarters, which is impressive enough, but couldn't get past them. And I mean, you gotta feel for Team Humble.
हेलो डार्क रॉजर, किसको वोट करेगा भाई? मैंने तो कर दिया भाई, ST Gaming को कर दिया भाई साहब.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt that they will come back strong, because ultimately when you've got that signing with an organization, you've got a lot of support behind you. So it's going to be Zeta Division and One Trick Ponies as our first semi-finals match confirmed as a result of those 3-1 losses to Fantasy to Humble. But now moving on to SK Gaming versus Foot Esports as our next match. After that, Navi versus Reply Totem. Let's take a look at SK Gaming first. Now, there's been a lot of
Foot Esports containing Drage.
last month. They were Jetson. Jetson has now left the roster. It is IKS, OPE,
LMC in the full mode. But there will be a short.
matchup. It's not just about winning. It's not just about points.
ST को दिया है.
It's huge.
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया है.
Gaming, just to be clear, ultimately working a great deal on the content creational side and still working as a player. To my understanding of things, there has been a lot of transition, but I do praise SK for the way that they handled that. They went out with a video on Twitter.
What the heck?
Chaos showing some love there to a former colleague, still very close friends, of course. There, hi Trevor. I haven't quite ever seen him in that light, but it's a good look. It's a good look. Nonetheless, I did praise SK the way that they handled that.
ओवरपिन लगा रखा है पीछे, खर्चा भाई खर्चा।
That does make a big difference. Let's take a look at
रिको का इतना बड़ा पोस्टर लगा हुआ है,
rivalry matchup.
पैसा।
Time and time again, because Semantic was with SK Gaming last year. OPE has now left this roster. Lenan coming in, who's got a great deal of history and background with Drage, from former Tribe Gaming EU, and Semantic as well.
स्पॉन्सर रेड बुल, ये रेड बुल स्पॉन्सर नहीं, KFC का स्पॉन्सर चाहिए भाई अपने को, खाना ढूंढने को मिलेगा, सबसे बढ़िया KFC चाहिए। बता रहे ले अपन KFC, सुन रहे हो KFC वालों, स्पॉन्सर दो बे।
I think this is going to be very, very tense, actually.
I think this is the most.
और जो यहाँ पे हैं घूम रहे ले यहाँ पे बिना लाइक करे बिना सब्सक्राइब करें, वो पहले जाके लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करें, बाद में बाकी बातें करते हैं, ठीक है।
Get along the slightest for what, 2 years, and then suddenly they are packed up together in one team. And so far, from what I've heard, it's been going great for them, whether it's as a team or between themselves. So I'm really excited to finally see them play in an official BSC match.
It's going to be a banger. Let's see as well how the votes have been going down, because it's always a weird one to tell over at event.brawlstars.com. It's sometimes very one-sided. It is going to be one-sided. And I don't think that reflects this matchup. This, in my opinion, is probably going to be the closest of the matchups today. Whether or not that will be reflected in the scoreline, we'll obviously tell very soon. But 83% of votes are with SK. Now, Teddy, does that reflect the fan following or the reality of the situation upon us?
I think it's probably more likely to be the former, just because, I mean, SK, they have so much history within Brawl. They've had so much success as well, but so far this year has been scrappy, to say the least. And I feel like bringing in a new teammate is going to be super exciting, but, the synergy needs to build up. B is going to be our first pick here for food.
Beautiful. आज तो मैच में ज्यादातर B ही दिखाई दे रही है, हर मैच में ज्यादातर B ही आई है।
To prove so far this year, such big names that haven't quite made the mark they wanted to do in the BSC 2023.
Yeah, SK for me are looking the best they've looked all year. And considering that when you look back to last month or the month prior to that, technically in the BSC, getting that win over Zeta Division for them in that quarterfinal stage really did give them that reassurance that they haven't
Pam.
As many of the community were saying.
Wham bam, here comes Pam.
The grand finals, that is a huge turnaround. That was with Jetton. This is now with OPE. And I've watched this roster with OPE be a bit slow to the mark, but then really start to flourish. And I do feel like this is going to be the month for SK personally. Wolffoot Esports caused the upset. Very early drafts here of the Sprout and the Pam coming in. Risky ideas, to be fair, which can be countered later on, but actually going to be matched here by Foot. Bringing in the tick for more control to add on top of things here. Who do you think's got the upper hand so far? I mean, for me, it's relatively balanced. I think the B is an interesting idea for split. So, give us your thoughts. Pam's gonna be great here, right?
Yeah, I think it's fairly even, to be honest. Well,
Edgar. Whoa, bro.
Interesting. Edgar is going to be picked up by Food Esports, and we've seen what, some players like Shtempo.
भाई एडगर को देखे हुए जमाना हो गया esports में.
With Edgar, and I don't know yet which one to expect.
Well, it's interesting because Foot Esports really thrived as the back of the egg pick against A&R in the qualifying stages, which gave them the win. I think it was maybe Brawl Ball. It was a different.
As Primo.
Primo coming in for SK, but honestly, if there's anyone who knows how to play against it, it's Semantic. I mean, he's a fantastic Primo, but OPE, I think, probably going to take the reins.
Let's go.
It's going to be chaos in the Sprout, no doubt about it. So it could maybe be Yoshi or him, but regardless, I've got to feel like this is something that Foot have been putting into practice quite considerably so. The B is going to be a fantastic thing for them to be able to really shut down with the Honey Molasses. But against the Sprout, which can take it out relatively quickly, I mean, it's going to struggle to find a lot of these angles later on in time. And with no real wall breaker, aside from those tick heads coming in for them, it'd be interesting to see how they make this B pick work. It's a bit out there, but I quite like it. Let's see though, as the first time we see both of these two rosters appearing in the BSC go head to head, the Horns are gonna clash.
Yeah, to be honest, B used to be quite an emblematic pick of Split when we used to see a lot of wall breaks. You know, you'd rock it with a Colt, maybe even a Brock, open up those walls, or a Griff works too. So many options. It's just not something we see as much anymore since we've had those unbreakable walls added to the game. So far, Semantic is going to go for a jump in, get some value. Can he pick up a kill? Another jump as well, but wow, somehow he does make it through. He does go down as well, but it's a 2-for-1 that Foot Esports should be happy with.
I can't believe he managed that. I mean, obviously the trade was there, but it kept SK off the zone, and that's all playing the objective power there. As OP jumping in, just about gets the Nun burnt down there as well, but Chaos coming in now onto the zone, gets some time for his own. Consecutive taps, but the third didn't land, and now Drage, who is there with the Japanese characters, by the way, coming onto the zone and getting some time captures. OP's now going to be in a bit of a struggle here. He'll jump in for sure, but so far it's so back and forth. I love it.
And it's a great start here for SK Gaming. It's only a little bit of a lead, but they've spent a considerable more amount of time on the enemy zone, and that's the tougher one to capture overall. Yoshi still defending Semantic on that right-hand side and has managed to slip through the defense, but he's not really able to get any percent.
Nice one.
Goes for a jump onto iChaos, misses, but iChaos does not. The tick head will take care of the turret here from Yoshi, and there's no healing station available anymore. Still a little bit of a lead for SK Gaming, but there's plenty of time for Foot Esports to try and turn things around.
It really is. And it's
Dream Gyms.
down that super, but nonetheless, he's well aware that OP is waiting for his moment in time. Semantic gets a great takedown there onto
Oh,
Yoshi, though, still remains.
bro, lead.
Go with the
They are losing. They are losing. They are losing.
forces way forwards, tick head there. Drake's doing pretty well in the circumstances to stay alive.
Hey,
But somehow, SK do pick up the win. Well, the moment there, Yoshi,
hey, GG's. Got it.
they will get the win eventually.
And GG's. Nice one. Good one.
Going their way. Set, start for grabs.
Good control there.
Solid stuff from SK, honestly. I got a little bit worried with that sprout roll towards the end because that literally let the Edgar be, free to capture their zone. And I thought, if that's the mistake that lets Foot catch up, SK are not going to be forgiving themselves. But so far, so good for SK Gaming as Foot is on the back foot. It genuinely was.
I don't know about that, Teddy. Nonetheless, one thing I had as a consideration coming in to this matchup for me was the fact that SK Gaming didn't make it into the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals through Split 1. So they've been competing a lot throughout the last few weeks into Split, whereas they did secure themselves that spot. And I wondered, looking back, whether that would go for them or against them, because actually having a great amount of time to competitively practice under competitive setting goes a long way. And SK have been able to keep up that.
Oh, Edgar.
Absolute tear. There's nothing that Foot can do about it so far. Now that Alan's coming in, that's the ideal person for it. But all that time has been wasted. He's still going.
There's no one in the game right now that wants to destroy Foot as much as OP, and he's definitely letting that show. Fantastic stuff from OP.
Oh, nice one. Nice one. Nice one.
Commanding a lead as well. Semantic coming back for defense, but DN is not really able to help out all that much to jump in on Yoshi at last, but the healing station is keeping Yoshi alive for an awful long amount of time. Eventually Semantic does find him, but he can't really overstay his welcome in that right zone. Foot are catching up, but slowly.
Order has been resumed, but for how long? That is the question. Semantic jumping in is a very risky thing, but now Lenon coming in from the backside does get the pickup, and that should secure things, and now at least enough to be level Peggy. Semantic observing the situation, jumps in on the perfect candidate, which is the Sprout pick, and now OP should fall victim to this scrutiny.
And this is gonna be for Foot Esports. Interesting. Very interesting.
A last-ditch
Tiebreaker for now.
We're all tied up in this first set, and it's exactly what I expected it to be. Nothing but fireworks, so intense, so back and forth, and so close, much to the contrary.
Interesting.
Brawlstars.com being so one-sided, it's not all we're seeing play out, despite those
KFC. इनके पास KFC का वो है भाई.
stuff. they didn't quite get the objective there, and actually Foot starting to show themselves worthy here.
Good stuff from Foot. They're catching up, and this is their chance to leave a big first impression in this match. What an exciting way to start this quarterfinal match as well. A Primo and an Edgar. That's why things have been so dynamic so far. Yoshi is going to be clearing up Semantic on the right-hand side. As Rage is trying to farm those thick heads, and it's going to have one place down already, but it takes some damage, and it's not quite going to reach destination. So far, we're even as both teams are more heavily focused on defense, and Semantic will jump in, finds one. There's a wall now to heal up and get back into the mix with near full HP.
Semantic is so good at surviving in these sort of situations, isn't he? I'm going to probably jinx it, but he is still going. He jumps into Chaos and gets the kill, healing up along the way. He is the thorn in the side of SK right now, and again, with so much history between these two teams, you got to realize that there's a lot of ego here as well as pride on the line. So, you know, it's going up against his former teammates effectively.
54-55, bhai, interesting.
These back and forth moments mean more than just the takedowns. It's about everything.
भाई उधर तो जाओ. अरे भाई कर क्या रहे हैं लोग? अरे भाई उधर जाओ. एक साइड में तुम लीड में थे. क्या कर रहे हैं बंदे? भाई क्या लॉजिक लगा खेलते हैं भाई, बंदे उधर जा ही नहीं रहे हैं.
Hold on to dear life on that right hand side. Semantic is low, does have jump. Is not quite going to be wasting it just yet as Ope.
Now it is okay.
Going to jump in from Ope again. Get some nice value. The burn onto the tick is going to get him low, but not quite enough to take him down. And SK Gaming nearly enough caught up, and actually, it's all even now.
So close. Semantic should go down here realistically, but Yoshi's being so patient.
Ah.
Allowing him to heal might not be the play here, to be completely honest, as OP comes back in and forces their hand. 76% with SK, but this left-hand side zone which they need. They've got to time it just right. OP wants that jump. Yoshi covering from the top here. Big taps from Lanun. Do secure it. Slow as well to OPE. He's forced to jump, but there's no one there to really contest it. Samantha gets on the zone and brings things back. Gets the difference for Foot.
78. अरे भाई क्या चल रहा है? 80. Oh, nice one.
Also not in the best position. The tick head connects and Semantic could deal with him, but he doesn't really care. He's going to go defend instead.
13 seconds.
With a 2% lead, that Foot wants to turn on.
And easy peasy.
Is that going to be enough to slow it?
Oh.
2%, 1% actually.
Nah, they're gonna win the Food Esports by.
Wow, incredible stuff.
That was very close. भाई इनका सही है. रेड बुल भी है, KFC भी है, और उसके साथ नेट चलाने के लिए वोडाफोन भी है.
So close, so little in it. Honestly, I mean, this is what you want from a matchup in the EMEA region, and for a best of 5. We're just getting started. I cannot wait to see where this one leads. Whoever takes this, you know, like I said today, coming into today, I think might have their day as the grand finals. Just looking ahead at the competition, it's so far away, but you know, the gameplay is so close, so on point. There's not really mistakes being made by both sides to make it look as close as it is. Both teams are giving it everything they've got, and it's just the first set.
This is just a perfect match, to be honest. You know, there's this emotional side where we have such an interesting journey between Ope switching teams, going from Foot to SK Gaming. The pride on both sides as well, right? Ope wants to show that, you know, they made a mistake. Just like Foot want to show they did not, you know, and this is what they wanted to go for. 15 kills here for Semantic and Lana. Fantastic stuff on there, and 400 DPS nearly here for Drage, playing very, very impressively as well. But those two teams, they're similar in so many ways as well. Whether we look at the points, both
Minecraft सर्वर ऑन है ब्रो, जा सकते हो सर्वर पे आप. पोर्टल हमने बना दिया है नेदर का. फिलहाल के लिए तो ब्रॉल स्टार्स देख रहे हैं. सर्वर ऑन है ऑलरेडी, वहां पे यश और ये सब खेल रहे हैं. हाँ, हालांकि आपका सामान मेरे पास रखा हुआ था तो ये बड़ी दिक्कत है. यश से मांग लेना, हम उसको दे देंगे बाद में.
think what makes it so enjoyable for me as well to witness.
Yosh se le lo, Yosh se.
Teams have got such a similar playstyle now that OP has been added to the SK Gaming roster. He really does, in the words of Pedro, over on Twitter, he fulfills the role which they were searching for and missing within their lineup. So now you've got these great interactions between Semantic and OPE, and the controlling elements there of Chaos coming in versus Strage, and RT versus Brawler coming in for Layer Cake, as the bans for Bonnie, Ruffs, and Shelly for SK Gaming, for Tick, Gene, and Max on the side of Foot. And their first draft coming in. We've seen as well, Lenan does like to go aggressive on Layer Cake with some tankier ideas. But obviously the draft leading up to that process might
सबका सामान है.
plays today. Gus going to come in as that safety idea for the mid early on.
मेरा थोड़ी है.
As they
हाँ तो ले लो उससे जाके, उनके पास बहुत सारे डायमंड पड़ा है.
that's got to be
ले लो भैया, यस से ले लेना, यस से.
popping off.
लेकिन तुम बहुत दूर हो गए भाई. टेलीपोर्ट कैसे करोगे? ओपी बना दे तुमको.
SK over the
ऑपरेटर बना देते हैं. जाइएगा, टेलीपोर्ट मार लीजिएगा. सिंपल.
into that challenge season, the result of a clean sweep against SK. But in the qualifying stages of the BSC, that's where SK bit back. So this is about getting even. Whoever wins this one today is going to have one up.
And one up in the most important competition in Brawl Stars as well. So really important match here for both sides. The Daryl is a pick I do like. The super is great at canceling those Carl supers as well. Carl, that was a very expected pick for Food Esports, to be completely honest. I mean, as you said, Lenan plays it fantastically, but overall on this map, it's just a great fit. The pickaxe swings, they just work very nicely, curve nicely around the walls, get people out of position.
Yo bro, what's up?
The beginning, due to
Lucifer.
is just so much value and gives you
जाओ सॉफ्टवेयर भाई टीपी कर लेना.
which is always very valuable. We'll have a barley to try to unlock the situation as well from a distance. Does need to be careful.
वाइल्ड बियर था ना ये तो. जंगली बियर है ये.
True from the car.
I like drought beer.
I think it can find a good bit of value. There's obviously other throwers that can do a very good job as well here, such as Sprout. But barley,
Great.
we're looking to take back that lead in the later stages. It can do a really, really solid job spreading around the map with that super and just covering so much ground.
Right, going to come in is an interesting idea. I mean, I prefer it in knockout. I'm interested to see how Foot do fare with it here. The Carl is going to be great going for the flying hook, but it's these tankier ideas that SK are so good with the control of that barley. It worries me a bit that if Foot find themselves in those back lines, that's where SK punish. They are such a passive team in that respect, but they have now got the aggressiveness they've been missing for such a long time. They had great results last year.
Let's go.
Undoubtedly so. But this year has been a change in the scene, People are starting to realize that being aggressive is where Brawl really, really lands the mark. Let's see. But on top, pushing down SK. Already a walking Kane does connect with Chaos. Oh, the follow-up was perfect between Drage and Semantic. Lovely start from Foot, but it's just the one star, the blue star in the hands of SK.
Great crossfire there from Foot, and obviously the gadget as well from
Two gadgets used. One more to go for them. अरे भाई भाई वो तीनों गैजेट यूज कर लिए और टेलीपोर्ट मार लिया उसने. GG's got the lead.
In fact, gets the kill with a nice gadget popped just in the nick of time, and now 4 stars in favor of SK Gaming is a really, really good place to be. Just want to point
नहीं भाई थोड़ी देर बाद अभी भजन का
you'd think that with Lenan that Carl that would be
भोजन का I guess खाने का टाइम हो रखा है.
not go for it, which
अच्छा भोजन का इंतजाम चल रहा है. ठीक है भाई मजे करो. Well, nice one. Daryl OP भाई साहब.
Well, I think he got his kill stolen there towards the end, but nonetheless, absolutely popping off. And, it's such an enjoyable thing to watch because, you're not just witnessing the insane amount of communication between the teams internally themselves play out into the skill that we're seeing. It's like they're also inside the minds of their oppositions because they played on the side of their oppositions. Lenan coming in, OP with a body block, making sure that he doesn't get out. Great coming in there from Drage.
GG's.
And Chaos trace out as well. I mean, it's just so intense.
6 stars, Arc, 6 stars separating both teams. If Yoshi and Chaos go down and it's clean kills with
Oh, GG's bro.
shield
Oh, nice one.
missed, and I think
And easy peasy.
completely annihilates any chances here for food, and it's going to be SK Gaming that strikes back as they take game 1 of Bounty.
I did say SK on the back leg, back side of things, when they're in the spawn area, they just shut it down. I mean, the RT there with the separation between the body and the legs, just, I think it's wiped Lanarn off the map. But let's see what they do with the blue star, because you're right. And they want obviously Lanarn on the lane side, I guess, to be able to scout early on. But more often than not, it's a free star. But OPE is just happened. He's low HP now. Might go down, might get suffered for it. Lanarn is struggling this match.
GG's.
Goes in, gets the kill. 5 stars already for SK.
Yeah, I don't know about the Grey pick either, to be honest. I mean, Drake's has been playing it well, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they were focusing so much on dealing with that Barley that they maybe dismissed how strong Daryl is as well. I mean, if you look at things, Ope has been the one finding openings, finding kills left and right in both games so far, and there's just no matchup that one-on-one Food Esports can win against the Daryl, so they need to play this together, and they need to play this smart. Yashi is
He's gonna use the...
nice
Oh, nice one.
again with another kill. Not sure.
Ah, nice one. Good try.
Crossfire from Drage and Semantic finds him. Nevertheless, it's another trade as Yashi is able to pick up the kill on the
Good one, good one, good one.
6 stars, very much in favor of SK.
I think they've got to be a bit more cautious around OPE, honestly. Sometimes I just feel like he's just going to absolutely run riot because of the positioning of Foot. I think they've got to just try to suppress him a bit better and keep their range, keep their advantage, and sometimes get out of the situation, actually, because they can escape with stars by doing so. And that is trickling him down, but that roll is going to be costly, and when it comes in, I worry that he might be unmatched against it. Good taps there from Semantic, keeping him low. There's still 6 stars for Foot to be able to just even draw it close, and even then the blue stars with SK. They've got to go in now on the aggressive.
Oh, huge TP from Lanarn actually gets one, but
Oh, GG's. Good.
the trade regardless, and this should very much
Good one. Nope.
be here.
Yeah, that was a good one because he teleported there and got killed.
Lead as well to close it out, and
Ah, nice one.
ended in the draft stage for Food Esports. SK Gaming just much more solid, much more consistent with that draft. I think there were some ideas here and there. I do like the Grey here, especially too, to try to deal with that Barley. The problem is it did quite awful against the other 2 brawlers, and they genuinely just had absolutely no solution for the Daryl unless they were going 3 versus 1. And even those, they weren't really winning either. So just not much going on for that Food draft, in my opinion.
What a moment there from OP, but I agree, and I think Foot will be thinking the same thing themselves, and it's a bit of a GG go next moment. The first set was very, very close. I mean, down to the wire.
With that, it's 1-1 for now.
That was all SK. I mean, Foot were literally handing it to them on a plate. They weren't really making what they had work, and there was a way that they could win with that comp. It wasn't unwinnable, but it wasn't the better of the 2. Seemingly so, it went very much the way of SK's playstyle in every sense of the word. And the takedowns say the same story. 6 for Yoshi, 6 for OPE. Chaos doing his thing nonetheless, and got the highest in regards to comparing of Foot. It's very much in SK map and mode, but nonetheless, that's where Foot have got to come in and whistle them down even more, because if you can get inside the minds of SK there, then you're going to leave them thinking, where can we actually win? Because that was our best set in mode. Where do we go from here? Now, going into Brawl, we are all level again, and you just know that we are going to be bringing in some tanks here. OP going to want that max. So I think that, I think Foot knows that better than anyone. They're probably going to have to ban that one out. Shelly is a must ban here for me. There's no question about it. Let's see whether they leave Carl open, because it's a great map for it. Yeah, max ban by Foot. Exactly what you've got to do against this. You know the players that you're facing, so you've got to eradicate, even if you want it for yourself. The Shelly ban, the Max ban, and also the B. Great bans from Foot. Poco, B, and Crow ban for SK. And the first pick is at Ems, and I love that. Ems is getting a lot of wins recently now.
It's doing really well. I mean, it's a very versatile brawler. Obviously, a 10 counter as well, which things are incredibly scary to face, especially in draft format. But Ems just brings so much utility. The slow is good to defuse pushes, open things up as well if you are on the offensive. And obviously the gadget as well to knock back your opponents, keep them away from the ball or from scoring. Very often can be clutch. We'll see the Stu as well as the Otis brought out by Foot Esports. Two very good picks as well. Otis going to be filling up a similar role of tank melter, but obviously, you know, the Mute providing a lot of utility for the team. A great way to create some sort of opening, and Stu very, very mobile, very versatile. Usually still the speed zone that's going to be the most played, but the break in Brawl is not unheard of either, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they want to bring out that Stu, if it's going to be more utility based or more, you know, for the raw mechanics of the Brawler.
To be a penny question mark here for SK in potential moment, or a riskier, tankier option against the Otis? I don't think much of it. It's going to go with a riskier, tankier option against the Otis. Buster coming in. What are your thoughts, Teddy? You watched from the sidelines when we saw Buster come in previously for, I believe it was Emma Fantasy. It did not do well. A different map and mode, no doubt about it. But, you know, are teams experimenting with Buster in competition setting too early? Is there a place for him in pinhole punt? You know, have SK got a plan up their sleeve here? Because they're very clearly comfortable running it, and there's still a chance for Foot to respond. But into an Otis, it could be risky here, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. The thing is, to me, I feel like he's kind of ticking bomb, but not like in his advantage. You have 3 gadgets. I think his pulls are incredibly important at pro level play, because you need to close the gap, right? Once you run out, it's a bit scary to be bringing in a Buster, and I'm not sure that's going to work out. If Foot can, you know, burn his utility out early on, I think they could have the advantage here. The Lu as well is going to be a great way to dissuade any sort of aggression and slow down the pacing as well. Just throw that super out near the ball or near key areas of the map, and that's going to be locking
Let's go.
defending those spots. So I like the idea. It's not the easiest brawler to play, but so far Luna is tapping, and the freeze already onto Yashi is going to be claiming the first kill for Foot Esports.
Oh, easy goal for them for now.
And it's only a Chaos left to defend, but the respawns are coming through, and I like that Foot are not impatient. They're taking their time, making sure they play around that map control rather than trying to rush in a goal that they end up failing.
The Dukes of Chaos there were absolutely insane. I mean, he was on his own 1 versus 3 and just bought so much time by not conceding a single tap. I mean, it's honestly something to marvel at, but they are far from out of the woods here. The Buster pick not really showing much so far.
Ah, it's a game.
Surviving on nonetheless. The trade is there, 2 versus 2 now. Time for a shield. Connections are being made.
Oh, no. Oh, what a goal. GG's.
The perfect placement, and it will reward Foot with the goal. It wasn't just for flair, it was just simply because that was what he needed to do to ensure it.
That was absolutely gorgeous. We do have a strong push coming through from SK Gaming. Ope was the kill. Surely that's going to be SK Gaming. Even with a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Even though we had an incredible play from Semantic just earlier, it is 1-1. We're all even.
Look how quickly these takedowns are happening. Everyone is dropping like flies on the side of SK. Semantic comes in, secures
And GG's. Easy peasy match finish.
And as quickly as that, but demonstrate that I just don't think the comp is right here for SK. It can have its moments, but the aggressive nature of what Foot just keep throwing at this. I mean, on that right side, it is just OP gone. It is Yoshi gone. iChaos is always left standing alone, and it's not enough to defend these moments against a team like Foot.
Look at that aggression. Semantic was a 2-piece on the left.
Oh, easy peasy goal.
Just make it a triple. Semantic.
Bye.
And
Time. Look at the time. So much fast.
put up the scoreboard, and SK Gaming, they need to be careful. They don't want to be dropping this set.
Oh, 3% ने मिलके अटैक किया भाई.
About to happen. SK have got to start to be more on their feet here and just try to survive on longer, because honestly, the way that Foot keep positioning themselves here and also find the scoring opportunities the set's almost done. I mean, we're almost finished. And Foot do not seem to look like to me that they are slowing down anytime soon. They've got the aggression, they've got the ability to just secure everything that's being thrown at them by SK. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a slow pace, and it's a good thing. It's about time, realistically, here that SK are able to show they've been able to hold on.
Easy goal.
Creep through. And as I'm speaking, ever low.
Fastest set close.
Scoring. It's got in the way of foot, and we're moving on as quickly as that.
Semantic bringing out some 2021's 2 action here. Like, I don't think I've seen that dominant, that impressive of a Stu set since 2021. And I mean, what a pleasure to get to witness that. The Semantic is back, and when it matters the most here, really, for Foot.
For me, gotta bring it back around to what we were saying going into the match about whether SK have since something in Buster, whether some of the teams that have been experimenting with Buster today have since they watched this. What a shot, but he was slowed and he was about to die. He had to get that angle. There's no way.
Which player did Lenan replace on Foot Esports?
Players at this level to make, but boy oh boy, does it make for some great viewing here at the BSC, because you know when you're
MMA?
spotlight, it's where your mistakes can show through. It's not an easy thing to keep that.
Okay, OP.
But that was the play.
OP.
Like, you know, question about it being Larry or flashy. If he didn't do that, there was no goal. So fantastic stuff from Semantic, and an all-round a much better draft for Foot. As we said, you know, looking back into Bounty, it wasn't really the drop that they were looking for. SK experimented there, and they flew a little bit too close to the sun.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I like the idea, you know, I think there is some potential for sure. And we've seen Buster work here and there at times. This just wasn't quite one of them. And I don't know if it's necessarily just the comp. I just think Semantic played out of his mind. And Draja and Luna as well, which is very, very consistent throughout this set, hitting their shots, winning their matchups. And I do agree, though, like the Buster just didn't quite provide the sort of value you'd expect from such a shiny pick. But Gem Fort is where we are going to be heading next for set 4. And now with Foot in the driver's seat, SK, they need to cook, and they need to cook better than for Brawl Bowl, because this is going to be an important draft coming up.
Shelly M's and Crowban for SK, Stu B and Crowban for Foot. This is going to be a very important set for both sides here. For me, I think Pam has got a great place, but Tara going to come out for the first pick. I'm not sure whether it's a first pick brawler. Obviously, Pet Power now as a gear has really elevated Tara big time. I mean, 20% buff, and I think that actually applies to both the healing and the aggressiveness side of those Tara shadows. So if you're running the healing shade star power side, then you can also have the aggressive shadows going with the gadget, which actually deal that same damage. From my testing, at least, I could be wrong, but nonetheless,
right.
It's very versatile now. Yeah, and having that additional vision to have, if you want it, this whole map.
Ruffs.
Light up. Ruffs, though, right here. I mean, you have Ruffs, the whole map is wide open. It brings a different level of brawlers and options into the mix as well here. So I prefer that for me so far from SK. Let's see what they want to pair with it.
I think it's interesting because I really don't mind Tara. I think she's in an alright place. She's definitely a brawler that has its play, but as a first pick, I think it's a bit of a statement. Like, I would be worried if I was SK Gaming and I'm facing a first pick Tara on Gem 4.
Yeah.
It genuinely feels like, you know, there's a plan that most people aren't necessarily the most aware of, or at least used to just yet. Jesse now to follow up here for SK Gaming. I don't mind that either. I think that if there's a gem grab map to bring it, this is probably gonna be it. It is a brawler that's had some questions.
Nita is coming or what?
Competitive. I want to see how SK put it at play.
I know that a lot
Buster!
Jesse, right? But you got to look across the wider picture of things. It's used a great deal in LATAM. It's used a great deal in Southeast Asia. Max are going to come in for Foot. That's a really big statement. And Buster for them, I mean, I'm still a bit on the fence around it. I would like to see it working out. So far, it's got a 0% win rate today. So let's see how it fares for them. Jesse, I absolutely get here, and it can work very, very successfully well. SK got the whole picture here.
Charlie or what?
There's not really
No.
more break here.
Ash.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. They can see the big picture and they can go on the aggressive. Obviously, Tara can break the bush, but that's about it. So, you know, whoever's running on that tank,
Let's see.
is going to be able to
Let's see.
potentially hit.
Let's see.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one because I do kind of like the Buster here. Not because it's Buster, but because there's a max pair wizard, right? Like there's not much you can do once you have a sped up Buster that's just running at you. Even maybe going for a pull, like it can definitely find a lot of value. But the Ash is just gonna be such a strong way to counter it, and I feel like Max and Tara, as much as they can keep their distance and take down an Ashe in the right circumstances, it still requires a lot of utility, and that's a bit of a scary prospect. But let's see how it actually plays out. As so far early on, it does seem like Foot have a little bit more control. Lina is low. Chaos is ever so slightly going to be surviving as Semantic finds Yoshi, and we have a trade as at last, the Buster goes down on the right-hand side. It is a nice and early gem lead in favor of Foot so far, and the wiggles from Drage are absolutely on point as well.
Just a very aggressive start here. SK are struggling big time to find their momentum, their pace. Semantic's got super here as well. None has his too. Those 7 gems are all with Foot, which is great for them, but if SK do manage to get a steal here, it's gonna be dangerous. Bit of a desperate turret there on the right hand side. Lenan gets the pickup. It's gonna be everyone dropping.
Easy peasy.
This does not look at all like the first set. This is all entirely Foot every step of the way. SK have got to get themselves together. This could be all over very, very quickly if they don't.
So far, near perfection from Foot, to be honest. A masterclass from Drage on the max, and the rest of the squad is doing a fantastic job as well. Foot Esports.
Easy peasy. Match point for Foot Esports.
Room left. They need to win the next one and the next one after that if they want to bring things to set 5. Otherwise, it's going to be another short-ended monthly fine.
Hate to say it, but that looked effortless almost for Foot. You know, they just absolutely trampled it. It wasn't even close. SK did not get a foot in the door at all. And look at that. Drace tapping up Yoshi completely, eradicating him from all question in the mid. Surviving on. Chaos low, Yoshi low. SK have got to come back with HP and start to secure a kill left, right, and center. Realistically here, gain that mid control, which they've been lacking all the time here. They're just not putting their strategy into motion.
The teamwork here from Foot is great. Chaos is able to find some value. Lina still standing somehow, still getting some damage, preventing Chaos from healing back up as well. The slow from the Jesse turret is going to be quite brutal. Semantic is going to be susceptible to some damage here. Does have pull now as well, but he would rather use it once he has a good amount of HP. Otherwise, he doesn't get his super charge back at all if he goes down. Let's see now, is SK Gaming or a bit more in the driver's seat, a slight lead. Semantic looking to
GG's.
gonna go for the pull this time around onto Chaos, but is that gonna be enough value? Chaos is gonna go down, but control-wise, it's still very much SK in the mid.
Yeah, they're starting to realize that find holes in what Foot are putting out there. And Yoshi, having that turret to hand, made a big, big difference, but he's got to earn it back, find the value that he found previously to it. That's where the clustering of some.
Ooh. Oh, bro.
That's why Drake's going to go down into robotic grass unless he none off. My word, SK have started to up a gear just the nick of time.
Just need one more, and there you go. Oh, nice.
That's huge. Semantic.
GG's.
Drage is next in line, and that is going to be a team wipe for SK Gaming. Bringing this game back and locking in game number 2 of Gem Grab.
GG's. Interesting.
Gaming just a
Close one.
away from to a 5th and final set.
But what that has shown SK is that if they gain back control, they're in a much better position on this map with this comp. If they don't obtain that control, they're going to struggle and potentially get walked over in this next game. So they've got to tread really cautiously now because they can't go over aggressive too early on. I mean,
Oh, bhai. They got the control.
and they get annihilated. But now Semantic had the exact same idea in mind, and they come up on top.
It's just genius, to be honest, right? Because the Buster pool brings them all packed up together. The zone damage from the Buster plus the zone damage from the Tara is just gonna melt them down, and that's how they win that early game this time around, and it's exactly what they needed, really.
Well, now was susceptible there with the shield on the right-hand side, so OP comes from the left. Finds Semantic just in the nick of time, so he survives that pull. And now look at Drake, completely out of position. Chaos goes in for the killing blow.
And got that thing.
He would have been enough. This is what happened previous to that. Last game is lost control, SK hunkered down, and that's where they turn things around. Bixby coming in, but where is it going to lead?
And Drake can go aggressive now. Ope is not quite gonna make it, but Yoshi is still up, and his turret is a real problem. As soon as he unlocks it for the Buster to get anywhere up close, not only does it scout him from afar, the slow just prevents any sort of aggressive ideas. And those gems on the Buster, the most aggressive brawler of the
Nice one.
it's just not what Foot are hoping for. Chaos is low. A pull connects onto Ope. Ope is one shot, but he's still stands for now. The missed shot as well from Semantic Lena.
Oh, 7-7. Interesting.
For Foot,
Very close.
looking more and more like a set 5 is on the line.
This is Split's plan B. They do not
Oh, nice.
where they are, like you rightly say, and it's just allowing SK to buy so much time, and Anand is going to go down here potentially. If that connects, which it does, they can run away with it. It's Semantic versus the one.
Going to the final set as well.
Cause the difference, and he can't close the gap to be able to even earn it. Great slow there from Yoshi as well. We're going.
James. Nice one. Good one.
Would not want any other way.
Moving on to the set number 5.
Gaming versus Foot. One of the greatest EMEA matches so far this year. Between the history that goes into this match, between those two teams, between those players, the stakes as well. It's two teams that have underperformed so far in the BSC. We know what they are capable of. They know what they are capable of. It's time to show it, and set 5 is going to decide who gets to, give a shot at winning this whole monthly final. They're not there, of course, but that's what they are aiming for, and they got to get through the quarterfinals first. Only one of those two teams can do that.
It's going to be bittersweet no matter what way you look at it, isn't it, really? Because the level of skill that both sides are displaying is phenomenal. The best we've seen far today, in my opinion, And it's a really, really tough first quarterfinals matchup in that respect, because, again, I just feel like both of these two teams, so far to me, have already demonstrated that they deserve to be in a grand final. That's just me spitballing here, but it's so close, and the fact that it could come down to just a draft in this 5th and final set, for me, is a tough pill to swallow. Chaos, Yoshi had great games, 9 kills apiece, 5 across the board though for Foot. These are really high-scoring rounds every step of the way, and it's just micro moments that determine the separation. Foot in that last game rather.
Foot ST.
Control.
Roller coaster ride is going on.
To keep things alive and going, and it wasn't enough. SK now have just had that valuable momentum now, just getting set after set to bring things back to level. The 5th and final is where it all comes down. SK were in this position last month, but then again, so were Foot realistically there. They went all the way with Reply Totem and got the win in the quarterfinals. It was SK that went all the way with Zeta Division and went all the way to the 5th and final set. Both of these two teams went all the distance last month, and both of them came out on top in their individual matchups. Who is going to come out on top today in this one?
So much on the line for both teams as well. Foot right now is 7th in the leaderboard. It's just barely inside the LCQ spots. SK not quite on 10th place. It does help that Team Queso and FA Mr. Doza are not qualified this month. So that's 2 slots that they can easily try to catch up, but it only happens if they capitalize, right? And this is their opportunity. It's all lining up very nicely for SK Gaming. But Foot, they don't want to let that happen. Our bans are coming through here for Out in the Open. We'll see the Eve Brock banned out here on the side of SK, as well as the RT, and then Foot Esports taking about the Max, the Bunny, and the Squeak. I like those bands so far. There's plenty of very fun ideas to bring into the mix. Gus, of course, has been one of the staples of this map. I'm also thinking about Piper potentially. And when you think of Piper, you also think of Nani. This could also be ideas for out in the open.
It's a great first pick, 100% of the way. It's a great map for Sprout as well. And I know that SK would like their hands on that if they get the pick, or Penny could be a good shout too, but Gus for me is definitely up there as one of the highest first picks with the bands in play realistically here. Brock was a great ban. I love opening up the mid on this particular map and just
Meg
is the play for SK apparently. I don't know. It's still very early days to tell whether Meg's dropped off and Jean, but they're very quick picks by the way. So SK apparently have got what they are looking for in this situation. Bring it back to foot very swiftly because ultimately it gives them less time to have to think. You've got to be able to respond with something to be able to defend against a tankier option. Meg didn't historically, even before the nerf, though, have a great success rate in knockout pretty much everywhere else. So, in those later stages, not being in Meg can prove pretty costly in those final moments when the gas is closing in. You really got to stay in that one. And Shelly comes in for foot, and that is a big response to that very idea.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a Shelly on this map. I mean, Shelly I still think is in a great place, very, very strong still. But out in the open, it's quite out in the open as the map says, and you'll have to close the gap to find the most value, especially against a Meg that can beam you from afar. Let's see what their final pick is. Could still try to go for some more damage, maybe a B could be on the menu here, but it's going to be a tick actually, more control based, and tick heads are going to be a great deterrent as well from any sort of the aggression that the Meg might want to bring in.
I'm worried for SK, and Chaos looks worried for SK, might I just add, in the camera when that Shelly turret space, he did look like instantly mortified actually, almost as if they, maybe hoping that Foot wouldn't run it because
Gray,
and that's where Foot came unstitched. Gray gonna come in. It's a great map for it. It is a very good Gray map, but it's gonna be on the tick for sure. Chaos hoping that that is enough for it, but SK are looking under the heat right now. They don't look quite as clear and comfortable, and we'll find out very quickly who is going to make the opening mark. Whether this is going to be a close final fifth set in what's been an amazing season.
interesting.
May have just found some magic, and my mind is on the Shelly.
Man, this is such an interesting one because it I don't know why my gut tells me I prefer SK.
Let's go.
But really, I don't know what to expect from Foot Esports comp. So that might be the motivating factor here, as Akios is going to be busy opening up the map, making sure that the Shelly is the hardest time possible getting up close. So far, though, things are lining up very nicely for Foot Esports with just a bunch more control, and they have great ways of dealing with pretty much anything that SK would want to throw into their face. Semantic was a super as well, probably going to be playing the slow, which is going to be quite scary. Actually, never mind, maybe not. Maybe he is running Band-Aid, which would be quite interesting. Not necessarily the one I would have expected.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of Band-Aid coming through today, actually, in fact. I wasn't too sure whether the nerf was big enough to warrant it, but a great TP coming in from KF in the mix. Just long enough for the Clay Pigeons shut down of Semantic, and now it's a 2 versus 1, Yoshi versus the world, and I don't see Yoshi coming out on top. He's going to try to get in mech form. Semantic's being very patient. Drake's trying to get super. It was pretty much always going to go their way. They just wanted to squeeze out that little bit of utility before the final blow.
The only little problem now is that there's no more gadgets for Semantic, and that's been helping him get those snipes from afar, pretty much turning Shelly into a sharpshooter. Not going to be possible, and you can immediately see that the pressure is not quite what it was. The gene pull as well is going to be scary, especially combined with Yoshi's super. Just going for a pull and then a swipe. That's going to be an instant death no matter who gets pulled. We do have 2 supers now for Foot as well. And the tick head is going to be catapulted over to the enemy side. Not really going to be getting much results with that.
Oh, broke the ball.
Semantic, I mean, obviously no one there, simply just to allow that channeling, that space for his team to be able to utilize here. OPA's Paul, Yoshi, and Chaos all have supers to hand, so it is Foot who are a little bit behind in that respect. Yoshi gets the pinch from the left.
Oh, nice one.
And a swift annihilation.
Good one.
Big swipe from Yoshi, nowhere for Drake to go, but into the gas. All
Ah,
in the first game.
Jim.
My goodness, a match point on the line for this final round of knockout. And Chaos has TP, but there is a ticket as a defensive measure.
Oh my god.
Semantic finds Ope, Yoshi.
Oh, bro.
Trade. There is some low HP players on the
Nah, not gonna trade.
them survive, and it's only Yoshi left alive, and he doesn't even have his mech anymore.
I can't believe that SK came out on top there, to be honest. It felt like they were just going to be all going down in one swift.
Oh, bro.
Now, it's not going
Ah, never mind.
but it's going to absolutely flatten him, and Foot can just stretch a little side
Match point.
match point, and it looks for the most part convincing. I don't think that SK's comp is out of the question here, might I add. I think this could very much go the full distance, but so far, a reserve Semantic, because he knows that there's still work to be done.
I think that one of the potential win conditions here is if Foot managed to win the first round without using as many gadgets on Semantic, well, he's not going to get the chance to, let's be honest here, as he goes on really early on. I think it could make quite the difference, but so far it's not quite looking like that's going to be the case. He wasn't expecting both players to jump in and therefore ended up going down early. With esports in a little bit of a pickle now.
I think it's a great strat from SK. Yeah, a very daring one. It could have backfired big time, let's be honest. But nonetheless, in the start of a refresh of the round, you know there's no utility there. So you've got to eradicate Semantic before he has something to work with. And look at Lenan, so low here.
Easy.
For SK and a Glimmer. They've got to be able to do very much the same idea again. Just isolate Semantic, get him out of the question. And this could very much be match point before our very eyes.
Yeah, this is looking very good for SK. The gene pool available as well. The connection is found unless there's an incredibly clutch Gust Super to just extend the life of whoever the target of that pool is. It's gonna be scary. They do have a ticket as well. The shield is gonna be popped now by Semantic. The ticket gets pulled. That's very big. Ope low HP as well. Yoshi forced back, and it's gonna be Drake to pick up the elimination onto Ope. Now suddenly, it's a 3-on-2. Yoshi closing the gap, but doesn't quite get the swipe off. His mech gets destroyed just in the nick of time. And Foot Esports are most likely going to be a round away from taking this one home, as Chaos is already making a run for the gas, trying not to feed that Shelly Super.
What a moment for Foot. Securing the
Match point.
in their minds that they are literally one round away now from knocking down their biggest rivals. It's not even arguably so. The big shield and Semantic
हाँ बच गया भाई.
as well. And Chaos is almost down. Gets some heals off the back of that TP for sure. And healing from OP go a long way. But look at this. Foot can smell blood. And they're going for the jugular.
For the Esports, looking to finish things right here, right now. Don't want any double match point business. And Lena finds first blood. Chaos goes down. As Ope TPs to the right hand.
Super is being charged for each and every person.
Opportunity to bring things back to a 3-on-2, but with a Shelly pool, a tick head, and a Gust shield, this is looking very challenging for SK Gaming. Quite the uphill battle. Can they make a play happen?
It'd be huge from OP, but it's trickling down HP. 250, he misses the ball as well. Ticket's going to connect it. It's a 3 versus 1.
GG's.
It's over, and Foot have got the spins and the pins, but most importantly, the win. They go through to today's semi-final. And as I'm saying it, IRL spins from Semantic. You'll love to see it. Great energy, but what a series. SK did not give it to them lying down. They fought their hardest, but Foot go through.
One of my favorite matches so far this year for sure.
मनु क्राफ्ट तो बोरिंग लग रही है मेरे को.
As well.
MVP कौन होगा भाई?
SK, it was
Semantic.
we sometimes forget it, but
and it doesn't matter whom you choose, you're gonna get 100 points for that thing.
Final is
So yeah,
gonna be it though. But
and yeah, most of the person, 51%
kind of progress.
voted for Semantic. क्या बात, बहुत बढ़िया.
Their beginning of 2023, it was very, very rough. It's looking better and better day by day. But Foot Esports are going to out-edge them this time around as they take the narrow 3-2 victory, locking them a spot into the semifinals rather.
I agree. It's been a tough year for Semantic for sure, as well with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
आपको लगा बोरिंग?
And then missing out on Japan Masters because
मेरे को क्या बोरिंग लगेगा भाई?
great to see a big
हर चीज़ में मजे हैं, खेलने के ऊपर है.
that monthly finals win. And I said coming into this one that whoever won this series would go all the way.
नेक्स्ट कौन सा टीम चूज करें? बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल पूछा आपने, क्योंकि नावी वर्सेस टोटेम है.
OP there.
दोनों ही खतरनाक टीम है. रिप्लाई टोटेम वर्सेस नावी.
It was draft for me. Foot
आई गेस नावी के साथ हम जा सकते हैं.
Yeah, it was a lovely final draft there from Food. Absolutely loved it. Overall, this match is an incredible one, to be honest. If you guys are just tuning in, I recommend watching this one back. Semantic is going to be the community voted MVP over on event.brawlstars.com. I mean, he had a fantastic series. Just that 2 set for me was enough to grant him that title.
very fitting, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, going into that matchup, Semantic, he found some magic, didn't he? Do you know why? It's because of the juice, Teddy. That's what it was. Look at him guzzling at the bottom of that can, searching for some winning magic. With a Shelly, it's fair to say. He was really, really looking to have an edge. They found it. But again, you know, commiserations to SK. I thought they put up a winning fight here today.
Navi.
Of a semi-finals and just came
Okay.
special.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, they fought really well. Ope also just very recently joined the team, and so far they're looking solid. I mean, this could have been a grand final worthy match, just not quite this time around. And I'm sure that
Good one for that thing.
Well, there are hearts over at events.ballstars.com that are being made and some being broken, that's for sure.
Navi versus Totem. Who's gonna win?
As a result of that one, but what a close one. This next one could be
2 minutes remaining to choose.
Navi,
So
monthly finals
MMA Cube Angel Boy versus Joker Maori Maru.
of Navi go up against Reply Totem, who are craving their first. MMA, Cube, and Angel Boy for Navi. They were able to bathe in riches.
Why I'm thinking that
Their win, and their first win actually in the year.
that this is gonna be for
They were on cloud.
Reply Totem.
Surprised us.
Reply Totem वाली feeling आ रही है.
Quarterfinals win against Dogs Lobster.
But चलो नावी को हम लोग कर देते हैं वोट.
Grand finals win against SK.
Oh, 51 ब्रो आप बंगाली हो?
They have got
नत्ती ब्रो नत्ती नो नो
my take,
इल्ले.
because they come out in all their numbers, but they've got that.
ये हिंदी पर रोए बड़ी दिन बाद आ रहा है इसलिए भूल गया है.
Reply Totem. I mean, this Teddy is the team which won the Mobile Masters in Japan for the Snapdragon Pro Series. They became the champions of the world there. I mean, it's going to be one of those moments where who's going to come out on top on this one?
it's such a tough call. I mean, can you believe that Reply Totem has yet to win a monthly final this year? Like last year, they were so good, so strong, so dominant. They're still very much good, don't get me wrong. I still think they might be the best team in the MEA, maybe after Zeta. But it's a really tough call. They just haven't quite managed to get the performance we kind of expect from them at this point. At least in the BSC, as you said, at Mobile Masters, they performed admirably well, taking the whole thing home and beating the world champions in Crazy Raccoon. So I think they're coming in hot for this one. I think they have a lot to prove still this year in the BSC, and as much as I absolutely adore Na'Vi and want to see Na'Vi succeed, I'm siding with Reply Totem. I want to see some Joker action and the Maru Maori duo at play as well.
Well, I do agree. Reply Totem last year had a phenomenal run, but it wasn't until July when they actually got their first Grand Finals win. Will it be June for them this time round? That's the question.
Ding, 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 ding. Come on, guys, do be sure to drop a like.
Snapdragon Pro Series, but
Like Corbin.
we've seen a lot from Reply Totem from that very scene, and they won Mobile Masters. Great. They did. I mean, they were champions. Like, there's no doubt about it. And at LAN setting, they were phenomenal. But the question for me is, have they fallen off a little bit since then? Has this honeymoon period extended a little bit too long? Because they didn't make the challenge season through Split 1. They're having to compete now through Split 2 to try to get themselves in and even qualify for that stage now. And the results haven't been the greatest. I mean, they've got one Grand Finals win in this Cup stages of 6 in the Snapdragon Pro Series to the 2 of SK and Humble and One Trick Ponies and others. You know, they've got to really today prove to me at least that they have not fallen off the top. You've got to remember, last month they left in the quarterfinal stages against Foot Esports. That was their worst performance to date. Can they turn things around today? Because so far, it hasn't been smooth sailing in the BSC.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I think it's one of the teams that still has a lot to prove this year. Now, with that being said, they are second in the EMEA leaderboard. So
True.
They have something to
Give
prove,
me that.
but not all that much either. And Na'Vi are third. My point is that they're neck and neck right now, and it's only about 30 points, I believe, separating both teams roughly, which means that this win will potentially help Na'Vi catch up and just, get an extra comfy spot in the BSC for the end of the year. As I mean, both teams are looking very solid for both Worlds and LCQ. They want to ensure
Asus Gaming.
is to get as many points
Sponsored by Asus Gaming. Wow.
from your close competitors.
Well said. Well said. Fly Totem put on Twitter the other day actually as well that they have got every finishing place so far this year except that Grand Finals win. So is it their time today to be able to do so? Oh my word. What a poll. And that says a lot actually for Reply Totem here, I feel, because Navi Nation have got the numbers behind this. Yeah. Normally Navi's polls are 90% as a standard. 95 to 98 is pretty much
Garam potato.
inevitably sit. So actually, a lot of fans coming out here today for Reply Totem, and clearly a lot of their recent accomplishments backing that very idea. So Spike ban for Navi, bit weird for me. Barley and Ruffs, Barley ban, Shelly ban and Ruffs is more my kind of flavor here for Reply Totem, but hey ho, maybe Navi have got something tankier up their sleeves, hence that first M's pick for Reply Totem, which can shred through the safe as well as just have that safety insurance policy against those tankier brutes.
Anita pick brought in one of the iconic Navi picks as well, even when Nita wasn't as meta as she's right now, because don't get me wrong, Nita's in a good place. She's pretty strong, and it's hard for me to admit it because I don't like Nita.
You hate it.
She is in a pretty good place, and she is finding some really good play pretty much only in high set competitive level, occasionally maybe in Brawl or here and there in Gem Grab too. But Hot Potato is absolutely the sort of map where you want that Nita in. It's going to be very strong at using the speed gear around the bushes, get up close and get some nice shots around the corners as well. But that bear, if it gets to the safe, it's going to be dealing a shield with it, and if you're facing too many tanks, potentially the stun instead to play more defensive. It's very versatile, it's very strong, and it fits in a pretty similar role to Jessie, which is interesting to pair them up together. It's pretty rare to see them together, although Jessie does counter Nita just a little bit, if the bear is close up and the bounces of the shots can, be quite problematic.
Dynamite.
The case here.
Dynamite's a great place actually for it here on Hot Potato. Navi are bringing out that awful comp that you get in Power League time and time again to stomp all over you. Reply Totem are not the team to play it against. I feel like they're going to be the ones actually which are going to be able to counter it pretty well, leave the Nita, without super on the save and just focus on getting their damage in. But it is still a bit of a concern. Search for defense. I completely understand it. They've got to be very, very cautious. Ultimately, this is going to come down to the Jessie and the Nita to really just try to shred through things as quickly as possible. Hyper Bear on the safe, no doubt about it on that star power side. Shocky as well, ideally, or Sparkplug rather than Recall Spring. Jesse's got so much ability to just absolutely annihilate the spawn side. And to add to that, they haven't got much range. That's the thing. And
Edgar.
Assassinations is edgy. I'll give it that. I mean, they're going to be looking for the dynamite pickup. That's where their primary focus will be with that Edgar.
Hey, Edgar has a 100% win rate so far today, so...
Yeah!
Oh, actually, I didn't watch this morning's show, so maybe not. Don't quote me on this one, but in this show, he has a 100% win rate.
In the sets.
Yeah, I don't know how well he's going to be doing against Surge, because, like, I would gladly pick a Surge into an Edgar. Also, the knockbacks from the M's are going to be pretty much exclusively used for the Edgar anyways, is the Jesse and the Nita don't necessarily want
Time to go.
that close either. So, I want to see it, but if anyone can make Edgar work, it's going to be Angel Boy, because he has been such a threat so far this year on those aggressive brawlers. He already was a big name in the previous years of the BSC, but I feel like so far this is looking to be his year.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal, hasn't he, on those bus picks, which is what I thought he might actually maybe even bring in on this one. But look at this, Reply Totem have stormed this left-hand side, broken some space to be able to see the crossover there with MMA, and again, depriving him of that super. This is all about defensive, and I think now, yeah, Reply Totem need to just spread out a little bit here, get a bit of this clustering. That Joker just absolutely clearing house there. Navi have got to match this pace.
Good stuff from Reply Totem so far. Navi on the back foot, but we do have some util to work with. Another Edgar jump. The turret is never going to be seeing the light of day, at least not until the respawn. And Angel Boy eventually does find Mari. Should be a pretty straightforward target. So far, every second that goes by is going to be favoring Reply Totem. They're happy to hold on to that position as they do still have a 43% lead.
Yeah, no damage whatsoever so far for Navi. They found Joker. The jumping from Angel Boy is good. He's creating so much space, honestly. And everyone now needs to follow up behind it. Cooper's got super as well. MMA does as well, but that could be a waste of the bear. And it is. Mario will take care of that. Easy pickings. Oh, Cooper gets value though as well. No super though. If he had super now, it would have been absolutely devastating. But the damage nonetheless is coming in finally for Navi. Starting to make this comp work.
It was a tough death for Maru, putting in so much work just to die from Jesse bounce. But that happens. Nevertheless, Reply Totem.
अरे लॉल अभी तक चल रहा है, रात तक चलेगा ब्रो.
The HP
पीगा पीगा. Hello,
safe.
Cos Roblox.
Navi to jump in from Angel Boy.
Welcome to the stream.
Onto Maru.
Oh.
Maru is going to give him a taste of his own medicine. MMA as well. Can't quite commit there in the mid, and they're stacking up on the side of Reply Totem. Just got to make sure they dodge those shots from the Jesse, but Maru is going to be putting an end to her life as no, he gets some nice shots onto the safe and doesn't really need the extra damage. He just needs to and he'll do just that.
Hello there.
Game number 1.
I think that Navi can...
Cos Roblox.
Edgar pick is such a good one. It's great against the M's in certain positions. It's fantastic against the
Edge to edge.
I mean, it's a matter of time, I feel, before that is going to prevail to actually give what Cube and MMA need to get the connection on the safe. Let's see, though. Reply Totem played it great. They are not unaware of the situation at hand. Look at the value of Angel Boy there. They're leaving Maori. I don't mind it necessarily, but we need Cube and MMA to have super, which they don't. So the damage is going to come in, but it's not nearly as good as it could be.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's fairly even, all things considered. I mean, the problem here for Navi is that since Angel Boy got pretty much all the kills and all the value, they had no bear, no turret, and that means no damage on safe. The stun not quite going to connect there either. Angel Boy with some nice jukes. Maru does have super. Looking to get...
Oh, jeez.
He will miss the jump, but the follow-up shot is going to connect and claim that kill. In the meantime, Joker is melting.
Easy win for Totem. Very easy. Yes. Oh.
It's done. Joker's been absolutely tearing it with the...
Easy peasy for Reply Totem.
This was choked.
First set goes to Reply Totem.
Start things off on a high. It's exactly what you've got to do against a team like Navi, who are fresh off the back of a monthly finals win. They are the reigning champs. Reply Totem want to be able to say the same next month with a grand finals win this month.
Yeah, I sometimes have this feeling, you know, with Na'Vi that their drafts are like 6 steps ahead, but actually it's a circle, so they're really a step behind. And that was one of those instances, you know, where I think they tried too hard to deal with that Dynamite, which, don't get me wrong, is a threat on this.
Now guys, do make sure to drop a like. Let's go.
Just didn't really find much value elsewhere. As Joker, I mean, we see it on screen right now, was able to easily dispatch him at Marriott, an even more one-sided matchup. Reply Totem was a great draft and a very strong execution as well.
Yeah, Joker was the threat for me, actually. I'm curious to see what the stats will say as well, if it says the same story. I think that Angel Boy played phenomenally well, but it's just that awareness of Reply Totem to not feed into the Jesse and the Nita. You know, when they've got those supers to hand, being really cautious around their positionings for it and preparing themselves to be able to counter up against it. Mario had a great round as well, that second game, no doubt about it there, and here it was just all over. But Reply Totem or always one when it comes to draft, to being able to handle the situation. Look at Mario as well. Didn't really got that many kills, actually. Almost, wow, he's flying, absolutely flying. Angel Boy with a 7, 5 to Joker, 2 to Maori, but Reply Totem can see through that kind of, I don't want to say sort of needs a Jesse cheese, because it's not necessarily cheese, but they are a team that can see it coming, and they know how to handle it. And Navi might have been
coming in 2 minutes. Do make sure to drop a like, guys.
We'll see going into Bounty up next dry season, whether they'll do the same or learn from it.
Dry season is going to be a very, very different map. Obviously, Bounty as a whole tends to be just a little bit more passive, but that's the kind of game mode where Na'Vi comes in and changes the expectations. I want to see some aggressive ideas again. That is what tends to be the most successful for Na'Vi. So far for Reply Totem, though, none of those in mind, as they are going to go Ruff's first pick. Just very versatile, very standard. Not a Brawl you can really hard counter on its own. It's going to be a Gene to match it so far, as well as a Mr. P, so a bit more classic here on the side of Na'Vi, the Mr. P that has recently been making waves in the meta, where it hadn't been really seen for a very long time, but it's been played and it's been successful here and there.
Yeah, I think we've seen more Mr. P today than we have the entire year so far, right? And the win rates seem to be reflecting some of the hype. I don't know whether it's a go-to thing for me yet. I mean, maybe it will develop a bit more, but so far so good. Shelly, though, is where my eyes are always at, you know? If that Brawler's not banned, you should be picking it, realistically. I mean, it's basically viable everywhere. I saw SK Gaming playing it in quals on Kaboom Canyon, and they still got the wins. I mean, if you can play on Kaboom Canyon, you can play it anywhere. Mandy coming in for Navi, a Brawler that I'm not a fan of. I don't rate her. I don't think she should be played here, but nonetheless, a very strong super, a devastating super, but you got to line it up, and you don't get it frequently. So if you miss that open opportunity and your opposition just are able to foresee it coming or able to juke around it, you haven't really got much in your kit that's going to help. Maybe you can find some angles here and there to really kind of suppress the situation, especially on a map like Dry Season in the back spawn areas, maybe. But I don't know, to be completely honest. And Reply Totem have got all the abilities to break the map. Navi have got none of that, except for the gene pools here and there. So it's a risky comp. This could be Reply Totem taking the set.
Let's find out. I do like this trend of seeing more and more often the Shellys to try to deal with gene pulls, right? Because if you pull the Shelly, I mean, it's the gene that dies, realistically. So those sort of ideas are becoming more and more common and more of a go-to. So far, Blue Star was easily won over by Reply Totem, and Joker is finding some good value as well with his shots, getting closer and closer to his super once he gets one, and he does right now. This could be the way to find one, if not more openings. It's going to be a miss, but they still find a kill onto Cube that had to funnel away. Nice snipe from Angel Boy to get the trade, and nevertheless, it's still a 2-story lead in favor of Reply Totem.
He's found a nice little spot, hasn't he, Angel Boy there? Just really tapping the shots and keeping Reply Totem at bay, but they find themselves in this position, again, could prove costly. Mario can just sit behind the wall. Now the gadget pop potentially for MMA didn't come actually, so interesting to see. But they can just sit back and allow Navi to make the push. With Angel Boy having no super, they can't really do much behind these walls.
ओ भाई उसका वो हेल्थ हील हो रहा है. पुल कर ले.
Push through.
वाह, वेस्टेड.
Really, Plyto's not standing their ground, and 30 seconds now on the clock.
Cube does have a pull, and one kill is all it takes. If that kill is onto Maori, with some trades here and there, things could still very much change. Supply drop plays down. And so far, Joker is getting more and more tanky. The super from Joker is going to be missed. The second one he whiffs, but it does.
पुल कर ले.
From Angel Boy only finds one connection. That's very important. Otherwise, he would be able to chain supers. But that's not going to be the case.
Nah, नहीं जीत सकते ये लोग. नल्ले लोग. उस
Number one here.
ना सुपर यूज किया उसने.
Exactly what I was worried about for Navi, honestly. You know, the sandbags there just going to really counteract the Gene. There was only one man he super the entire game. He got some damage onto the roughs. That was it. No follow-up there either. And Reply System have got a comp that's not only good on the offensive, but good on the defensive. It fits both molds. And it worked out perfectly for them. They didn't look like they were really struggling too much. Nearly.
Nice one.
Oh, the takedown actually onto Maori. Early clay pigeon pop of the gadget from Maori will give some good range, but so far it is the lead with Navi, and that was kind of surprising to me. Maori got a bit overextended there.
Yeah, I don't want to say unlucky because technically it's just like bad placement. It was a split second, really. You know, the sandbag, I think he expected it to tank it, but he didn't have the chance to move yet, so he got prioritized for that Mandy shot and ended up going down. Gadget from Angel Boy not gonna find a connection just yet. Navi still with that 1-star lead from that opening kill. Joker is low HP, but some very, very good dodges, and MMA is low himself. Cube is tempted to go for pull, but it's a Shelly with super, and my friend, doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's going to do it at some point. If they can whittle Maru down, you can take down the Shellys with super regardless. It's not undoable, but it can be something which can be heavily memed later looking back on things, so they wouldn't want that. Big taps though there from the Gene side, keeping Reply Token clustered. Might be to their advantage, though. They are running field promotion on the rough, so they're actually going to benefit off the back of those moments. Nonetheless, though, just a 1-star differential here, and it could be all it takes. Joker's low here.
Nice one.
Oh, that's the super we're waiting for from Angel Boy. They're extend the lead now in the final moments.
It took a game
Shelly.
to really see that Mandy at play.
Oh, it's a 8-point lead now.
They found their groove as right now Angel Boy is sitting casually on 5 stars as Navi pick up a dominant win here, evening things out 1 each for this.
Oof.
Interesting stuff. I wasn't expecting it to be theirs, to be honest, especially when you look back at the last game, but okay, I'm listening, Navi, I'm listening. Tell me more, you know, because realistically, I think the Reply Token comp is more of the safer one. I feel like that is the one that should more often than not kind of survive through to prevail, but they can deprive Angel Boy like they did in the first game and maybe not concede that.
Oh, hey, बहुत low.
Could be history repeating. They back off now, but that was a bit of a shaky start. The blue star is with Totem, and they are back in their spawn where they want to be.
Yeah, that is very different, and you know that is the repeatable success formula that they did have in that first game. The ability to get that blue star and make it out alive, giving you the lead and enabling you to play defensively in game 2. Navi were able to get the kill after that blue star was picked up and
अरे भाई
as efficient on the offense as they were on the.
शैली को टारगेट करना भाई, उधर वो किनारे बैठी है, अगर तुझे वहां पे नहीं पे पड़ रहा है, वहां पे लग रहा है, दिख रही है, तो मारना, उधर मारना मेरा भाई, क्या कर रहा है?
A couple of shots here and there. Yeah, Mari now has supply drop over to Joker, so be careful to pick it up. Filling up now, Maru can just sit behind this
Bro.
here as well in the mid. Angel Boy gets a lovely gadget. The follow up. Oh, great juke from Joker. He needed to make sure he landed that.
Now you got it, bro. This is how you need to do it.
They've got to go the aggressive, and Cube is overzealous there and gets punished for it. Big
They
snap there.
lost it.
The gadget to follow it up.
Easy loss for Navi.
Improved.
Angel Boy is close to his super. That could be huge if he gets some tags across the board, maybe even some kills. He's not there just yet. Maru has a super as well to try to dissuade any aggression on that right-hand side, but he does get tagged quite low HP. Needs to be very careful here, because 5 stars can quickly happen, but Joker finds Cube. Maru
Easy.
down MM.
Easy.
Angel Boy is going to be his next.
Hello Manu, what's up? कैसे हो? Hey.
I told him a flawless game.
On to the match point with the reply totem.
2 sets to 0. And Navi are starting to really feel the heat.
I hate to say it, we talked about it, back in April, but Navi do have those moments when it comes to drafts that are sometimes questionable.
6 steps ahead, 1 behind.
Yeah, that very thing, and Reply Totem are not the team to take prisoners when it comes to drafts. I would argue that they are possibly one of the best teams in the world when it comes to drafts. So there's not really anything in which they're gonna, not expect, not see through, and they're getting it right today. Navi are not really displaying to me that draft awareness, and the question therefore, back to April was, what was the drafts like?
सच्ची सी.
Reply Totem at the moment.
Come on, do I should drop a like and subscribe when new. मैं भी आज स्ट्रीम किया था वालो दिन में. हाँ ये बताया था कौन पंगा बिन बोता के गया था
The win conditions here wasn't necessarily the draft. I
कि
think
भालू की स्ट्रीम करेगा
really important.
मनु.
Because it only really comes at play when you're playing defensively, right? Because otherwise you have to spread out to take more map control. That wasn't quite the case here in this 3rd game. Same for the first, right? They could play defensively, get super buffed up, and then suddenly it's a lot harder to take you down. And that's more of an execution problem, really, because, they have to adapt properly on the side of
Navi are real lol.
for them
Yes.
or try to turn around the lead.
Match point for reply totem.
Takes the harder it gets.
Hot Zone up next.
Hot zone.
A map that we've seen recently coming back in to the flow of things. And I'm really grateful for it. I really do love this map in Hot Zone. It plays out very differently to a great deal of others. Some B mid ideas. Look at
Max.
That says a lot to me.
कितने मैच बचे हैं?
A lot of Sam.
ये खत्म होने ही वाला है. उसके बाद 3 मैच बचेंगे. सेमीफाइनल्स के 2 और फाइनल का 1.
P and Sam for reply to
3 मैच.
Jesse, Stu, these are outrageous bans for anywhere else, and that's why I love this map in particular. Lou's still around, remember?
Jelly.
Navi, and that might not
Barley ले लो easy win.
be for them to finally cotton on to the fact that
Let's see what they take.
the best brawlers in the meta. There's a reason why 99% of the time it is banned, but to pair it now, we've got to also have something to counteract a lot of this speed from the max, some control, some range. Personally, I think B's not a bad shout, but RT
Bonnie.
going to come in for them. Yes, something along those lines there had to be. So I quite like the way it's shaping up. But
बॉनी का मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता भाई क्या ही यूज है. मतलब इतना स्लो अटैक है उसका. कोई भी डॉज मार लेता है.
They really do.
और जब तक वो उछल के कूदी ना मार ले
Team utility.
कोई उसका वो है नहीं अटैक का ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस. उसके बाद भी कोई कूदी मार के गई कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि वहां पे शैली जैसा बंदा ना उसको उड़ा दे.
I do
क्या
like
ही है. बॉनी इतना ज्यादा पता नहीं पसंद नहीं है.
beat it and just joined him with the Shelly. Being
Barley from the reply totem.
Reply Totem can find some good value, especially on the defensive side, at least early on. Can play it mid too. You can also play more aggressive with it, but a bit less typical, I guess. I don't mind it. I think it's a fairly decent pick, not the flashiest, however. I'm hoping to see something fun here, and I think
जीत गई टोटम इजी. अनीता भी ले लिया इनने. इनकी तो बैंड बज गई.
Navi, this is their chance to hit hard with some strong counters.
घंटा काउंटर्स ले पाएगी.
I'm not sure they're
नावी की नैया डूब गई भाई साहब.
terrible. Just wasn't the rounded brawler that I was expecting for the comp on the side of Reply Totem, to be honest. But I can get. I think it's got a place here. The Max as well. not too bad in the mid for sure. And obviously, you know, time is of the essence when it comes to parallel plays. So having everyone get back into the actions.
बिल्लो रानी लिया इनने. Wow.
I can understand.
Wow.
I don't think I'm a fan of Willow on this particular map and mode, if I'm honest. But it can cause some havoc. You know, it can also find it quite easily on the left-hand side to kind of seek through the bushes. You know, it's more of a
चलो जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा.
because the mind control there gets so much more value. Yes, you can use mind control in hot zone to get your opposition away.
बिल्लो भी बढ़िया है, लेकिन बार्ली के सामने बिल्लो कुछ नहीं है. पूछो क्यों? बार्ली का अटैक मिस हुआ तो वो अटैक फिनिश हो जाता है.
It's aggression.
बार्ली कैसा, उसने अटैक किया, मिस भी हो गया तो उस एरिया पे उसका अटैक पड़ा रहेगा. गलती से तुम गए उसके ऊपर, डैमेज तुम्हें पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा.
Yeah, I'm very curious about how this Willow is gonna come into play. Feel like, in theory, Barley has the better matchup, just purely in their thrower mechanics, right? But
Yeah.
utility-wise, it's very, very
Boy, Brownie, I speak English.
the most.
Wow, what a spelling of English, bro. Very nice.
The most.
Very good English you speak, bro.
They
And actually, that's not speak, you're right.
right inside, they are gaining ground.
Nice one.
He's gonna end up going down. Angel Boy was a great pickup onto Maru, and this is looking incredible right now for Na'Vi as they have presence in both zones. Reply Totem and none.
Big miss as well from Major Boy there. And Joker was able to survive on in the meanwhile as well, and really should have gone down. Maru gonna tick down to 600 HP on the left-hand side. But now that zone at the top right has already been captured by Reply Totem, so they can start to go more on the aggressive. But now have Navi also. Maru, very low here, and should be going down a bit fast. I think Q's missing a couple of shots here. Some nerves potentially showing here as the breakthrough from as well. And he is now on the zone. Bring back MMA and Angel Boy to have to deal with him and buying valuable time.
Very well done by Na'Vi.
टोटेम का बार्ली हग रहा है.
In their favor,
वेरी हग्गू मुट्टू.
trying desperately to
मुट्टू हग्गू हग्गू मुट्टू हग्गू मुट्टू.
Shelly
बच गया,
definitely approach.
बच गया. भालू ने बचा लिया, नहीं बचाया एक्चुअल में, नीचे से वो आ गया, लेकिन उसको सुपर चार्ज हो गया.
Has time to place a bear, potentially
मारना नल्ले.
for Na'Vi as MMA is mind controlling.
मार दिया.
He's just gonna end up going down as soon as the mind control ends. And now Cellular Reply Totem are catching up, and it's a bad timing here for Na'Vi as well. Because it's getting closer and closer to
उड़ा दिया भाई, खोपड़ी तोड़ दी उसकी.
that left zone. If they can
भालू 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 भालू, अरे भालू का गैजेट यूज नहीं कर पाया भाई साहब. ये मैं बोल रहा था, बार्ली भाई बहुत ही खतरनाक है.
sound to bury
बार्ली बहुत खतरनाक है.
3%
3% की लीड ही है देखा जाए तो इनके पास अभी.
structure has fallen apart.
एंड इट्स एक्चुअल में ओ पहुंच गया.
So good at doing is just keeping Navi in the back. Now Q's broken through, found a bit of space. There is time now with everyone coming through from Navi.
86. Now they are on lead.
Gets the takedown.
ओह भाई साहब.
There's the mind control. The value actually from that is worth it. And Maru just going off into the zone, shooting his teammates. It's
100%.
nation. Nice win. But I don't know how convinced I am that it's going to last in the long run. I think Navi got a little bit of an opening.
Jim.
Good for them. They've got to get another now, though, to even bring back a set. And they are behind. They have not got one on the board yet. It's a very tough spot. And I don't know if this is the comp to do it. I hope for their sake it is.
हग्गू बार्ली.
Reply Totem,
न्यूज 3 आ गई क्या हग्गू बार्ली वाली?
how to deal with this Na'Vi comp? A little late. And if they manage to do a better job in defense early on, it could be a very different story.
ओह ये.
Only time will tell. As Angel Boy gets a super off onto Maru. Joker pumping speed, trying to close the gap there onto Angel Boy.
ओह ये.
You will get the elimination, and as super now as well. Maru
Boom and बच गया वो.
MMA.
This one is for Navi, I guess.
Strong start again.
Cube's going to struggle a bit here with the slack of speed. Yeah, and he will get taken care of. There comes out for Angel Boy. Can't really do much about it.
Now is this comeback?
Starting to push the way forwards, and it's still MMA, the backbone at the moment with this Willow pick that I'm still not sold on, but has been getting some good value, some good moments from, just keeping the control and waiting for the moment.
He's gonna jump.
He's still struggling.
But he's low in health and boom, 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 boom.
But Navi are in the lead. Let's not forget, the aggression is all reply totem as it should and needs to be. But so far, Navi have got some.
They win this set. जैसे उनकी विल्लो डिफेंस कर रही है इसलिए नावी जीता.
In reply totem's advantage because throwers are usually
बार्ली बहुत अच्छी डिफेंस कर सकता है. अटैक क्यों कर रहे हैं पता नहीं. उनने सोचा कि हम 2-0 से लीड में हैं तो चलो कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट ही कर लेते हैं.
get some damage
And with that they get the third set.
can do to actually commit and the 2-on-2 on the zone
Not the match point for reply totem for now.
regardless
Now.
for this set. And seems like MMA wanted to check at what time he was supposed to start winning, and it was about that time o'clock.
I mean, I just don't know how sold I was in the draft. You know, for all intents and purposes, Navi shouldn't really have won that for me. I'm still very much open to Willow there being a shining star. I'm still not sold, but I'm more open to it. But you know, the Bonnie and Max matchup, that's a Max matchup win every time you look at it. Is it just the Shelly? You know, that's the thing for me. Because it's Shelly now at that point in the game. That was a great Willow moment. That's where those things can connect and works wondrously well. But it's very niche. The scoreline there kind of really.
फिर आ गया इस पे एक स्माइल वाला. टैडी का तो बियर बना दूंगा मैं.
I don't know. I feel like reply totem should have.
मेरे जबड़े दुखने लगे यहाँ पे भाई. ऐसे एक स्माइल कर करके भाई तेरे को नहीं हंसना तो मत हंस भाई. जबरदस्ती थोड़ी है.
I mean, I think that
माना कि तेरे को हंसने को पैसे मिल रहे हैं लेकिन हंसने के नहीं मिलते भाई. तेरे बोलने को पैसे मिलते हैं.
we'll see if they manage to just be a little bit more consistent with their drafts for the remainder of this series.
हाँ गाल दुखने लगेंगे भाई ऐसे कर दिया तो.
Switch things up. A nice set of hot zone for them and trying to ride off that momentum, getting into set number 4. Maybe even push things to a 5th and final.
लगता है इसकी गर्लफ्रेंड ने बोल दिया तुम्हारी स्माइल बहुत अच्छी है.
Exactly what I was talking about.
बस भाई ने सीरियस ले लिया उस चीज को.
Gave out the least DPS, 1 kill
गोल्ड आर्म गर्ल्स.
versus 2 for reply totem, in my opinion.
और आज 8:30 बजे है ब्रॉल टॉक भी. तो देखते हैं क्या आने वाला है ब्रॉल टॉक में. एज यूजुअल
Those first sets.
बॉक्सेस वापस आने वाले हैं मोस्ट प्रोबेबली. लेकिन वो क्या इस अपडेट में आएगा या बाद के अपडेट में, दैट्स स्टिल द मिस्ट्री टू सॉल्व. एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मोस्ट ऑफ द बैलेंस चेंजेस इज गोना बी देयर.
Great 2 and
एंड आई थिंक दे हैव जस्ट
Gray as well. So showing some signs here. Some
revealed one of the
Shelly coming in as the first pick, as we saw in the previous
secret from the Brawl Stars that they have said that
and the gene.
Gray not gonna be teleporting their teammates
You can use your
from now on. ऐसा उनने बोला है लेकिन ऐसा होता है या नहीं होता वो पता नहीं.
on your spawn side area, and you want to obviously
इसमें कितने पॉइंट्स तक जा सकते हैं? 1000.
you know,
1000 इज द हाईएस्ट.
in that respect for Shelly here. But
जिसमें प्यू प्यू मिलने वाला है. प्यू प्यू.
buying time, you're wanting your teammates
ये वाला प्यू प्यू मिलेगा.
so
प्यू 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 प्यू.
be able to go
So this pew pew is gonna be interesting.
the tick, which is a bit of an overtime idea, an RT. Not a bad idea. I think it's very standard stuff from reply system for Gold on Gulch.
Yeah, I think one of the questions
ऐसा हुआ तो ग्रे नल्ला है.
is going to be used and how much
ऐसा ही है. अब देखो उसके मुंह से गलती से निकला या सच में ऐसा होने वाला है
utility
ये पता नहीं है.
match escape.
लेकिन उसने तो यही बोला.
He was using knockout and they end up using all 3 gadgets in the first round. They'll probably win it, but then there's nothing left in the tank for rounds 2 and 3, and that's where it gets really dangerous.
वो सिर्फ खुद को टेलीपोर्ट किया करेगा.
Challenge for that brawler We'll see as their final pick to get access to a thrower, get some shots over walls, and well, some more walls into the mix as well to block off areas. It's definitely a solid one here. I like to draft on both sides. I'm a little bit worried for Reply Totem and their ability to deal with that Shelly.
ऐसा हो तो ग्रे वर्स्ट ब्रॉलर की लिस्ट में जाएगा सीधा.
I like this.
हाँ.
It kind of had to be for me. Interesting that Penny is now starting to
वाह.
because we tend to often see teams gravitate towards that here. Love the skin.
Sabristic.
It's definitely.
Cerberus.
But will it light up a win for reply system? That's the question. Oh, huge.
ओ भाई साहब.
He could have got the kill there on Joker.
बच कैसे गया वो आरटी.
Coming into play there because he had that one in the back. As far as I was concerned, the range surely was enough for him to be able to secure it, right?
I think so too. I was pretty much thinking the exact same thing. But I guess it wasn't quite meant to be here for Na'Vi. Joker and Mara trying to close the gap. Cube
अरे भाई साहब
in an awkward position.
ah
Some of Mara
boom
ultimately doesn't matter the most. There's some nice flanking.
ओ आर्टिक जिंदा कैसे बच गया मर गया वो
Gas actually doing just enough damage to take him down. Cube as a super as well. This is troublesome. The dickhead is going to be heading his way as well as the hatchlings. It's very messy, but it's a 3v1. And one
उन लोगों ने जानबूझ से उसको मारा नहीं ताकि ये सुपर चार्ज कर ले एक बेस्ट थ्रोअर है वो तो है
seem to be on a bit of a win streak.
उसके पास डिफेंस अटैक सब कुछ है भाई साहब उसके ऊपर कोई अटैक कर दे एडगर जैसा बंदा तब भी उसको पीछे धक्का देके भाग जाएगा पहले तो उसका जो
So dangerous, right? So the amplifier shot
शील्ड वाला जो गैजेट था भाई उसमें तो आके कुछ भी टकरा जाए उसको कुछ घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता 0 डैमेज फिर उनने उसको उठा के आधा कर दिया बोले बहुत ज्यादा ओपी हो रहा है
this is
तो
why
टोपी पहना दी बेचारे को वरना तो भाई आलू टिक्की के बिना कुछ है ही नहीं बस वो ले लो जिंदगी सफल है तुम्हारी
in this set, but they are playing the comp well. So I like the idea of double stacking in that right hand side or triple stacking as it was and buying down the clock. Vengeful Spirits now coming out for MMA, keeping everyone a bit low. Just keeping them clustered. You know, that's kind of the way you want this for Navi as the time goes on. They've got all this utility, all the supers in the world, and I think they've got the bit of the edge now.
Yeah, it's
तो जी स्प्रूट लिया हुआ है लोग जानबूझ के
available as well. Like combining
वॉल नहीं तोड़ रहे हैं बिकॉज दे हैव टेकन द स्प्रूट
Shelly super.
अब तो यूज कर सकता है अब यूज कर सकता है क्योंकि लास्ट राउंड बन सकता है इनके लिए
But that wall is going to be locking Joker and Mari out of the equation. It's a 3-on-2 though. Mari was a gadget. Cube goes somehow.
एक और खींचेगा
Polite totem to
जीन पुल हजेगा
and now suddenly they're a round away from a match.
ओ इसके बाद भी दीवार नहीं टूटी है वाह भाई ऐसा कैसे यूज किया है इसने शैली दीवार फिर भी जिंदा है
We're trying to use it early on and be bold in that respect. Time it down just a bit. Ideally, I kind of want to see Navi make that play. And it's going to be a tough thing to see if it goes wrong, but great control from Maru.
अरे कुछ ही को तो खींच ले मेरा भाई
Bottom left-hand corner. And much needed healing paths there from MMA onto Angel Boy because he's taking a lot of shots there from Joker. Be cautious in that respect. Keep creeping his way forwards, wants to create some space, and I don't doubt that that is the way forwards. So far, Applied Totem really are shutting down a lot of these angles, and he can't really find the moment to pounce.
Dickhead still in hand here for Maru. His cube overstays his welcome on the top side of the map.
अभी तक स्प्रूट का
Dickhead,
चार्ज नहीं हो पाया
as Angel Boy is low. Murray goes
खींच
right flank.
खींच ले उसको पुल कर ले अरे भाई कैसे क्या खेलते हैं ये लोग भाई
On
भाई ये लोग सुपर लेके घर जाएंगे अचार बनाएंगे इसका
they need to step up.
मैच पॉइंट फॉर रिप्लाई टोटम
Definitely has the capability of winning this one. But he executes.
आज थारा भाई गेमिंग राजेंद्र ने नानी को रैंक 25 कर दिया वाह 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 वाह, बहुत बढ़िया
Here we go. Sprays for Navi might not be enough. They need a
हक दिया पुल
and Applied Totem can sense
बहुत अच्छा काम किया इन लोगों ने
moment to escape the curse of April and get through back into the semi-final stages where they like to be the most comfortable that we tend to see them. They're getting on the more on the aggressive now, pushing through big taps from Joker, who's really landing. Everyone on the side of Navi has got an amplified mark above their heads. I'm surprised for that reason that Joker's not popping gadget there. I think he did in the end, but like, you know, it's a perfect time for it, and they were taking so much time around it. But I think Navi have come a little bit unhinged. They've got to go back to some of these plays that were making them shine through, but control is all with Applied Totem, there's no doubt about it.
There is an early gene pool unlocked by MMA, and you know how deadly those can be.
कर ले भाई पुल कर ले तो अभी कर ले
Getting a bit aggressive. Needs to
पुल नहीं करने का एक और रीजन इनका ये भी है कि
head that's coming in now. That will
इनको वॉल नहीं तोड़नी है
by Q. Maru was an aggressive jump.
और मर गया वो फ्री बॉकेट मर गया
They're low HP. Joker slipped through, but is that enough?
हाँ जीजी भाई जीजी
Gas is
हाँ
going it here in favor of Navi.
What a clutch moment. But again, you know, Agent Boy survived on. It was a great wall, but it's a bit too close for me. Considering that Reply didn't have got match point and Navi haven't got a game yet in this set. But, you know, those moments you got to embrace and try to replicate as best you can. Great
कॉम्पिटिटिव है इसलिए पसीने से नहा रहे हैं.
early.
अच्छा.
The way that Reply Totem are separated a bit, they might be able to secure something from it. Still getting great splash.
टुट्टा पत्ता गोभी का.
Ball wasn't there for Mimay.
हाँ वो तो है.
Good splash damage. There's so many supers on the side of Reply Totem, and that gets me worried.
The Sprout will
ये मरेगा. ये मरेगा.
ever seen here.
बच गया. जिंदा कैसे है ये?
Very careful with the next.
अरे बॉल तोड़ दी.
Doesn't have unlimited gadgets either. Vengeful spirits go
ये लेसी मर गया भाई साहब.
find some value.
और खींचा है और बहुत बढ़िया पुल. फाइनली गुड वन. लेकिन अब ये मरेंगे क्योंकि आरटी बिल्कुल मुंह पे आ गया है और बूम बूम.
He's got a full Joker now. But the gas again is
इन्हीं लोगों ने गैस के साइड फेंक दिया एंजल बॉय. वेरी एंजेलिक परफॉर्मेंस.
round away from winning this quarterfinal match.
अब तो पूरा एरिया ओपन है. तोड़ो फोड़ो. शैली भैया क्या कर रहे हो?
Perseverance. The whole package. Reply Totem are one round away from sealing it, and what a turn it will be for now.
पत्ता गोभी तो मंचूरियन बन गए उधर.
Finals champions of April. So first to leave in the quarterfinals. Let's see. They've got still a great comp for it, but they're not really able to survive these final moments in the gas stages. Reply Totem know it. Closing in.
किधर मार रहा है ये?
We need to see
हाँ ऑब्जेक्ट कनेक्ट हुआ.
earlier pull. Make it an early 3 versus 2, but there's been very reserving with that. I just hope it doesn't.
पॉइजन क्लाउड्स आने वाले हैं. अब देखो क्या होता है. पूरा एरिया ओपन है.
Does have his Sheen pool
दो लोगों के पास सुपर है.
full as it was in round 2.
ओके ओके लेट्स सी. लस्सी लस्सी लस्सी. क्या ये पोल? और नाइस वन. नाइस वन.
MMA
ओ ये गुड वन. गुड वन.
it's Cube to settle it.
स्टिल अ मैच पॉइंट.
Will be going to Navi. I believe that was set as well. Strong stuff from Navi.
No, I don't dwell on it, but like, you know, towards the end, it's the final round. You can pull with the Gene. You're not going to lose any utility for it. You know, it's not going to be a problem in that respect. But they didn't go for it. So I think being a little bit sheepish on the side of Navi here, you know, and I want to see more aggression from them because you kind of have to against Reply Totem. You got to match that.
Okay, this time they have
Obviously, not be
conquered the middle one.
So be a bit careful. They are giving away a lot of value in terms of their HP, and that's going to feed supers left, right, and center. But very much a different situation now. As this is kind of what you want to do against Reply Totem: separate them out and try to make it that early 3 versus 2.
Sprout wall plays down. Apologies.
ओ बच गया. उसने शील्ड यूज कर ली.
So strong Navi were looking at that. They had another game already locked in. Some tags from Joker from afar. Nearly tags all 3 again. And so far, things seem barely even. No supers available on either side. As the gas is starting to spawn in. First on the bottom and top. Now on the sides as well.
हाँ nice one, nice one, nice one.
Can get dangerous. Maru is going to be embracing those walls for now. Maru locked in a 2-on-2.
Boom.
As well, there is
Hey.
that super. So realistically, there was nothing that Reply Totem could do at that point. And a round is picked up by Navi, just 1 away from taking us to a 5th.
Yeah, this is what Navi can do sometimes, and then they just claw it back somehow, some way. I think Reply Totem now really do need just to nip this in the butt and get this one done. We saw it last time around. They do find within themselves to persevere. It's one of the great qualities actually about Navi. They never count themselves out, and when they don't have a great month, they do come back stronger. No doubt about it. Let's see though now. Reply Totem have got something to muster up here. They're only 2 rounds away from locking themselves in, but that one round that went the way of Navi now really could be such a costly one for Reply Totem if they do not shut this down.
Underestimating the Shelly has been one of the biggest mistakes any team has done so far in this CMEA monthly final. And this game might prove
Oh भाई,
once again a freak.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Joker is next in
Going on to the 5th.
are bringing this one
2-2.
a 5th and final set.
हैं?
Checking the time.
ये भाई ने रुद्राक्ष पहना हुआ है?
It's time for set 5 here as Navi take us all the way.
It could be time for their semi-finals appearance if Reply Totem do not get this one under the radar and back into control. I mean, they're running away with it at the moment. That final moments of Angel Boy, by the way, were phenomenal. Ban the Shelly, Reply Totem. You've lost both sets by not banning it. I think you've got to now at this point, unless you get first pick and then you can maybe like gamble with it. But you know, they really can't afford to make that same mistake. And that, you know, is the elephant in the room as far as I'm concerned. It comes down to the skill at the end of the day and their ability to handle the pressure. But I just think you can't be leaving that brawler open right now in the draft. It's just too strong.
Alright, I'm gonna be quoting someone. I'm gonna let you guess who I'm quoting, right? This could be the first sweep of the day.
Hmm.
I believe that a very smart, very intelligent, very knowledgeable caster I know once said that, and personally I vouch for very much the same ideas. But it might be going that way. You know, this might not be. And for my sake, what I will say is I'm glad that that's not the case because my prediction is Navi. So as I lost the predictions with the previous set against Vert, I said that the winner will still win today. I still stand by that. But it went to the 5th and final set, which goes to show how close and how hard those predictions for those two particular matches really were. Let's look at the stats. Look at that on the side of Navi. Doing very well, might I add here. And I think I was the only person to predict them to win this set. So let's see how this one fares. See how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Angel Boy playing fantastically. Cube as well. Overall, for Navi, it's been very much a team effort, and they've been able to find great success with it as well. I still stand by what I said. Reply Totem need to stop underestimating the Shelly. It's 2 sets in a row now, and I mean, if this draft goes the same way, I wouldn't be surprised if they get reverse swept.
It's been 2 consecutive sets, you know. That's the worry, and very, very similar to what happened back in April for Reply Totem versus Foot. And it's happening again. It was a reverse sweep then, and it's the same story. Shelly's open, pick Shelly. It's 1-2 sets prior to this, and Reply Totem didn't ban it. And I hope for their sake that that was the play, that was their plan, you know, because I called it happening, and it's happening. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's going to be a mid-pick now. They've got the abundance of choice for their mid-brawler, whether they want to go with the I'm assuming Crow's mid there, but it could be obviously like the Gene, it could be the 8-bit, it could be running aggressive lane Crow. I mean, crazy things have happened, but what do you make of it so far?
इसके बाद क्या खेलोगे?
I don't like what I'm seeing, Ark.
देखो माइनक्राफ्ट ही खेल सकते हैं, बाकी तो फिर मुश्किल है माइनक्राफ्ट खेलना भी, बिकॉज ये तो अभी चलेगा.
But I don't see how he's...
तो जब भी सेमीफाइनल्स के 3 मैच अब देख सकते, सेमीफाइनल फिर फाइनल, तो उसमें लग जाएंगे 8:30 बजे. फिर ब्रॉल टॉक है, उसमें लग जाएगा आधा घंटा, मान लो कहीं 10 मिनट तो वो बक करेंगे, फिर 20 मिनट हम बक करेंगे, तो 9 तो ऐसी बच जाएगा. तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली कुछ नहीं खेल पाएंगे.
Some rough action, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't know.
There's some scary prospects. They've got the final pick on the side of Reply Totem. RT going to come in for, something with more of a staple diet. I imagine that would be kind of like the mid-controller. I might prefer Gem Carrier, but Penny going to come in. Has fallen off a little bit, just a touch, but still so versatile in terms of meta. This is going to be a banger for Reply Totem here for me. I mean, you know, it just has to be a winning draft for them. Or they're going home early. So I don't know how I feel. I mean, they've got an opportunity here. I definitely feel like they can go on the aggressive against some of this comp. But I don't feel like so far I'm siding with it. Whether this final brawl is going to change my mind, it doesn't.
I was going to say, let me guess. Did it change your mind?
Bro.
Right? I mean, I rate Bo. I love playing it. It's a great brawler that I think is very underrated. but I just don't feel it works in this scenario here. It's great on ladder, it gets great results. It's definitely fallen off as a mid, which I'm assuming is taking it. I'm asking a lot of questions here, Teddy, because I'm a little bit confused. It's not the...
Interesting. वो बहुत interesting choice है. Yes,
I don't know what they should draft.
that's true.
Like, you're facing a Shelly as
And here we go.
be nice against the comp for the most part, but like against a Shelly, you can't really go that
ओह भाई तगड़े झटके पड़े हैं, वो भाग गया पीछे.
close. Once he gets his super, which seeing how much he's
अरे भाई पूरी कुटाई हुई है उसकी.
and already a first kill there from Cube. I mean, I don't want to call it now, but I kind of want to call it now. I see.
भाई ने पूरे के पूरे जैम उठा के लेके आए हैं.
Yeah, well, I saw them going to the semi-finals from the beginning of the day, but you know,
This might be the
Let's see.
shortest match of the day.
I mean, at the moment, the
अरे भाई पूरा
broken this mid against the Cube, man.
सब डिस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा है इधर.
The Angel Boy's broken this entire left-hand side. It does provide some...
और बहुत लो. फाइनली फिनिश्ड इट. और वो का अभी तक एक भी बार सुपर चार्ज नहीं हो पाया है. इंटरेस्टिंगली
Sandbags there from Maru, and it's
फाइनली हो गया. और
up his sleeve, but
गुड.
can catch up some lost time. The supply drops now coming in as well from Mario are really quite crucial. And let's see how a Joker's going to respond with that in mind, because they need something up their sleeve. They really do. They are behind here, but they are now starting to get some of their flow together and catching up.
Yeah, it's definitely looking
ओके 5 to 7.
was long.
ठीक है.
Can be quite
Cool.
problematic because even though they've had control for so long, Navi still has a commanding lead when it comes to gem count.
एंड बूम. और बूम. बच गया भाई बच गया.
Melted down, forced to fall.
बट यहाँ पे 8 हो चुका है. ऊपर से 5 ही है. और 6
Still able to keep the
7. बढ़िया बढ़िया. गुड कवरेज.
They really have found some more mid control. The mines will also slow down any progress, even if Navi find an opening. They won't
8 to 8.
as easily. The slowdown
Nice one. Good dodge there.
for Joker. Some nice
9 to 8. Oh no. No. He's also low.
quite able to
And 10 out of 10 हो चुके हैं.
and a countdown locked in for Reply Totem. A weak one though, because Navi can tie it up by picking up the next 2 gems that spawn.
Done. Dropped it.
Cube got so
Dropped it.
comfortable there. There's no...
Come on. At the end, Reply Totem just pumped it off. Navi जीतेगा. लग तो नहीं रहा ब्रो. और ये लो.
from Maru.
पूरे जैम ले लिए हैं.
Navi had this in the bag as far as I was concerned. They really did. And they blew it.
Jim.
That was so clutch. For
Now the match point
they needed a miracle.
for Reply Totem.
Got
तोते उड़ा देंगे तोते.
that's something
क्योंकि हमारे नाम में तोते में.
to be able to repeat. Moving into
भाई खेलने में कोई भी टीम कैसी हो, मेरी फेवरेट टीम तो फुट ये स्पोर्ट्स ही है.
and
पता है क्यों? उसका स्पॉन्सर रेड बुल, KFC,
Yeah.
ठीक है, और वोडाफोन. खाओ पियो और इंटरनेट पे चला के मजे करो. क्या चाहिए जिंदगी में भाई साहब? हैं? बस यही चाहिए.
Actually got the...
KFC चाहिए, रेड बुल चाहिए और बस
You know, that would have maybe made a difference there.
फ्री नेट चला वोडाफोन का और मजे करो.
Different slow there, big slow there from Mary, jumping, great synergy now. Reply Totem is starting to communicate. They've probably been a bit quiet. They've been losing back to back, and it would be fair to say that they're probably, you know, been
Nice one.
now showing signs of life at just the right time. Maybe it's not too little, too late for them now. 4 gems, mid control.
ओ भाई 6.
Let's see how Navi respond.
it's a much better start on the side of Reply Totem.
And boom. Is it gonna be boomed? Yes.
We're opening up the walls. Need some sandbags now to help him out.
मार दिया है.
Careless
हड्डी तोड़ दी है.
communication on this side
मार दे. नहीं उसने ले लिया.
will be retrieved by MMA, but certainly not ideal. As Reply Totem
Stunned.
Cube again gets stunned.
And is it gonna be dead? Yes.
This level of play.
ओ भाई मार दे कौवे मार दे कर दे. अरे नाइस ट्राई देयर.
It is a problem here for Navi because Reply Totem are close to the finish line.
Not again, Cube, please, thank gosh. My word. It's happened time and time again. It wasn't just then, but it's happened a lot. You've got to be very much more careful around those mines. You know, you can't continuously trigger them. Big shot.
बढ़िया चल रहा है भाई, बहुत क्लोज चल रहा है. 7 out of 8
To keep an eye on here. It could prove a saving grace and has
और हो चुका है इनके लिए लीड। ओ नहीं नहीं, इट्स अ ड्रॉप, इट्स अ ड्रॉप। ना भाई, ये क्या देख लिया, बस खत्म हो चुका है उनके लिए।
The boat
एंड विद द रिप्लाई तोतेम ने तोते उड़ा दिए। एंड रिप्लाई तोतेम।
any chance of success here for Navi? Reply Totem are moving on to the second.
एंड जिम जिम
Navi are out in quarters. They didn't make it to first
चलिए 100 पॉइंट ले लें अब।
last monthly final, I guess, in April. This time
हाँ का सच में फेवरेट टीम वही है। रेवेनेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स वॉज माई फेवरेट टीम बट इट्स फ्रॉम इंडिया। ठीक है, लेकिन अगर तुम इस रीजन से पूछ रहे हो तो इस रीजन से भाई जीटा ऑलवेज। बट वो वाली जीटा नहीं रही, उसका पपीता निकल चुका है। जीटा नाम बस रह गया, लेकिन वो वाली टीम नहीं रही। तो
for it, but
या
I wasn't sold on that being a winning comp, and I would put it down to more so the mistakes of
840 पॉइंट हो गए हैं हमारे।
mistakes rather than like
अब ये लोग 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेंगे, अपुन भी 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेगा। अपुन जाके ठूस के जल्दी से फिर आ जाएगा।
ignorance around the situation.
सबकी पसंद नल्ली पसंद।
Mary was timing great runs there. The mines, we were questioning Bo coming in as
मेरी सच में, लेकिन देखा जाए तो भाई टीम हो तो फुट ई स्पोर्ट्स जैसी हो।
undeniable.
KFC स्पॉन्सर, रेडबुल स्पॉन्सर और वोडाफोन स्पॉन्सर। खाने पीने का फुल इंतजाम भाई,
Reply Totems
मस्त सोने का, इंटरनेट पे मजे करने का, KFC खा के तोंद फुलाने का,
kind of came down.
और रेडबुल पी पी के एनर्जी उसको चबाने के लिए मस्त एकदम
In a row to Bowman
मजा आएगा।
Gem Carrier. That is a big
माइनक्राफ्ट करोगे, मुश्किल है माइनक्राफ्ट, बिकॉज ये खत्म होते होते ही 9 बज जाएगा। लेकिन उसके बीच में ब्रॉल टॉक भी आने वाला है 8:30 बजे,
Like you say,
तो हम उसके ऊपर भी स्विच करेंगे।
and those stats don't lie. I mean, there was so much more on the side of replies from Joker, the MVP. I mean, that's not a rare sight to see, is it? That's quite a frequency.
Next one is gonna be Zeta Division versus One Trick Pony.
To how much attention is placed upon his shoulders, it is a team game. He'll be the first to say that Maru did a fantastic job there as well. But nonetheless, votes for
चलो मैं भी आता हूँ 15 मिनट बाद। अपन भी जा रहे हैं,
he is our MVP.
ठीक है। बीच में एक क्वेश्चन जरूर आएगा, लेकिन चलो ठीक है, 50 पॉइंट्स का
team effort, as you said.
हम दान दे सकते हैं।
There's some, you know, after the the drafts, I
लाइक करो भाई, क्या कर रहे हो?
expected a little bit more by Reply Totem.
लाइक कर बे।
Throughout the day if they make those adjustments.
I thought that was the final nail, I'll be honest. And, you know, because the previous sets
OTP पहुंच गया इतना दूर। यस,
ban it,
वन टाइम पासवर्ड नहीं है वो, लंबा पासवर्ड है।
they win. But nonetheless,
वनडे पासवर्ड है आई गेस वो,
goes down.
वन टाइम नहीं है, वनडे वाला है वो।
What an eventful day has been so far in EMEA. Our next matchup will be Zeta Division up against One Trick Ponies. I cannot wait for this. Zeta are on their revenge arc, so to speak. They went out in the quarterfinals last month, so they are looking to do better this time round. We just saw Reply Totem take the win in the quarterfinals as our final matchup, and we're going to see a bit more from them as well in a little segment coming up from them. But I'll catch you in a bit. Break coming up now.
चलो ये लोग भी ब्रेक लिया, अपन भी ब्रेक लेके अपन आ रहे ला दौड़ के। तुम भी लोग दौड़ के आओ, आगू मुत्तू करके आने का, समझा? जाओ जल्दी से फिर आओ, ठीक है, आते हैं। Hello, we are back. सर्वर खोल लो, सर्वर खोल लें।
Insane games, especially those last two quarterfinals. They were absolutely phenomenal, but we saw some incredible teams crawling through that upper bracket as well. Teddy, why don't you walk us through what we've seen so far?
Well, it started off with Zeta Division taking a strong win against Ama Fantasy. They did fight for it, but Zeta prevailed. Humble also didn't quite manage to take down One Trick Ponies this time around, as our two last quarterfinals were both incredibly close. It came down to the fifth set as Footing Esports just narrowly beat out SK Gaming, and Reply Totem were able to defeat Navi.
Yeah, always here at the Brawl Stars Championship, and specifically in MEA, our predictions, they never really go too well because everything's
मैंने अपना घर एंड एक राइड बना दी।
all day.
बमड़िया भाई, बहुत बमड़िया।
At least for me, you know. Not so good. You seem to be
yeah.
doing a little bit better, Teddy. Top one as well. Zeta Division probably the clear favourite, but that Foot versus Reply Totem game will be very, very close. As always, if you guys want to get your predictions in as well, make sure to go over to event.brawlstars.com. Place your predictions. We've got bling, coins, and everything going on over there. Some exclusive pins this month as well, Teddy.
Absolutely so. It's the best viewing
अब इनको क्या हो जाता है?
experience for the Brawl Stars Championship, and then you can flex to your friends that you have pins that they probably don't.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, the next matchup is going to be One Trick Ponies versus Zeta Division. Absolutely phenomenal match coming up here. I think Zeta Division coming into this one as probably the heavy favourite.
बारिश होने लगी क्या?
And I think I can get behind that. Jiro, Meow. And now he
सर्वर ऑन है,
performed so well today,
ठीक है?
well throughout the rest of the year, and they're looking to try and guarantee themselves their third.
सर्वर ऑन है, जा सकते हो, देख सकते हो, सर्वर जाके ऑन हो चुका है।
Has been the theme to beat in EMEA. They've been a giant in the region, really. It was a bit of a surprise when, you know, Zeta Division dropped their East Asian teams to go for this particular roster amongst all of that. Never really found mainstream success. But this year, it's been their year, winning both first and second monthly finals of the year. April, it wasn't quite the run they were hoping for, but they're back to claim that title back. And I mean, One Trick Ponies is in their way, and I wouldn't want to be in Zeta Division's way.
Yeah, definitely not. It seems wherever Zeta Division goes, wins seem to follow. But One Trick Ponies trying to disrupt that today. Gas, Filippo, and Lars, they obviously did come out on top against Humble in their quarterfinal. So probably a bit of a closer matchup between that one and Zeta and Ammo Fantisi. So possibly they're coming into this one just that little bit warmer. Obviously had a bit less of a break as well, so the thumbs might still be warm. But this team, they have had their ups and downs this year. At the moment, they seem to be on their ups, and they've got some much-needed valuable points towards that leaderboard, considering I don't believe they were even in the top 10 coming into today. So much needed, and winning this will put them in a great position going on for the
OTP जीतेगा अच्छा
spots in LCQ.
Yeah, I think you're being a little bit too generous. As much as I love One Trick Ponies, I think it's been quite a bit more down.
देखते हैं
So far.
जीटा कर पाएगी या फिर
I mean, as a matter of fact,
पोनी निकल आएगी.
right now on the
मुझे जीटा पसंद नहीं.
for the BSC.
और भाई साहब वोटिंग देख रहे हो 96% वोट फॉर जीटा डिवीजन and only 4% vote for OTP.
It's been a very tough year for One Trick Ponies, but as you said, they are a team that is incredibly capable, has some very skilled players, and I think they just haven't really had their moment in a monthly final just yet. They're here, they won their quarterfinals match, and they have some momentum to ride on. And where I do absolutely agree with you is that they are on their up right now, and this is their moment to strike hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, regardless of the rub, though, I kind of feel like this might be a Zeta Division sweep as much as I want to see, some really, really solid games. I just don't know if One Trick Ponies are at the level to be able to compete. Draft coming in, though, we're going to be on split first. Shelly is the first pick, Griff, Willow, and Squeak as bands from Zeta Division. And on the other side, the Ruffs, Barley, and Stu bands from One Trick Ponies. They've got their first pick coming in next. But from what we've seen of Shelly so far today, the nerfs that she received didn't really mean too much.
Yeah.
Never judge a book by its cover. अच्छा.
Playing incredibly much, and not only is she being picked a lot, she's been.
You want to say judge the book by its back cover?
So it's been a threat.
Good point.
Be ready to have a B, which is going to help get that big time damage from afar. The Pam to throw in some longevity with the healing station and be able to just survive a bit more, not just herself, but her teammates as well, of course. 2 picks in a row for Zeta Division, and there's plenty of options still to go for.
जीटा को पेटा गिलाओ जितनी बुरी तरह हारी थी पिछली बार.
What it's setting up for just yet.
ये ओरिजिनल जीटा नहीं है भाई.
As well,
ओरिजिनल जीटा तो पता नहीं कहाँ निकल गई.
out of the equation, but
तो नाम की जीटा है तो पेठा तो खिलाना ही पड़ेगा ना.
in my opinion,
Well, we'll see what they do choose to take out. I'm not 100% convinced by the Jessie, but obviously against the Pam turret, it's pretty good. Honey Molasses pretty good as well, so you can't really complain too much. We did see Tick come out on top in the last time we saw this map. It was obviously Foot against SK Gaming when we last saw this, and Tick was actually the thrower that was victorious. One Trick Ponies, obviously we've got Willow and Barley both out of the way.
क्या खा रहे हो? हमें भी खिलाओ. आलू प्याज की सब्जी और रोटी खा रहे हैं. खा लो भैया, आ जाओ.
kind of like it, to be honest.
आइए खाइए.
Necessarily deal with it. Plus, having a thrower is
ये स्ट्रीम खत्म नहीं हुई तो हमने बोला ऊपर ही आके खाना पड़ेगा.
even with healing stations that are going to be set behind walls. Dynamite is a spicy one, and I don't think it wins the 1v1 against Stick. What I do think it can be very good at is taking care of a Jessie turret that is out of reach and maybe keeping the Jessie at bay. I don't know. It's a risky pick, but I feel like if you're facing Zeta Division, you got to take some risks.
जितना लेट ये चल रहा है
One is the
उस हिसाब से लगता है कि बीच में ब्रॉल टॉक हम देखेंगे.
They're not coming into this one the favourites by any means, so they need to take these riskier drafts because not only are they a less skilled team, they've got less synergy because Zeta are kind of just at the top tier of everything at the moment. They're going to need to take some deep dives into some different comps, so we'll see if it does work out for them. So far it's a 50-50, both of them getting their home zones. It's just a question of whether or not now he can make use of the Shelly and take the win, and he does a wonderful job of that, actually super and clay pigeon to get it done.
Lars is coming to the rescue though. The tick head is going to be aggroed by the healing station. It's a short-lived healing station.
गोल्डी भाई टिश्यू पास में रखो, जीटा हारने वाला है. हारने दो, अपने को क्या है भाई.
Gas has super as well, which should keep
अरे भाई सब उड़ा के चला गया भाई उसको.
1-for-1 trade on the right-hand side. Now he is aggressive, but the slow is too brutal. He goes down. And the tick head is not really going to find any value. Filippo on the chase. looking for Meow, get some value, but now he supers out of the bush, nearly gets stunned, but not quite.
भाई साहब
It seems like a little bit of a breeze.
Yeah, Jiro's got another turret in the hands as well, and Meow dominating this left-hand side completely.
Boom.
He's going to be too shot if B comes in.
easy
So far,
easy for Zeta
from him, right
खाओ
side,
पीटा
the left side, three
oh
with a flying start.
James
Yeah, this is a typical Shelly game again, by the looks of it. I mean, my assumption is that in scrims it doesn't
शैली को जरूर भाई
as much
ड्रॉप डाउन मिलेगा नर्फ मिलेगा उसको
more skillful brawlers, you know, where hitting your shots matter a lot, are able to.
अरे मैं तो मजाक कर रहा था अच्छा मैं जीटा को सपोर्ट करता हूँ अच्छा अच्छा रहने दो हो गया
Everyone is going to be at least to a certain extent nervous and stressed and under pressure. It becomes a lot harder to hit those shots as consistently. And then the Shelly kind of just shoots in your general direction and melts you down. But that is just my theory so far as to why we've seen so much Shelly success. It's a good start from One Trick Ponies this time around, getting some capture time on both zones, but the map is getting opened up now, and now he is starting to get more aggressive as well.
I mean, only just now
Nice one.
Jiro started hitting shots. It was a competition of who could miss more, I think, rather than hit more. Because it wasn't going well for either of them, but so far Gas has actually pushed onto the side. A little bit of help from Dynamite, obviously breaking up that wall as well, but Pam going aggressive now.
अब भाई देखो अब जीत रही है ओटीपी अब तुम ओटीपी के सपोर्ट में हो गए
Now he tries,
है कि नहीं बात तो सही है कि नहीं बताओ
but so far it seems like One Trick Ponies are in a
ओटीपी इज विनिंग फॉर नाउ अब बोलो क्या बोलना है
just the home side needed now.
Yeah, that's looking fantastic.
ओह नाइस वन
I'm gonna get melted down as well. Filippo just having a run at it. Meow not quite.
ओह नाइस वन
The tick head is going to be able to still find some value, but all it's going to do really is take down the honey molasses from Gas. Filippo looking to close the distance as Lars is pushing up to the zone as well. He does get slow, takes a lot of damage, ends up going down, and Gas also not in ideal position. Even though One Trick Ponies at such a dominant game, it's only a matter of 20% now.
Yeah, I just love how much faith Zeta Division
ओह नाइस वन
to be able to get the work done. They're just holding this left-hand side. Well, not very successful anymore. And Zeta
एंड
trying to get that right.
मैच पॉइंट फॉर
Gonna take this one. But you know, they had the faith in their
both
team.
the teams ओटीपी बेस्ट टीम हाँ भाई ओटीपी इज द बेस्ट टीम भाई साहब क्या बात कर रहे हो ओटीपी भाई साहब
The tough one.
50% वैसे भी जीटा को मिला है 50% ओटीपी को मिला है हमारे वोटिंग में
Better, absolutely. I got a bit scared towards the end for One Trick Ponies because they had a commanding lead in enemy territory as well, right? As you said, only their home zone left to capture, and that took an incredibly long amount of time to get through. But eventually they got their job done. And we move on to game number 3, the decider here for Split. As Garo is pushed up incredibly aggressive and still hitting shots against the bee in the bush. Just hoping to buy up some time. Doesn't matter if he's not in the zone either. He's just preventing any further aggression from Gas.
Yeah, really nice from both Naui and Meow here as well. They played it so passive, but Filippo was just holding his stun for so long. Jiro
Ah.
to try out now, and it's actually going to be Filippo who helps out first and gets the job done on the right-hand side. Gas now holding the right-hand side just as he wanted in the previous one.
ओटीपी
With Clay Pigeon coming through as well, but it's actually One Trick Ponies who have been getting the majority of both sides here.
Yeah, it's not easy for Garo here to play the dodge duel when he doesn't have any bushes that hide his position. Gas is low HP. The Trike is not going to connect, and Garo is not going to whiff his shot. Zeta Division was a small lead, but it's looking better for sure as the turret is creating some more space, buying some more time, but only so much as Garo is going to be slowed now. The charge shot does find its target, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade at the end. Now
हाँ बूम बच गया
from Filippo, but Meow was a
81 की लीड है भाई
for a bit long
आह
and try to keep that right zone from being captured. captured by Gas.
This is where Split gets a bit sketchy when they're trying to go for both sides, but Gas just auto-aim towards that head there, and it's going to pick him up anyway. If it stays...
Oh, still 1 minute remaining, bro.
Bit of a pinch across from Meow, nice stuff from him, super available as well.
Boom.
Dynamite's not hitting the most shots, and their Band-Aid did activate as well, adding a little bit more percentage. They're just trying to hold that right hand side now. Zeta have the lead, they have all the control, and they don't really have to push anywhere.
Yeah, the problem is a single good fight here for One Trick Ponies could do the job. As the right zone is going to be very pinchable, as they kind of have no way of taking care of Filippo on the left now. He has taken permanent position on that left-hand side. Meow.
ये लोग बैंडेड वाला स्टार पावर यूज करते हैं,
That could be the
मैं वो स्लो डाउन वाला करता हूँ कि पढ़ते ही बूम कर जाए, स्लो हो जाए लोग.
One Trick Ponies are going to have to make a push for it. And they're going for it now. Lars pushed forward, but a Tickhead is going to find a connection, and that is huge. Now they have a chance to put
GG's.
both on the right and the left side, and Gas on his own. There's nothing he can do. Zeta Division will be picking up this opening set. One Trick
GG, Zeta win the first set. Zeta best team है भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो
just
तुम?
didn't quite cut it.
Yeah, Zeta played that really, really smartly. It was just... They just played it passive until they needed to make the push, and they never really needed to. So it was actually One Trick Ponies who kind of just pushed into them. They went for a bit of a flank. Shelly was always going to be waiting there. Super's off. Tickhead's coming in. They get the takedowns and they just slot into the zone and take even more of a lead. So really nice stuff from Zeta Division there. They just... The smarter team, they've got more synergy, and that's just how it is. You know, they are probably the best.
मैं बोलने जा रहा था, the OTP is not the best team.
I'm with you there. They looked really
अरे OTP बेस्ट टीम है भाई, उसने जीता है मैच. वो बात अलग है कि बीच में उनका पासवर्ड की टाइम होता है ना, वन टाइम पासवर्ड का टाइम होता है.
tough.
उस टाइम तक अगर यूज नहीं करोगे तो एक्सपायर हो जाता है. तो वो पासवर्ड एक्सपायर हो गया उनका, अब फिर से नया पासवर्ड आएगा, फिर अच्छा खेलेंगे, क्यों टेंशन ले.
Kind of just set up the pacing of that end game. Make sure that, you know, if there's too much commitment to one zone, Zeta can just move on to the left because they have enough of a lead that suddenly One Trick Ponies need to both keep attacking the right and go back to defend the left. And that's just not really going to be happening. Some good openings and OTP, I think they were waiting for an opportunity at the end. It just took too long to find one, so they had to just kind of rush it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it seems like a lose-lose situation no matter like what they were going to do. They maybe did leave it a little bit too late. 25 seconds on the clock, and they're already at 10% behind. They're going to need to get everybody killed, get 10 seconds on the zone, 15 seconds on the zone to be able to take the win, and you just left that a little bit too late in my eyes for One Trick Ponies there. So Zeta Division going to be obviously with the more dominant stats. Well, actually on average,
जो जीता सारा मैच मैं उसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ. अच्छा,
Zeta Division do have that.
और राजेंद्र मुइया ऐसे हो जाएगी तुम्हारी बतख की तरह.
We saw that Jesse play just
मेरे यहाँ बारिश हो रही है, मेरे यहाँ बीच बीच में होती है,
DPS.
फिर बंद हो जाती है. तगड़ी वाली बारिश नहीं हो रही, हल्की फुल्की छींटा मार रहा है, वैसा वैसा वाली हो रही.
Did end up picking up this first set. OTP definitely showed that they are a threat and that the percentage we saw everyone, you know, the result of everyone's predictions on event.brawlstars.com is much more narrow than what it did seem to indicate, because so far it's a solid performance from OTP. Just need a couple more plays to go their way and they could absolutely pick up a set 2 or maybe even the entire match. They got to set themselves up for success first, and that draft on field goal is going to be instrumental towards that.
Yeah, they really do need a very, very good draft on a map
मैं
like
पार्टी बदल देता हूँ, पार्टी बदल दिया साला.
very,
बारिश में 4 घंटे से साइकिल चला रहा था. क्यों भाई,
extremely knowledgeable about the game as it is.
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पैदा करनी थी तुमको.
Trick Ponies, and honestly, that's not what I expected. Looking at the bans, they've clearly wanted that from the start. M, Shelly, and B, all pretty good against those kind of Poco tanky comps. So I'm not surprised they got rid of those. But Zeta Division, they've actually kind of, I feel, maybe assisted them in it. They've banned out the Crow themselves, banned out the Shelly, and obviously Max
हम लोग मनु भैया.
as well. But banning out that Crow definitely assisted what One Trick Ponies are going to want to go for. They're going to go with the Stew.
मस्त मजा आया.
Versatile, not going to be the
Wow.
best if Poco does choose to slot in with some tanks, but obviously Zeta Division have got this last pick, so it's quite difficult for One Trick Ponies to just go for
तो मैं क्या,
a very tanky comp without.
आज तक वालों ने अपना न्यूज रिपोर्टर रख लिया क्या?
Play not the brawler that we see the most at the moment. Sometimes we see teams try to.
बारिश में हो रही है बहुत ज्यादा बारिश.
It did get used to
और बारिश के पानी से हो रहा है गीला
seeing that
और गीले पानी से हो रही है बारिश।
suit where
आइए जानते हैं डिटेल रिपोर्ट हमारे ग्राउंड रिपोर्टर राजिंदर से। राजिंदर, आप वहां पर खड़े होकर बीच बारिश में भीगते हुए आप साइकिल चला रहे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? बाकी का सीन आप वहां से लाइव दिखाइए, कैसा चल रहा है वहां पे?
don't really have much to offer. Is going to be a very interesting addition to their comp here as we'll see a Bonnie.
जैसे कि हमारे रिपोर्टर ने बताया कि वो पागलों की तरह पुनीत सुपरस्टार के स्टाइल में चिल्ला रहे थे, एक लड़की को उन्हें डरा के भगा दिया। इससे चैनल की टीआरपी बहुत नीचे जा सकती है, लेकिन फिर भी हम दिखाएंगे क्योंकि हम बहुत ही ईमानदार चैनल है। हम चाहे अपनी साइड के हों चाहे दूसरे के साइड के, हमेशा सच ही दिखाते हैं।
More kills in your favor.
हाँ राजिंदर, आगे बताइए।
I do like the Bonnie pick. Pairs fairly well with Poco. If you get some heals just before you jump in, you can have a decent amount of HP in the other form as well. But Carl's going to be their last pick, and I do like it. They've gone pretty versatile here. They kind of forced maybe a Griff out of one-trick ponies and then pivoted that a little bit more. So now if Griff does choose to break up, Bonnie and Carl are still going to be able to do a decent job, and Poco maybe will struggle just a little bit. They're actually going to go for the Buster because they're going to have this gadget that's going to be sucking them in, taking them out super, stuff like that. And if used correctly, slows them down and allows the teammates to hit them up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think it's a very decent pick on this map. I want to see how they actually.
अब जैसा कि आपने देखा, हमारे रिपोर्टर ने बताया कि उन्होंने पेंटर भैया को दारू लेके लाने के लिए कहा था, दोनों ने पी लिया है और बेमतलब के हंसते चले जा रहे हैं। हंसने वाला इमोजी, हंसने वाला इमोजी, हंसने वाला इमोजी, लोट के हंस रहे हैं। मतलब इनका बैलेंस बिगड़ चुका है, बहुत ज्यादा इन लोगों ने पी लिया है। इसलिए हम अपने रिपोर्टर को वापस भेजते हैं अपने घर में। आइए हम दूसरे रिपोर्टर से बात करेंगे थोड़ी देर में, तब तक के लिए थोड़ा मैच देख लेते हैं। आइए।
I honestly kind of prefer the one-trick ponies comp. I don't know. I just don't know about Buster here in comparison to some of the brawls that we're seeing come out. But there's the heal as well. I don't know if his teammate didn't tell him the heal was coming or what, because I think he could have walked that in if he was just a little bit more ambitious with it there. But jump comes down. Filippo not going to be able to get the heals off there, but this might be a walk as well. Pull comes in though, and the takedown's there. Great defense from Zeta. But I'm still thinking maybe they could have had an earlier goal.
I think so too. I mean, I'm not 100% certain. Also, there could always have been an earlier pull from Naui, right? To get the ball away from Shaku. So I'm not entirely certain, but I was thinking the exact same thing though, that maybe there was a play to be had there. Nice pickup from Filippo, but is that enough to score? Pass now to Shaku.
Oh yeah.
And the dash from Garo is not quite enough to dive onto that ball and save that goal from happening. One trick ponies to open up the scoreboard.
Yeah, that really was beautiful. You could just see it in
What a goal there.
forward. Knew he had his
मेरे दोस्त ठोकते बचा एक स्कूटी वाले से, पर वो जिंदा है।
this tankier comp. If the map starts
बढ़िया
or something like that, then it's going to be in a bit of an issue if Stu does break it up that a little bit more. But now he needs to be cautious. Out comes a nice grip super there. Shouldn't be too far off cycling it, and he does actually get the cycle, but no value out of the second.
Lars is low, just hoping to get another tag or two for his super. And it's gonna be Fat Dose. Actually, no super just yet. The train now, is that enough?
Oh yeah.
No, the
Good one.
point from Naui preventing any attempts from saving that goal. 40 seconds left, and we're all even.
Yeah, nice super from Meow. Does get the trade yet again, but Jiro's actually going to go down. Jump comes
Nice one. जा बॉल लेके जा। और एक गोल है। Easy. Zeta. Hello Beast Gaming. Yo bro, what's up?
We've questioned a bunch of Buster picks so far today, whether it was at the draft stage or after the set was done and dusted. This time around, I mean, I have full faith.
दारू पी के मजे करो, दारू पी के मजे करो, चकना
Buster, you
खा के मजे करो, दोस्तों का साथ
defense saving
गद्दारी करो और बोलो हम तेरे साथ गद्दारी कोरबे।
and in their offense as well, pretty much, you know, single-handedly.
And it is a goal. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a goal.
well, but this time it's actually for one-trick ponies waiting.
Goal हो गया, goal.
Seem too meaningful. There's still 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, but every second matters clearly to the side of one-trick ponies here. Nice super coming out on Meow yet again. Just a couple of sprinkles off another.
Nice one.
Once more gets the takedown.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
Now we can't get it either, and Jiro's left all alone. One pass forward and it had been a goal, but nobody could grab the ball.
Shaku is not healing up as he's still trying to scout Garo. He's not able to do so. A shield pop by Naui now.
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया।
Zeta Division slow things down just a little bit. There is a heal available for the Poco. So
क्या खा रहे हैं? आलू प्याज की सब्जी है,
aggressive. There's going
सूखी वाली,
to be plus the heal coming through.
और रोटी खा रहे थे.
Any aggressive ideas? Unless now we can somehow find an opening somewhere.
हम आपकी तरह पनीर नहीं खा सकते ना, क्योंकि हम जिम नहीं जाते.
Nice damage onto Shaku.
मैंने क्या बोला मुझे पता नहीं,
Lars comes through.
लगता है कि ज़्यादा नशा चढ़ गया.
But HP wise, it's across the board. Just no opportunity to close it out here for Garo, and One Trick Pony's defense is still holding up very strong.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock now. Those super comes out and Meow there. Gets the takedown. Might be following up onto the Carl as well. He's low as also. Bonnie just gets the super shot out. Jira
मार दे,
gets one.
बॉल दे दे उसको.
Make it out. He does just narrowly escape that Poco shot. May have survived it anyway, but it seems like Zeta Division are just trying to hold control now, waiting.
Nice one.
And Lars over aggresses.
Big pick up there from Garo. Placement mistake. The shot and pull is not quite going to be as graceful as the previous one. One Trick Ponies with 25 seconds left. All they need to do is defend that ball, but it's not that easy of a task. Now he has shield as well, and Filippo is going to fall for it. Takes a lot of damage, and eventually now he takes him away from a distance. Garo has super.
Come on, goal. 11 सेकंड, 10 सेकंड remaining.
Aiming to take him down here. They'll do so successfully. A shield
मार.
to pass. Can Meow slow
Oh,
in?
भाई साहब 2 सेकंड गोल. One time पर गोल करो.
Action overtime.
भाई साहब, that was cool.
Plus with the supers Meow, these unbreakable walls aren't going to help him out too much though, and
मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया.
for at least aim for a goal. Shots coming through. Giro desperately in need of his, or his mobility is going to be absolutely terrible, and that's not where you want us to be. Good super. Meow doesn't really get much on the return, but Giro's going to waste his super once more as well, and still a bit of a stalemate, but it seems like his One Trick Pony's moving up that little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely looking better for them right now. The ball is in a troublesome situation. Filippo is actually going for the jump there. Meow with a super. Is that enough? The
Oh,
nearly defends it, but it's not enough. Shaku slots it.
Good one.
Wonderful teamwork from One Trick Ponies, and they're still fighting for it as they pick up this game.
Yeah, that was a difficult one. I mean, they just need to have a much better start, I think, for Zeta Division. Great plays by One Trick Ponies out there. They seemed composed from the majority of the game. The ball remained in the corner until the closing seconds where we saw the equalizer, but they just couldn't hold on in that overtime. Giro playing this great now, cycling supers like nobody's business, but Filippo's aggressive, and yet again, it seems like they might get an early goal here. Filippo
and easy goal
the map, and all
for the OTP once again.
yet again make the move.
Aggression early on here from Zeta Division, and One Trick Ponies making sure to punish it. A dash in from Shaku. Try to get a nice off angle. Meow is pushing up. He has super, but so
ओ भाई साहब,
are going to be opened up, and
इतना इजी गोल कैसे हो सकता है?
but he goes for what I assume was another shot and pull, and One Trick Ponies unable to defend it.
I mean, I don't understand how Zeta Division have such a poor start, and then after the goal, they just instantly spring into an offense. The jump coming out, Filippo, though, can't get the bounce back off that shield. But Giro's still maintaining his aggression, which is surprising considering this car's got the super and maybe
बॉल तोड़ दी है.
does come out on top of that. Stays alive, and Jaku very, very low. He's going to fall 3v2 now. Giro not in the best of healthy positions.
Meow getting tagged up quite heavily. Scouting from Filippo. A goal here would be huge for both sides. The set is on the line. And beating Zeta Division would be an incredible challenge for One Trick Ponies. But doing it if they're 2 sets behind would be near impossible. They need this next goal to be theirs, and so far they're setting themselves up for success. Garo goes down. Now he's trying his best to defend here. And the push is deflated successfully by Zeta Division's defense. Lars still gets a super, is gonna use it. And a kill onto Naui. Zeta Division looking to
Good one.
back some center control, and they're doing so.
Good one. जल्दी पास कर उसको.
That's beautiful from me out there, and a great move by Giro. Maybe the super shot can be
GG.
in front of the Bonnie. And
Zeta wins the second set. Now to the third one.
they go from defending to scoring the set-winning goal within about 10 seconds. Beautiful stuff from Zeta Division, and that's 2 sets up now. As you said, that might be past the point of return for One Trick Ponies.
It's gonna be extra difficult for this one, but they've shown signs of promise. That is certain. You have to remember as well that One Trick Ponies, it's been a tough year for them so far in the BSC. They haven't really been able to find much success, not qualifying for a bunch of monthly finals, and then the ones they didn't exactly go for it either. So this is an important match for them so far. I think they are playing far beyond most people's expectations, but
OTP is getting expired so much
people's expectations.
earlier actually. That's the problem. आता है चलता है OTP फिर expire हो जाता है.
They're not doing that just yet.
I mean, a lot of people won't have expected them to even get to the semi-finals, never mind put up a fight against Zeta Division, which they are doing. They might be 2 sets down, but they've played very, very well. And obviously people not expecting this, Zeta Division might not expected it either. And that might be why they're a little bit startled by some of the plays that One Trick Ponies are making. How explosive with the starts from One Trick Ponies as well. Getting some great goals. But in the end, Zeta Division, they're just more calm, more composed, and they play for those late games.
Stats-wise, it's fairly one-sided, but still competitive enough. I think that One Trick Ponies were more of a threat was their positioning, and obviously damage is going to be high when you're facing a Poco that just keeps chaining super after super, because it takes so much more damage to just take down a player. Filippo still was 11 kills matching Garrows, and Meow just was at 300 DPS sitting on top of the throne for now. Can One Trick Ponies turn things around in set number 3?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It really is. And I mean, One Trick Ponies, they've got the capability of reverse sweeping a lot of teams. Do I think they've got the capability of reverse sweeping the #1 team in EU at the moment on a map and mode like Bounty Dry Season? Probably not. That's at least my point of view. I just feel like it's one of those modes where if you're in control, if you're calm, if you're very mechanically skilled, then you're going to be fine. And I think that is 3 things that describe Zeta Division perfectly.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I think that in theory, they got this in the bag. But, I mean, if you listen to most people, in theory, the first 2 sets would have been expected to be much more cleaner for Zeta Division and One Trick Ponies. Whether or not they had the comp, or if, you know, it was a similar matchup, or even if they were outcomped, they were able to find some success. They just got to be a tiny bit more consistent, because winning 1 game in each set and then having the 3rd game be incredibly close like that, that's just not enough. You need those 2 games to be in your pocket for it to really count on the leaderboards.
Yeah, well, Gene going to be the first pick of Zeta Division. RT's coming in from One Trick Ponies is their first selection. And I do like the RT. I think the Gene's extremely good as well. We saw Gene being played, I think it was into a Shelly by Navi, and it didn't work, but they're not playing against a Shelly, at least yet. We got that Brock as the next pick from One Trick Ponies, and I do like it. You're going to be able to break up the map, mold it to what you want, and I think maybe that's why we won't be seeing the Shelly. If they want to break up, play the RT, play the Brock range, then I think a Shelly being a short-range brawler, at least for the most part, they probably won't select it, but it seems like Zeta Division still have faith.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of people trying to deal with Shelly, and where in theory they should be able to. But again, you know, with the nerves that comes into play when it comes to monthly finals, the pressure and the incredibly quick decisions you need to make, it is a brawler that can suddenly become even more threatening, and seems like Zeta Division, they're happy to still bring it in regardless.
Well, I do kind of like the Gus as well. Providing a shield to the Shelly, obviously going to be very, very good. And Gene, not so much. Don't think they've got much of a shield to Gene synergy there, unless you're pulling someone extremely tanky in and he needs it. But definitely providing that's that Shelly, letting her get in a good position, should I say. It's going to be very, very
Hello.
I honestly don't mind the One Trick Ponies comp at all. They've got quite a bit of range, they've got the power-ups, probably playing field promotion as well. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think those comps are going to be a lot of fun because, you know,
बीच में क्वेश्चन आया था 50 नंबर का
and out.
टीम ये देख लेंगे.
Need some other ways around the map to open things up and find opportunities.
बिकॉज की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी हमें.
If their claims
सिर्फ MVP चूज करके ही पूरे 1000 पॉइंट लिए जा सकते हैं.
because because I feel like Shelly is still going to be a threat.
Let's go.
Same applies to Jean, you know, they're not exactly hard countering him either. So if he can hit the right pulls, he can find some good value.
Yeah, well, Clay Pigeon off the start allowed him to get the blue start. Gave him that range needed to be able to actually have a say in these matchups. Zato, with this leader, not in a bad position whatsoever, really. Shelly super behind this wall, you can't complain about that. As soon as someone comes aggressive, they are going to get hit with it, but the wall breaks from Brock. Very, very meaningful.
Yeah, that is one of the instrumental keys to success here for One Trick Pony that you were talking about. Getting those wall breaks will make a world of difference. Just removing angles for the Shelly to be posted behind, especially with bushes. As she's already incredibly fast, but speed gear makes her ridiculous.
मैंने
Still
लाइव सामान्य
has to pull
वायर पे
if you're an RT and
लाइव सामान्य वायर पे 3 बार ब्लास्ट देखा.
he is super would melt.
सामने वाले वायर पे 3 बार ब्लास्ट देखा. अच्छा, स्पार्किंग हो रही है.
Yeah, that was a lovely pull as well from Naui there, and they did obviously manage to get gas as well, extending this lead to the 5. So, wonderful position yet again for Zeta Division. If they maintain this lead, they're going to be heading to match point, but that pull is actually going to be missed. Vengeful Spirits coming in, they're bringing them low.
Oh, nice one.
Available with the super and singular shot from Meow will finish that off. Extends the lead to 7. And that's just Meow and Naui down, and you're going to have this back. So, not over for One Trick Ponies just yet, but they need to make their move.
Yeah, they're still trying to break through on that red side, but unable to find the right opportunities just yet. Meow taking tough angles, trying to play it up close. The super is going to be a full whiff. No connections whatsoever on that rocket rain. Filippo still trying to wide flank on the bottom. They do find Garo at last. No follow-ups. 5 stars.
जिसके बिल्डिंग के सामने ब्लास्ट हुआ उसका लाइट उड़ गया.
First match.
बढ़िया बा. Enjoy.
He just held 2 of them back.
Enjoy, bro. Enjoy.
Push. So definitely a commendable performance from him, and allowed the other 2 to just stay out of the way of the RT, because an RT, unless you're in close range, isn't going to be able to deal with both of them that fast. And obviously they needed pretty much a team wipe, even obviously with Giro down, if they wanted to take the win without taking down Naui and Meow. So see who comes out on top of this one. It is match point for Zeta Division now, and this is probably going to be the win. But
Nice one.
pull something out of the bag. Blue Star and the Vengeful Spirit snipe to start things off, and that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, that was a lovely sneaky little Vengeful Spirit there, making it through the defense of OP and able to claim a big kill. Can One Trick Ponies regain some control?
Hey, what a pull. Nice one. Good one.
Huge. Filippo does get the trade, so at the end of the day, it's only 1 star making the difference.
Yeah, and obviously Blue Star in the hands of One Trick Ponies as well. Going to be an advantage, but not so meaningful now. It might be a little bit later on in the game, but 1 minute and 10 still available for One Trick Ponies to get this singular star needed.
हाईवे के पास आग लग गई थी. रोड पे गैस पाइप के ऊपर फायर ब्रिगेड वाले आए थे.
Meow, they need
बहुत बढ़िया. क्या न्यूज आ रही हैं.
from the RT, forcing a Clay Pigeon out to try and push it back. And those healing puffs from Jean going to keep Meow in the mix.
Yeah, that was the last Clay Pigeon as well, so no more safety net like that available for Zeta anymore, and was only a 1 star difference. If there is a chance here for One Trick Ponies, it's gonna be this.
पुल कर ले.
Problem is gonna be that Shelly super combined with that Gene pull and our shield as well for Garo, and yet no real opportunities just yet. Meow getting tagged up a little bit, but
ओह बच गया. ओह शील्ड ले रही है. नाइस वन.
more trouble.
Yeah, shit.
कर पुल कर.
A really nice Brock super from Gas there. Last game he whiffed it, this time he actually hit some valuable connections. Going to miss that rocket rain. No, Meow's very, very low. Incendiary almost brings him down, but back
Boom.
the mix. Pull comes in, but RT can
Nice one.
doesn't get anything out of it.
Ah,
There, but they need another 3.
it is.
Gas alone can't do it. Zeta Division take the game. They take the entire match. Lovely stuff from them. They're going to be going on to the finals to face.
And they move on to the finals. आइए MVP choose करें और पूरे 1000 पॉइंट कंप्लीट कर लें.
Through here from Zeta Division. One Trick Ponies in the 2 first sets.
हाँ वही बिस्तर लगा सो जा.
A great fight for it, but in set 3,
मेरा मन किया कि उनको बोलूं मेरी साइकिल पे पानी डाल दो, पर
yeah, at At the end of the day, Zeta Division just
डर लग रहा था।
going to the
हे वाह, बारिश में इनको अपनी साइकिल धुलानी है, बारिश का पानी कम पड़ रहा था।
winners. Hasn't been the case since March, but everything is lining up in their favor now as they lock in their spot for the grand finals.
Yeah, and I will say between these two teams, the scoreline didn't really reflect the matchup too much. We saw
With that 1000 points completed, और हमें मिल चुका है प्यू प्यू वाला पिन।
back
आइए आइए हम आपको दिखाएं, ये प्यू प्यू हमको मिल चुका है।
in the second one.
अब हम इसको जाके प्यू प्यू करेंगे मैच में।
It's very good still, and I have high hopes for them making the last chance qualifier through this year, because I feel maybe Worlds is a little bit out of reach for them unless they get maybe 2 first place over the next couple of months. But last chance qualifier is
ब्रॉल टॉक के पहले खत्म करना है इनको, बड़ी जल्दी है।
2 and 5.
नहीं हो पाएगा,
Pretty much perfect.
इम्पॉसिबल है।
1 and 1. Once across the
तो ये लो, अभी देखना फिर ब्रेक लेंगे,
I mean, it was exactly his role to
इनको अभी फिर ब्रेक लेना होगा।
staying on that
और 56% साथ हमारे उस पोल में भी जीटा जीत चुके हैं।
space, more like
हाँ।
space, right? Playing defensively, not letting anyone push up too close, not letting anyone flank, and in case he gets overwhelmed,
और अब है मुकाबला फूटी स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस रिप्लाई टोटम। फूटी स्पोर्ट्स माय फेवरेट टीम एज पर द स्पॉन्सर बढ़िया उनके भी।
answers at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot they could do wrong, to be honest. Like, they just played everything pretty perfectly. Looking at the MVP, though, it is going to be Meow. Great stuff from him. Wonderful performance all around from all of Zeta Division. And to be honest, a massive commendable performance from One Trick Ponies as well. They managed to pull their way through the quarterfinals against Humble in a very close game.
मैं भैया फूट को चूज किया हूँ, रिप्लाई टोटम को ज्यादा वोट मिला है, लेकिन हम फिर भी फूट को चूज किया है क्योंकि हमें KFC ज्यादा अच्छा लगा।
Semis was quite important for them, you know, as I said earlier.
All bitch KFC bro।
And there's some of their opposition that didn't quite qualify even for the monthly final, so they are catching up for sure.
Yeah, it really is great from them, to be honest. Like, I think they deserve, at least to be in this top 10. Having a bit of a say in who's going to the last chance qualifier, because, with 2 months left after this, they're making semi-finals in this one. What's stopping them from doing it again and getting themselves one of those last chance qualifier places? But the main thing they need to focus on is getting through these next 2 qualifiers, getting to the monthly finals, because that's where the big points lie.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the competition in EMEA is absolutely
भैया ये कब खत्म होगा?
season.
9 बजे तक। लेकिन हम 9 बजे का इंतजार नहीं करेंगे, हम 8:30 बजे देखेंगे ब्रॉल टॉक।
I mean, an incredible one for the books. Esports versus Reply Totem. Man, that is quite a semi-final, isn't it?
This is probably going to be one of the best games. This is final quality. And Foot Esports, if they manage to make it through this one, they're going to have had 3 final quality games. They were against SK Gaming, did lose 3-2, did beat them 3-2, sorry, and Navi did get beaten by Reply Totem 3-2. So we now have this phenomenal matchup, I will say, as well. And this bottom half of the bracket is so stacked. So to see these two teams face off against each other is going to be an absolute treat. Semantic, Drage, and Linane versus Joker, Mori, and Maru. This is going to be an exciting one, Teddy.
Yeah, I believe all of us for our predictions went with Foot Esports.
ये दोनों को पंचायत क्यों है? क्योंकि दूसरी टीम रेडी होगी तब तो पंचायत खत्म होगी। ये देखो, यहाँ रेड बुल, साइड में KFC बना हुआ है, सामने वोडाफोन बना हुआ है, और भैया प्यूमा भी है, अरे प्यूमा भी है इसकी भाई, पूमा भी इसके, पूमा कपड़े पहन के घूमो भाई साहब। क्या चाहिए जिंदगी में? खाने पीने रहने पहनने सबका तो इंतजाम हो गया, क्या ही चाहिए? इसलिए फूट स्पोर्ट्स माय फेवरेट टीम।
Reply Totem, though, they haven't had to make any changes this year. Joker, Murray, and Maru is still looking pretty much as strong as they did a year ago.
इनके पास है आसूस का, और ये पता नहीं कौन सा लोगो है, मुझे पता नहीं, लोकल कोई कंपनीज हो तो नो आइडिया।
Very solid roster of 3 of the best players in Europe. So if everything else fails, they've always got the mechanical skills to lay back on, and it's
मार्वल का पीछे लगा रखा है भैया ने।
players who they can just fall back on. We did see a bit of a roster change from Foot Esports, and that was the big grudge match we saw in the previous one with OP leaving and Linane joining. Some would question it, but I personally thought it was quite a good swap, and clearly thanks to the results we've just seen, they clearly backed it up. And I think now that they've got that out of the way, and they're going to focus a lot of their preparations on that.
Which direction does this?
But I still did side with Foot Esports. A lot of you guys at home didn't.
Yeah, 18%.
ब्लॉक वॉइस जाती है बुचुक।
I think I can understand why
लेकिन मुझे पॉइंट तो मिलने नहीं है
considered as a favorite by
टीम
many.
पास।
I mean, you know, considering their fantastic journey at Mobile Masters, taking the whole event home, plus their history, right? Whether it's in international events or in the
बॉनी भाई, बॉनी मेरे को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आता भाई साहब।
right now, looking at their form and how desperately they want those points, I feel like Foot might just narrowly out edge them, but there's only going to be one way.
क्लॉक वाइज,
Craft is
काउंटर क्लॉक वाइज, ये डेट वे क्या है? ये डेट वे क्या है भाई साहब? अलग ही चल रहा है, अलग ही नशे में चल रहे हैं ये लोग। डेट वे विच वे भाई, कौन से डेट वे? उसी साइड जाता है वो, किस साइड वो पता नहीं, बस डेट वे जाता है।
Brawl Ball as well didn't really work out, but obviously with it being a different map, should be a little bit of a different style to it, let's say. Willow coming in next from Reply Totem, followed by Astu, so they got a bit of throw, they got a bit of mobility. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think that this two is going to be able to just give them a good fight, no matter what position, no matter what matchup he ends up having. Just very versatile to that extent. Willow, I'm not as much of a fan of, but we did see some good plays with it. And we know how strong it can be in Brawl. If you pass the ball to your opponent, then mind control him. You can literally just walk it in, and there's not all that much your opposition can do about it.
Yeah, well, we know how dangerous this Edgar has been in the hands of Semantic a little bit earlier on in their first game against SK Gaming. So really nice pick from them, and they have a lot of faith in this brawler. So if they have faith in it and if they played as well as they did earlier with it, I have faith in it as well. Footy Sports with their last pick coming in now, though. Question of what it's going to be. Surely going to be a side laner to playing Bonnie through that mid, and with Willow
Sam
to contest. But they're going to go with the Sam. Play that tanky unit along with.
हेलो आहान, ब्रॉल स्टार्स। थोड़ी देर में ब्रॉल टॉक। यस, थोड़ी देर में ब्रॉल टॉक है। अगर इस टाइम तक ये मैच चल भी रहा होगा तब भी हम पहले ब्रॉल टॉक देखेंगे, फिर वापस से इस पे स्विच हो जाएंगे। तो ये 9 बजे तक चलेगा बड़े आराम से। इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए क्या क्या करना होगा? वो जो 15 वाली मंथली चैंपियनशिप आती है, पहले वो जीतना होगा। उसके बाद फिर रीजनल टीम्स के साथ आपका मुकाबला होगा। अगर उसमें जीत जाओगे तो एक क्वालिफाइंग स्टेज पे आपका होगा। वो जीतने के बाद आप इस स्टेज पे पहुंचोगे। तो या 3 स्टेज पार करने के बाद तुम वहां पहुंचते हो, लेकिन उसके लिए तुम्हारी टीम होनी चाहिए और उस टीम को तुम्हें रजिस्टर करना पड़ता है विद द आईडी। ये नहीं कि बोल दिया अच्छा राजेंद्र एक खेलेगा और एक मनु खेल लेगा, ऐसा नहीं चलता। और एक काम करते हैं, आहान ब्राउजर्स को बैकअप में रख लें, ऐसा नहीं है। तुम्हें परफेक्ट टीम रखनी पड़ेगी और वही आईडी से लोग फिर खेल पाएंगे, पैसा मिलेगा। अगर तुम जीत गए, यहाँ तक पहुंच के जीत गए, तो $10,000 8.5 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे। हेलो मिस्टर डिस गेमर बेस्ट। अरे भाई ये क्या देख लिया? गोल इजी पीजी।
That was wild. He just left the right hand lane and just ran as fast as he could. Oh, the play from Totem there. That is the teamwork that we love to see. But the shot. Semantic.
Nope.
Totem.
Hey, भाई ये तो फास्टेस्ट मैच चल रहा है।
Yeah, things went wrong on so many
मैं जहां से आ गया।
The last mistake was Foods, and Semantic has gone in, and Mari somehow wins that matchup. A nice gadget there, popped by him. But now, somewhat unsure of what to do there. Does have a pull for Maru. Maru does have super as well. Semantic, but
बेचारे एडगर का तो कचूमर बन गया।
another jump from Maru, a trick shot pass. It's not quite gonna make it to destination. That's a nice pushing forward, trying to stay alive, but the poison takes him down before he can catch his gloves back.
This is so scrappy. I love it. It's great. Just
Good one, but he died as well.
trying to do trick shot passes. It's great to see what synergy these teams are bringing out. But a little dash down the side here from Joker. Can't quite make the play. But Lane choosing to just rotate up this right hand side lane. Semantic's going to jump in. Going to be using that gadget to avoid it. Passing the ball back now. Lane trying to find an opening. Maybe if Trace can get a jump here, they can play it through. But not connecting any shots. And just get that super. Uses it to get his knuckle busters back. And Maru just protecting it. Gadget, but can't get the kill either.
Yeah, things are incredibly messy this game. Both sides
And died. भाई एडगर क्यों ही लेते हैं बंदे भाई साहब?
chance to score for reply to
एक चीज ही समझ में आई अपने को,
Maru and the Chuck.
एक ही चीज समझ में आती है.
What does it? Reply Totem taking the opening game.
Well, we started strong for Footy Sports. They did just go
सबको 10-10-10.
completely leave the primo and then made the plays, but as soon as
चाहे नल्ले लोग खेल रहे हो चाहे अच्छे, एडगर नहीं लेने का.
Reply Totem just seemed to walk over them. So imagine
आप क्यों नहीं करते इसमें? आप प्रो एक बार में जीत जाओगे. हे भैया टीम के साथ खेलना होता है, अभी बताया. इसमें सोलो नहीं खेल सकते.
Bad news is that honestly there was a decent amount of room for improvement on the side of Reply Totem as well. And they're the ones that ended up winning that game. Drage is gonna fall to the poison. And now maybe with a charge shot is gonna go for the
और फेंक देगा उसको. ये तो मुझे पता था. सबसे बढ़िया यही लगता है, उठा के फेंक देता है उसको सबको.
off, and this time around he doesn't have his teammates to lock in that goal afterwards.
yeah, Maru trying to make the 1-2 play here. Nice shot down the middle. Gets
ओ भाई, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. एल प्रीमो पे
the ball to slide through. Reply Totem take a 1-0 lead yet again.
Unbelievable team synergy there. Pass nearly goes into Drage, but Maru does manage to get the ball.
अरे पिचका दो, पिचका दे. और नहीं पिचका पाया.
And now he's burning down. He does have enough HP to survive that encounter. He needs to be careful now as he pushes.
Nice one.
He's able to find Maori. Trying to heal up, maybe a charge shot, but no.
हो रहा भाई साहब, अरे फेंक दिया उठा के.
Another attempt, but no one can really reach the
नाइस नाइस नाइस. गुड वन, गुड वन,
Yeah, well, a little bit of an opportunity there for
गुड वन भाई, क्या बात है.
nice shots now. Followed there as well. The Primo's there. Gets the jump off yet again. Might be able to get
Ah.
goes for it.
ओ बच गया.
But a quick response from Semantic manages to get back, and that returning Knucklebuster goes straight through Joker as well, gets some damage down, resets his healing. But still, 45 seconds on the clock, and Reply Totem in the lead.
Now this is looking great for the Italian organization, but the jump in from Semantic trying to find some value, get some heals off from Maru. A pass here potentially could be huge. Drage does
ओ नहीं ले पाया.
ball, but again, Maru catches it just in time. And even though Lana is able to heal back up a little bit and stay alive,
जिंदा है अभी तक. जिंदा कैसे है अभी तक
Maru
भाई? बहुत लंबा मुकाबला चल गया. स्टेशन के पास पानी भरा था, उसमें साइकिल चलाने में ज्यादा मजा आया. दोस्तों पे पानी उड़ाया. वाह.
for the esports too.
And GG's Reply Totem won this one and gets the first set.
We saw some great moments from both teams where Reply Totem just had more of them. And some of those primo jumping plays are going to be where you're going to be scoring, and that's exactly what they did. Just jumping forward, making the great passes, ensuring that these trick shot passes and stuff don't go wasted. Because if you're wasting supers for the sake of a pass, sometimes it can pretty much cost you the entire game. But for the most part, Reply Totem made use of them, and it kind of just seemed like every time they had a chance, Primo was respawning with a super or something like that. See, that is a great attempt there as well. That's why I was talking about those supers, and he managed to get the kills regardless, but wonderful attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, they kind of had no way to deal with that Primo. You know, when he was going to jump in, they either have to fight him off, and usually that means that they lose 2 players, or they have 2 very low HP players, so the rest of Reply Totem's squad can just clear them up, or it's just an instant goal like this time around. So it's a very, very tough goal, and your defense needs to be near perfect. And look at those stats. 339 DPS here for Joker. It's 11 kills and leaps away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, Joker's just played that so well there, clearly. And I mean, Footy Sports, they haven't got bad stats either. They've got good DPS, good kills, but it's not about that. It's about getting those goals in the back of the net. And I mean, to be honest, Reply Totem just had better stats regardless. Every single one of them had better stats than every single one of Footy Sports. But at the same time, it really wasn't about that, because we saw some phenomenal moments from both teams and some great goal scoring opportunities either side. Reply Totem just took better use of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Primo was just getting so much value, even when he wasn't getting kills, which he was getting plenty of. Just those supers near the goal area, whether it's someone passes to you or your self-pass, it's a huge threat, and your position has to do something. They have to react. And that's when your teammates come in and clear things up, create that space that you need and those goal scoring opportunities.
Yeah, well, this has got to be an answer back for FUT Esports in this next set, otherwise Reply Totem will be running away with it 2-0. You want it to be that 1-1, especially if you're FUT Esports. You can't really rely on the reverse sweep, especially against a team like Reply Totem, who are just so organized, so good at what they do. We're going to be heading on to Ring of Fire in Hot Zone, and to be honest, I really like Reply Totem on this map. They always seem to have some good drafts, some very calm, composed plays, and that's exactly what you need on a map like Ring of Fire, where it's just so hectic.
Draft opening up, not quite that map, but you guys saw what it was a second ago. Max
बेस का लोकेशन याद है क्या किसी को?
Atara.
हाँ, प्लस 3400 माइनस 540.
We have the Pam that follows up. We're just gonna quickly go as well. We had Shelly, Stu, and Penny banned out for the side of FUT Esports. As Reply Totem banned out Crow, Lola, and Ruffs, and that is an incredibly quick draft. It's like they all know exactly what.
टीपी कर लो,
And it doesn't
टपिया कर लो भाई, टपिया कर लो अपने आप को.
from Semantic coming out in their game against SK.
हमने तुम्हें टोपी की पावर दे रखी है.
What he had going on, or if he's letting someone else play it. But Reply Totem's got a great comp coming out. Lou, incredible, and you know the same with Max and Amber as well. Great synergy together. Also with this B, Pam, and Tara, it's also very, very good. If Drake can keep his range, not feed the Lou as much as I'm sure Mori would like to get supers, then they might come out on top here.
Yeah, I like both comps. I think personally I prefer Reply Totems just a little bit. I mean, I think the combination from Amber with the Lou is just so much zone damage and control around that zone area that FUT Esports don't quite they're not quite able to match that with their current utility. We'll see how many valuable pulls Semantic or whoever ends up playing the Tara is gonna be getting, but it's gonna be Lana. I'm not entirely sure about the Tara pick.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but maybe that's just some kind of bias towards Tara in general. I just love the brawler. Maybe
भाई मर गया, कॉर्ड्स भी नहीं पता.
in the previous spell.
अरे भाई 3400 माइनस 520 540 पे बेस है.
And now some great control, and Lou hasn't really had that much of a say.
और आप कहाँ मरे हो वो भी मैं बता सकता हूँ. उसके लिए आपको मेरी कल की स्ट्रीम देखनी होगी जहाँ पे आप मेरे साथ खेल रहे थे. आपको वहाँ पे लोकेशन पता चल जाएगी कहाँ मरे थे. वैसे आपके पास कुछ था नहीं. अरे कहाँ मरा हूँ ये नहीं पता. वाओ, वेरी डेंजरस.
Some good value. Drake is popping off a little bit, gets a nice two-piece, and Joker narrowly avoids that massacre.
वहीं पे मरे हो क्या जहाँ पे अपन लास्ट में थे?
He's taken all the way back to
कहीं और मरा मैं यार, फिर तो kuch नहीं कर सकते.
a little bit back in the action now. Dolan now trying his best to hold on to that right side, but overwhelmed by that crossfire between Mara and Joker. FUT Esports with such a massive lead at that point. Reply Totem, they have absolutely no room for mistakes.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Drake as well. He's just popping off. You know, B is his brawler. That's just how it goes. Then they're trying to work for another super now as well. They might need it to break this position. Super play down by Semantic, and that's going to heal both of them up really nicely. Needs another 3k as well. Collects it, but not manages to hit. Finishes that one off anyway. Tara pull coming on in, gets the takedown. 10% need, and Reply Totem should just sit in spawn. They're not going to win this one. FUT Esports take it, and that's their answer. That's what they needed.
मेरी लाइट गई. वाओ, 64 आयरन एंड 20 डायमंड्स लॉस्ट.
Behind those
हैं?
walls, not all that
ये कौन सा एक्सरे लगा लिया?
Shore away, and has been doing a very good job at being a threat. Even though his pulls haven't been the most impactful, just his presence,
ये कौन सा एक्सरे है?
capabilities inside of that bush are very, very valuable to FUT Esports. Let's see if they can repeat that success or if Reply Totem are able to switch things up a bit.
Yeah, it's all about not feeding that Lou, and that's what they did so well in the last game. They're getting so much damage on him already. He's fallen.
मेरी वायर पे धमाके करवा रहे थे ना.
Both of the players are
तो
so healthy in the mid lane.
जैसा कि आपने देखा हमारे संवाददाता की भी लाइट चली जाई चुकी है. ये वायर पे धमाके करवा रहे थे और धमाकों के बीच में सेफ्टी का ध्यान ना रखने की वजह से इनकी आज भी लाइट चली गई है.
The speed onto more.
माइनिंग सिंस एन आवर. Wow,
evade feed.
very dangerous.
Food Esports again was the better start, but it's not completely over just yet. Let's reply Totem, get a nice loose super into the zone, and Maru will oil down that right side of the map. If anyone gets too close, it will be quite deadly. So far, it does seem like Foot are able to build up more and more control, and now he's pushing up. He does end up going down. Maru sneaks up on the right-hand side, but is not able to set the fire off, so right now it will just be slowing them down a little bit. Totem able to get some more percentages, but still have quite some miles to go before they catch up.
I mean, Dre just playing insane. It kind of just seems like Lineane's just pushing down the side for no reason a lot of the time. Semantic going to try and take down Maru. Gets the super on top of his super. Should pretty much out-heal it. Slow comes in from Dre trying to negate the value coming in, but the burn was onto him. Lineane's going to need a big super here to turn this one around, because Reply Totem are now the ones in control. They have the lead and they have the control.
Yeah, it was a bit of an uphill battle until now, but it seems like Reply Totem really have found their groove. Question is, can they keep chaining those supers? Seems like we'll get another freeze onto that zone, and that basically means that Food Esports can't even get close to it. The healing station is going to last for about a quarter of a second. Everyone is low on the side of Reply Totem, and that might be the saving grace, but another super for Mari slows down the progress that Foot can do, and Reply Totem are getting percentage after percentage in the meantime. Final team wipe as Reply
Ding, chicka ding, chicka ding.
game, and now things get real for Foot Esports. Even though this set is tied, another game, and suddenly Foot are 2 sets behind.
Yeah, this is make or break for Esports here, really. They need to take the win, or they're going to be 2 sets down and maybe even beyond repair. I feel like Lineane just needs to try and connect a few more of these supers, be a little bit more cautious with his positioning and stuff like that, but he's going to go left side this time, and I actually quite kind of like it. Instant control, as they weren't expecting it.
Yeah, the little change compared to his routine in the previous 2 games was more than enough to catch them off guard and capitalize. A freeze will come down at last. Drage also low HP. They want to clear him up, but he's staying alive for so long. Luckily for Reply Totem, the charge shot did not come through in time.
Oh dear.
And they were able to take him out. It's been quite scrappy, but Foot Esports, with a little bit more control, are able to build up a healthy early lead.
Yeah, Lineane lucky that they did have control anyway, and that Tara super didn't really mean too much. Staying in control, Drage picks up the right-hand side as well. Semantic can just sit narrowly on this zone, and Lineane still getting the left-hand side taken down as well. So really nice stuff from Foot Esports so far. But they had this lead before, and they lost it just as fast.
It's a very valid point. Joker struggling on the left. The Tara pool is going to seal the deal. And now gets healed up in the meantime. Is able to get a kill and pretty much gets out of there untouched as the Tara Shadow nearly fully heals him back up, and it's a problem. They need to deal with it, but another pull comes through, and that's another kill, another Shadow.
And GG's.
Getting another kill. Foot Esports lock in that set, and Semantic.
इसको इतनी खुशी क्या हो रही है? अब KFC ने डब्बा भेज दिएगा?
I mean, being happy is going to pretty much project your team in the right direction. You know, it's a position that they like being in now. They've just taken that one so flawlessly. I think it was like 100 to 20. So now going forwards from this point on, not only have they got the momentum of the set, they've got such a flawless last game that they're coming off the back of, that going on to Crystal Arcade and Gem Grab, they should be pretty good as well. They've just got to get yet another good draft. I like the Tara for the most part, but it was just a lot of missed supers, and a lot of the control really didn't mean much until that last game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like they really gave it their best shot. Was that Tara, and I feel like the reason they won wasn't because of the Tara per se, but once she was set up in the back line, and once she made the right adjustments in her position, I mean, the success really spoke for itself.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, it was a tough one for Reply to.
जैसे यहाँ पे कुछ आएगा, हम इधर पे स्विच कर लेंगे. 2 मिनट में आने वाला है ये.
Wrong with what they brought brought to the table. They just didn't get enough loose super in all of those games, the first and the third.
Jeez.
As they did win the second, mainly because of those speeds from Joker and those from
और भाई 77,000 likes
popping off there.
already.
A lot of them will have come.
क्या बात, बहुत बढ़िया.
Semantic. You can always
51,353 की वेटिंग चल रही है.
some decent DPS with that as well. Bear in mind, 206 is very, very good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's great chip damage, you know, and you're happy to trade that damage off as well because you have a healing station that heals you back up. Your opponents don't. So a lot of value to be found there, and I think he did a fantastic job. Moving on to Crystal Arcade here for Gem Grab at set number 3. There's lots of things we can expect to see here. Whether it's down in the mid, we have some sharpshooter ideas that are very popular, but I was about to get to it. My favorite option is going to be this 2, the Speed Zone. Just incredibly useful as a whole, very versatile as well. And just that extra mobility is perfect for a mid that is just a little bit more closed off than on certain other Gem Grab maps.
Yeah, and I mean, with Max Band out the way as well, pretty
60 seconds remaining.
I do like it. Spike going to come in next from Reply Totem. It's just one of those versatile picks. You know, you're never really going to have a bad matchup, but a lot of the time you're never going to really have an extremely good matchup unless they play into your hands with the draft. Penny following up after that as well. I think more of the same. You know, it's just very, very solid. Placing the mortar down on Salty Barrel in people's faces. Pretty much adds a 4th man.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Penny so far today. It was one of the brawlers we saw by far the most in the last couple months. It did get nerfed month after month, or rather balance change after balance change. So it's not quite what it used to be, but it's still in a good place if placed right. We'll see another Jesse. Like, I think so far in EMEA, we've seen more Jesse than Penny, which is pretty crazy to me.
भाई 73 से 81,000 हो गया भाई.
I feel like it's a very
वेटिंग भी 1 लाख की पहुंच चुकी है.
I don't know if it's really necessarily one of the ones where we've seen it, so I'm still intrigued.
Premier will begin shortly. अच्छा दिखाओ भाई.
Kind of hope it
हम
does.
इसको म्यूट कर लेते हैं. अभी जाइए, थोड़ा म्यूट हो जाइए, आप बंद हो जाइए थोड़ी देर के लिए. टॉक्सिक ब्रॉलर एंड एन्चेंटेड स्किन्स. एन्चेंटेड स्किन्स माइनक्राफ्ट से कॉपी कर लिया क्या? हमने कुछ ज्यादा माइनक्राफ्ट खेल लिया क्या? यहाँ भी माइन चुटड़ा गया. ओके, अभी इनका 2 मिनट लगेगा, तो अपन यही देखते हैं.
Into that mid versus
2 मिनट लगेगा. ब्रॉल स्टार्स फेमस गेम है तो व्यूज तो आएंगे ही ना.
values.
अरे भाई वेटिंग देख रहे हो उनका, कितने लोग वेट कर रहे हैं. 1,24,109 लोग अभी वेट कर रहे हैं. ठीक है,
Broken, and if it does,
और ऑलरेडी 86,000 लाइक हो चुके हैं.
Yeah, you were right.
अभी 1 मिनट लगेगा इसको, तब हम ये देख लेते हैं.
Like, it takes a second, you know, and there's so many different mid options to really understand what the idea is behind it. But so far, the idea seems to be working quite well for Reply Totem because they have so much mid presence, and it is something I like quite a bit in a draft, that you can go for comps like this where potentially, depending on what your opponent's draft, you can switch gem carrier, and it's something we're seeing more and more often. And that might be something to consider, considering how awful of a start things are right now for Foot Esports. Reply Totem just in a really good position. Can Foot Esports find an opening?
yeah, obviously with this fertilizer, it's going to be quite good down the lane if you just get these heals off against pretty much any of these, especially when Semantic wants to go aggressive, but they just seem to just be in such a clump. 2 gems dropped on the fall there as well, and 1 more from mid. It's going to be the countdown starting, and Reply Totem as quick as that. 10-0 at the count.
Foot Esports was a couple more seconds to interrupt, but no opportunity really, as Joker is far out of reach. Reply Totem taking over the lead.
चलो बैक टू द ब्रॉल टॉक. आ चुके हैं हम. Pew, 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 pew.
In this Brawl Talk,
A toxic brawler from another dimension.
Buzz won't be alone
Yeah.
anymore.
Creepy and enchanted skins.
And more pirates.
Are boxes back?
And one farewell.
Farewell. ये जा रहा है कौन जा रहा है भाई
Oh, this is weird. Paula, are you here?
Hey! Get out of here, that's my face!
Who said that?
I think it was the chair.
Who's there?
This place is toxic. Use this. Welcome to Brawl Talk.
It is the summer of...
No, Danny, not yet. We are in the Enchanted Woods.
It is not known if this is truly enchanted or just toxic, or both.
Either way, it's the home of our newest brawler, Cordelius.
He used to be a normal gardener in the park, but the toxicity of the place drove him mad, and he ended up getting stuck at that place.
He still enjoys some gardening occasionally, though.
Cordelius'
Mid-range.
attack are two rapid mushrooms he throws with his gardening tools. They deal quite a lot of damage, but their range is short.
To make up for the short range, he's a very fast brawler
1090 and 1417
by being next
हाँ
to the
1090 अटैक करता था
His super, he transports his and his opponent's minds to a different reality.
In this reality, Cordelius gets a speed and a reload speed buff, and his targets can't use their super or gadgets, but they can still run and attack.
You will stay in this reality for a determined amount of time, or until you defeat the enemy brawler or get defeated by them.
And during Cordelius' super, none of the other brawlers can interfere with this combat.
वाह कोई इंटरफेयर नहीं कर सकता भाई साहब
Cordelius King,
खतरनाक
year of the Brawl Pass.
ये थोड़ा नया कंसेप्ट था बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया
But with Enchanted and Weird Woods, we have Enchanted and Weird skins.
8-Bit becomes a witch house and hates knock-knock jokes, with the haunted house 8-Bit. And he's the skin we released together with the Brawl Pass, so that you can buy with Bling.
Lou is a stone troll, but still looks cute and happy with his stone troll Lou skin. And he's also the powered leak skin.
Chester becomes a super creepy sentient tree with the wood spirit Chester skin.
And Janet gets butterfly wings and a cocoon gun with the dark fairy Janet skin.
Can I say it now, Paula?
Yes, you can say no.
It is the summer of pirates.
For this summer, the pirate skins are back, and we have
Cards
some
pirates
pirates joining the crew.
Meg gets a Megalodon skin and some ghostly limbs. The skin is just called Megalodon because Alodon.
They get it. And Grief's head is now a treasure chest called Sunken Chest Grief.
Bibi gets a whole pirate outfit, but she's not any kind of pirate, she's a cursed pirate Bibi.
And lastly, shout out to Steamfish, the creator of Kraken Surge, our latest Supercell mech skin that's joining the pirate crew as well.
हाँ क्रैकन सर्च
Buzz finally has a friend in his trio after 2 years.
Duck is the newest member of the
Duck.
Water Park, and he's
अरे?
the most chill and friendly duck
ये क्या है?
you can meet.
He doesn't worry about anything at all, and that's because he can heal everyone around him with his main attack.
The closer you are to Duck, the more you get healed. And if you are on the opposing team, it follows the same logic, but of course, it deals damage instead.
Doug is the first brawler who can revive another or himself.
He throws a floaty hot dog at his teammates that he can also use on himself.
अरे भाई साहब ये क्या था
On at the same
रिवाइव
His hot dog mark expires though, just like a real hot dog, so you have to time it correctly to be able to use it effectively.
Duck should be released early August with a 29 gem skin called Draco Duck.
And just before I talk about box
ये सही है भाई
skins,
Darkside Carl got slightly less dark and more vivid, and some details got improved as well.
Aristara now turned into Stara, amazing name and amazing skin.
Smuggler Penny also got some adjustments to match Penny's remodel and a new animation.
तारा तारा नहीं रही तारा बन गई तारा
Scroll came from the ashes in a new
वाह
and this
सितारा बन गई
looks so much cooler.
He's also getting a pin set, profile,
ओ भाई ये तो
and a voiceover. If you own,
ये तो बनता है अब
you'll get all of these for free in the first month.
And Bonnie is getting two 29 gem skins.
Unicorn Bonnie, super colorful, beautiful, cheerful, and all the other sweet adjectives.
And Foot Bonnie to celebrate the Women's World Cup happening soon. Now, the
Nice.
moment you're waiting for. Are boxes coming back?
Not really, but we have something better, star drops.
The number one feedback after we removed boxes was that players were missing the surprise effect of getting rewards.
So this is now back, and here's how the star drops work.
every day you can collect 3 star drops. To get them, you need to win matches. Any kind of matches. Trophy League, Power League, Club League, Challenges, and even Mapmaker. You get 1 drop after your first win, another one on the 4th, and the last one on the 8th win of the day.
The star drop has 5 rarities like the brawlers: rare, super rare, epic, mythic, and legendary.
What?
Each time you tap the screen, you have a chance to upgrade the rarity of your star drop.
The higher the rarity, the better the item, and you get 1 item per drop.
From those star drops you can get coins, power points, credits, bling, brawlers, and we also added pins, including some exclusive pins you can only get from a drop, sprays, profile pictures, and even skins.
The skins you can get from the star drop are the ones that you can get with bling and that are not seasonal. Mythic and legendary are still only available for gems.
The question you might have right now is, how much more I'm getting from this? And the answer is around 20% more than before. But to make its high rarity drop meaningful, we had to reallocate some of the rewards you get from other places.
So we transfer rewards from Club League, Power League, and a bit from the Brawl Pass, mostly from the end rewards once you complete it.
And we know how this sounds like a nerf to your rewards, but no, you'll be getting more if you continue playing the same amount you played today. Danny guarantees that with his own life.
Yeah, what? And besides that, we also have
Payload is back with some changes. Now you can move and attack through the card.
Takedown and Wipeout are also back based on the results of our in-game poll.
More options on how to complete a quest.
And now you can also progress in the Premium Brawl Pass quests. So if you buy the pass at some point during the season, you get all the rewards.
And don't forget to go to event.brawlstars.com to watch our esports monthly
ये सही है भाई सही तो है
including unique pins. Next show is tomorrow and you can always check the website to know when is the next one.
And the skin we are giving away right after the update is gonna be Dark Fairy Janet. So look for hashtag Dark Fairy Janet giveaway on social media.
It's with a heavy heart that I announce this will be my last Brawl Talk.
Oh no, not again.
It's okay, trust me. You've probably noticed I've been helping squad busters recently, and the time has come for me to fully support this new game and step back from Brawl Stars before I can provide the most beautiful community with all the time and attention you deserve. Believe me, it's not easy to leave after all you've done for me from the very first moment we met. Your kindness, patience, and empathy are things I'll carry forever here in my heart and will
चलो इनका टाटा बाय बाय हो गया
to continue giving my best. Okay. I believe that pursuing the goal of launching Squad Busters to the world is the right thing to do. And if we fail, I've been told there will always be a place for me in the Brawl team. But please don't be sad if I don't come back. My absence will only mean that we, Supercell, did it and managed to release a new game that many people will play for years and remember forever. Gracias from the
Squad Busters new game okay
moments we shared over the last 2 years. And see you in Squad Busters. Before you say anything, no, I'm not leaving you alone with Frank.
Did you bring me some backup?
I did.
Tata we have fun okay
Alright, so wait, there's a
Yeah.
surprise for you.
No, don't
Yeah,
do this
there's
to
a
me.
surprise.
No.
Flowers, a card from the team. It looks like a 5-year-old, but it's my handwriting, and a custom gift.
No, it's so beautiful. Should I show it?
Yeah, sure. no, it's moved a bit.
No, but it's so cool. I don't think you can see it, but it's a necklace with the Brawl logo. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
I'm gonna cry. We can cry.
That's it.
Thank you.
just a wrap
Toxic. Use this. And Janet gets butterfly. I knew I was gonna say that. Gets butterfly wings and a cocoon gun. Cocoon gun. Butterfly wings and a cocoon. What's wrong with this like combination of words?
Another one on the fourth, and the last one of the wait wings.
Sorry.
But their short is.
Range.
That's right.
With that, that's the end for the Brawl Talk.
And suddenly it's again 3 stars early on in favor of Foot.
Well, shots coming down now. Joker's very, very low. Semanti's got this super. Maybe pair it with a few shots from Lenane. He might be able to get a takedown, but so far, Lenane's not finding the most success. Drage is the one who's really hitting a lot of those shots, and a few nest eggs placed down.
हाँ ब्रदर अच्छे हैं इस बार के थोड़े नया कंसेप्ट है मजा आएगा.
So plenty of time here for Reply Totem to
चलो
exactly what they did the previous.
ओके चलो भाई चलो बाय बाय.
Joker down in the mid, and a nice pickup from Mari. Nest egg gets popped as well. It's the right timing to do so. So there's no opportunity really to capitalize. The wall will be used there by Joker to tank that P, and that will give him absolutely none of his super back. A nice pickup, but the bounce shot from the bell to claim that trade, and again even things out. But Blue Star still in favor of Foot.
Yeah, Mark not going to be hit. And Joker throwing some shots out towards Drage. So just Blue Star's the decider at the moment, so Joker needs to be very, very cautious about not extending this lead even further for the Foot Esports side. Semantic marked up, but it was a return sender. Didn't take too much damage from it. There's the invisibility, but he actually gets hit by Drage. Unfortunate for Mario, but still going aggressive. Lenane's there for the taking. He does get it, and that's the lead back in their hands. But the trade should be there. The wall perfectly placed, and he is going to survive just a little bit longer. Can he avoid it? He does, and the survival's there. Reply Totem running away with it. The wall's placed as well, and surely no chance for Foot.
Incredible Leon plays there from Maru, absolutely toying with his food and just showing
ने वो एपिक वाला न्यू ब्रॉलर सही है वर्ल्ड वाला. मेरे को दोनों ही अच्छे लगे. वो डिफरेंट रियलिटी में चला जाता है लेके भाई साहब. कॉर्डिलियस ऐसी नाम है ना, कॉर्डिलियस ऐसी कुछ नाम है. और सेकंड वाला तो वो नल्ला वाला सैंडविच वाला क्या नाम था उसका, वो भी बढ़िया है. वो रिवाइव कर सकता है भाई. वो सेज है वैलोरेंट वाला. वैलोरेंट का सेज है वो. जहाँ फेंकेगा वहीं रिवाइव हो गए. उसका यूज भाई जैम ग्रैब में कितना ज्यादा है पता है. मरने के बाद बंदा वहां जाके स्पॉन होता है इतना दूर. वहां से भागते भागते आने में उसकी बैंड बज जाती है. समझ रहे हो. मान लो वो फ्रैंक था जो मरा था भाई, फुल हेल्थ के साथ वो रिवाइव होके वहीं पे स्पॉन होगा. और मान लो उसके पास गलती से उसके पास सुपर होगा भाई, वो स्पॉन होगा वहीं पे और दे सुपर. भागने का भी मौका नहीं, चपटा कर देगा वहीं पे. क्वाइट यूजफुल.
But I don't know if it's going to be enough to finally take down the Titans of the region.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But looking at the statistics from this game just now, 2-2-2 across the boards from Foot Esports. Decent amount of DPS in there as well in comparison to what we see from Reply Totem. But they get the 5-4-2, and it's kills what matter, not that DPS in a map and mode like Bounty.
तो इसी के साथ जीत चुकी है रिप्लाई टोटेम और हम आ चुके हैं फाइनल्स में जीटा वर्सेस रिप्लाई टोटेम. शामलो ब्रॉल का स्पेशल मूव से क्या होता है वर्ल्ड यार बताओ ना. अरे वो रिवाइव कर देता है बंदे को. अभी तो बताया. कौन से वाले की बात कर रहे हो? कौन सा वो बर्गर वाले हॉट डॉग वाले की बात कर रहे हो या फिर वो पदोड़े वाले की?
For esports, they gave it their best shot, but this month it's just not quite going to be it just yet. I'm sure that they'll be very grateful for all the points they were able to farm, but I don't know if that will be enough to satisfy their desire to win, because we know how competitive those guys are.
कॉर्डेलियस वो दूसरी रियलिटी में लेके चल जाता. तुम उसी गेम में हो लेकिन जिसको तुमने अपना सुपर हिट किया है सिर्फ 1v1 चलेगा तुम दोनों के बीच में. तुम दोनों के बीच में कोई नहीं आ सकता. बस ये है कि तुम्हें ज्यादा फायदा है, तुम्हारा रीलोड जल्दी होगा, तुम्हें हील जल्दी मिलेगा. वुड यू बाय अ ट्रैप कॉफी मग? नो नो थैंक्स.
month, I get a lot of stick from this man in the middle about my coffee mug. I love my coffee mug. It's great. But I've upgraded, Trav. I've upgraded to a new one. Do you like it?
I actually do kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. At least I'm represented in the studio.
I waited for months for that moment.
Unbelievable.
वो एक टाइप से डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज है, ठीक है। डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज जहाँ पे वो खुद अपनी रियलिटी चेंज कर सकता है। वो तुमको हिट करेगा, तुमको दूसरे मल्टीवर्स में लेके जाएगा, वहां तुम 1v1 कर रहे होगे। बस फायदा ये है कि उस मल्टीवर्स में तुम्हें जल्दी हीलिंग मिलेगी, तुम्हें जल्दी ज्यादा तुमको जल्दी ज्यादा उसमें अटैक रिलोड होगा, तुम्हें ज्यादा फायदा है, ठीक है। तो बेसिकली उसमें ये है। वैसे सीजन कब एंड हो रहा है मैंने देखा ही नहीं है, मैं क्लेम तो कर लूं, प्यू प्यू वाली पिन भी तो क्लेम करना है। अरे तब तो वो ब्रॉलर कॉप है मोबाइल लेजेंड्स गेम से इन नेम का हीरो, उसमें भी ऐसा ही करता है 1v1 है कॉपी। अरे तो हर जगह तो कॉपी है। सुनो ना सुनो ये आंखें बोलती वो सनम वो सनम।
Just not quite making it through to the grand finals. Got the revenge from April's monthly finals. Navi though, were the April grand finals winners, the champions.
हाँ, ब्रॉल टॉक का ये आ चुका है।
Final stages. So we've got
पौला जी जा चुकी हैं, उनका पौला पौला हो गया है। सबसे पहले तो पिन क्लेम करूंगा, प्यू प्यू वाली पिन हमको मिल चुकी है।
we're a bit split actually. Trav, gonna have to come to you first.
थोड़े बहुत रिवॉर्ड मिल गए हैं और वो वाला सिस्टम भी सही है। बॉक्सेस नहीं आएंगे लेकिन हाँ बॉक्सेस की तरह कुछ भी मिल सकता है उसके अंदर से, और डेली एक तो क्लेम कर सकते हो, तो वो सही है।
The monthly finals through pretty much everything we've seen, Zeta play against Totem. Zeta have come out on top.
Teddy as well, going to come to you on this one because we're on the same page here. I've got to say, at the beginning of today, you can see I was going with Navi against that fourth quarterfinals match.
अब तो न्यू प्लेयर्स को कुछ समझ ही नहीं आएगा, कुछ नहीं, वो डेली रिवॉर्ड मिलेगा। डेली रिवॉर्ड के बदले में तुम्हें मिल रहा है,
Maybe slid up a little bit since Mobile Master.
हाँ तो डेली रिवॉर्ड के बदले में तो आपको मिल रहा है बॉक्सेस, समझ लो। उसको तुम अगर खोलोगे तो तुमको कुछ भी मिल सकता है, लेकिन हाँ अगर तुम उसकी रेयरिटी बढ़ाए बिना अगर खोलोगे तो छोटे छोटे रिवार्ड मिलेंगे। लाइक 25 कॉइन मिल गए, थोड़ा सा एक आध दो ब्लिंग मिल गए, लेकिन उसमें ऑप्शन है आप 8 बॉक्सेस खोल लो या तो आप उसको अपग्रेड करते जाओ। हर दो उसके बाद अपडेट हो जाएगा। तो पहले जैसे नॉर्मल है, नॉर्मल से रेयर पे जाएगा, रेयर से एपिक में जाएगा, एपिक से मिथिक में जाएगा, मिथिक से लेजेंड में जाएगा। लास्ट में अगर तुमने लेजेंड तक पहुंचा के फिर खोला तो तुम्हें हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ रिवॉर्ड मिल सकता है। लाइक ब्रॉलर भी मिल सकता है, स्किन भी मिल सकती है, लेकिन वही स्किन मिलेगी जो कि ब्लिंक के थ्रू अनलॉक हो सकती थी, चाहे वो 5000 की हो चाहे 2000 की हो। 2000 ब्लिंक वाली भी मिल सकती है, 5000 ब्लिंक वाली भी मिल सकती है। उसमें से नॉर्मल मतलब रैंडम कुछ भी मिल सकता है। तू ब्रॉस्टर खेल के क्या उखाड़ लिया, बात तो सही है। मैंने ब्रॉस्टर खेल के 5000 कमाया भाई, और कुछ। वाह वाह क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया।
Seems confident, Teddy, but you've got to remind him that in March, Zeta was a 3-2 win against Reply Totem. So in that second matchup, they were closing the gap. So where were your thoughts with this one? Because I don't think it's going to be quite one-sided. I think it could be Reply Totem's month, but what are your thoughts, Teddy?
I think that Reply Totem, after Mobile Masters beating.
ट्रॉफी बताना जरा सबको अपनी नल्ले। वाह बात तो सही, बताओ ट्रॉफी बताओ।
Great success throughout the year here. Like, yes, it's not 2022.
अरे कल स्ट्रीम करोगे ब्राउज़र अच्छी, वो तो डेली ही करते हैं।
They're hungry for it as well.
कुछ नया बताइए जो नहीं करते हैं।
To already show their worth so far this year, and Reply Totem still needs a little bit more of a push, I think, here in.
मानो 33,000 है मेरे पे, बहुत बढ़िया है।
Wow, it's going to be an absolute banger matchup. There's going to be no doubt about it. Obviously, Reply Totem really are looking to secure their first monthly finals win of the year, and they got that last year in July, so it's not too far off the same sort of time that they really started to pop off now, and I feel it could be theirs. Zeta, though, of course, upheld the trophy of month by month for 2 months running. Faltered a little bit last time round, but the team which they faltered to is no longer to be seen. Navi going out in the first round. It's an open door now, realistically here.
मेरे पास नई खेल जो 36,000 है, बहुत बढ़िया है। मोबाइल लेजेंड्स की लाइव करोगे क्या? मोबाइल लेजेंड्स बैंक बैंक की बात कर रहे हो क्या? बहुत पहले खेला था, स्ट्रीम भी करी थी हमारे फर्स्ट चैनल पर, उसका मिल जाएगा तुम्हें। बट क्योंकि वो गेम बैन हो गया इंडिया में तो नहीं खेल सकते। नो, नहीं खेल सकते। That was the actually first game I ever played or genre like MOBA. वो एक पहला ऐसा गेम था MOBA में जो मैंने खेला था, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स बैंग बैंग। उसमें वो जो कैरेक्टर था ना, जो घास में आके हील हो जाता था, मैं वो ज्यादा सबसे खेलता था। दे कुटाई करता था, बहुत कुटाई करता था, फिर घास में घुसते पूरा हील करके फिर कुटाई करता था।
As well, a lot of pros saying that it's now the meta. I'm not convinced it's the meta. I think it's definitely now meta worthy. We've seen more of yesterday than I can remember as well. I mean, that Brawl is popping up a great deal, and in the hands of Reply Totem as well, they must mean business with it.
Clash of Titans करो। Clash of Titans की भी हम स्ट्रीम कर चुके हैं। मजे की बात तो ये है, लेकिन लोगों को पसंद नहीं आया। लोग उसको कंपेयर करने लगे, उन्होंने बताया कि भाई इससे अच्छा तुम पोकेमोन यूनाइट ही खेलो। तो या क्लैश ऑफ टाइटंस की भी कर चुके हैं, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स बैंग बैंग भी कर चुके हैं। ऐसा कुछ बोल नहीं सकता कि भाई तुमने ये गेम नहीं ट्राई किया, वो भी हम कर चुके हैं। मोबाइल गेम्स बोर होता है, डिपेंड करता है कौन सा खेल रहा हो। लाइक लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स वाज द फर्स्ट गेम मोबा गेम, फिर डोटा आया, डोटा इतना फेमस हुआ, फिर डोटा 2 आ गया, अब डोटा 2 चलता है, उसकी चैंपियनशिप होती है। हम भी मोबाइल लवर हैं, तो भाई हम बता रहे हैं कि भाई मोबाइल लेजेंड्स बैंग बैंग और ब्रॉल सब खेलते हैं। हाँ हाँ, देखो ब्रो, ऐसा है, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स बैंग बैंग इंडिया में बैन है, तो हम नहीं खेल सकते। फ्लैश पार्टी ट्राई करो, इसमें क्या होता है?
MMA did show that Willow has a place in parallel plays. Reply Totem seem to have picked up on the same idea, and I'm going to be curious to see like how well Reply Totem do fare with that Willow pick and the Grey on the side of Zeta, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's a goal.
So our grand finals match for today, is it going to be 3 grand finals wins for Zeta?
भाई Reply Totem वाला बंदा वहां पहुंच भी गया और ये उसको रोक भी नहीं पाए।
Slotting on, getting some shots through. There's the 3k available there from now in, does actually get it off, follows up.
भाई अलग ही नशे हैं।
Slow down coming through though, and the 3k hit, but more he's going to be taking his place. It kind of just seems like a never-ending flow of Totem.
Aggressive stuff, but then not done yet. Maru comes in, the protective pirouette as well. Gary gets the walking cane off, but he's still going. Replaced now by Joker, who's very calm and collected, just waiting for his time to try and get a turret. And now he can utilize that as a bit of a thing to tank a lot of these shots coming in. He's still there. They got to deal with it.
क्या खेल रहे हैं?
Because now Maru's come behind it. All this time, Reply Totem has been going on the aggressive, and I love it.
Yeah, Jiro looking for that TP back and trying to get another 1000 HP heal, but Maru's just staying on the zone and almost finished it off right there.
उन्हें 98% कर दिया भाई साहब।
From Zeta, as they haven't even got 1% of Totem's side yet. They need to defend, they need to aggress, they need to do everything. But Maru, if he gets a super, should just be able to spin up and finish this.
और ये लो हो गया
2%
खत्म
first game at least. Reply Totem really making their stand early on, but
मोनोपोली भी खेल सकते हैं, क्रैक्ड वर्जन ढूंढना पड़ेगा।
chose Zeta.
मोनोपोली का क्रैक्ड वर्जन मिल जाएगा, कौन सा, पीसी का
See a bit
या उसका
around and some,
मोबाइल का? मोबाइल में भी है ना मोनोपोली, था आई गेस।
and what
बोले से इंडिया यूट्यूबर अभी भी स्ट्रीम करते हैं, बोले मैं किया। अरे तो भाई ऐसे तो
Zeta themselves.
फ्री फायर बैन हुआ तब भी लोग खेलते थे, पबजी बैन हुआ तब भी लोग खेलते थे, जब तक कि बीजीएमआई नहीं आया। बीजीएमआई बैन हो गया, उसके बाद भी लोग बीजीएमआई खेलते थे। बड़े से बड़ा यूट्यूबर क्यों ना हो,
The top right.
खेल रहा था, उसको कोई लेना देना थोड़ी है, उसको पैसे कमाने से मतलब है।
It seems like Maru's just been, I mean,
पीसी का मोनोपोली प्लस वो तो ऐसे ही मिल जाएगा,
Joker kind of just being that support unit. Is
थैंक्स टू द
being pushed back.
टोरेंचोचा।
TP onto him as well, and this is the best we've seen from Zeta, and they haven't even guaranteed a percentage of the opposing zone yet, but still the best.
Going through, great timing on the gadget there. But we said from Meow, who's focusing far more on the right-hand side at the moment. Now he's waiting to try to seize the moment that he can gain that mind control and hopefully put his opposition against his own opposition, really. Very tied up now. Is Zeta creeping forwards now into a very good spot, trying to get this pinch between himself and Meow onto Joker and Maori. But anyone who goes down now is going to give out a great deal of control and high ground. Now, Pfizer turning his reply. Toast will start to push forwards here.
There's Maru, TP available as well, but it's going to go too far if he does choose to go for it. Tries to bait it out, Maru flashing that super, walking gain in, gets the 1000 HP heal and gets it off. Still, that's even more percentage than we've already seen come out the top from Meow, and he's been just locked in a 1v1 matchup against Mori. It's just get a shot, heal, either way. And so far, it's just been Maru getting some aggressive percentage.
Yeah, but these flying hooks are being exacerbated as they go down. He's got none more left. There is a lovely little honey molasses there from Naui to ensure the swift takedown.
फ्लैश पार्टी फाइटिंग में 1v1 2v2 होगा है।
No scooper, not really much the aggressiveness, and as long as Zeta can keep him that way, they can really start to control his left-hand side better and creep their way forwards. Yeah, we're going the aggressive, gets the takedown as well. Zeta are looking very, very good now.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, but all this can just be deflated by Mori making one masterful mind control here when they do choose to go aggressive, getting someone to kill another player, and that kind of just deflates all pressure. Maru needs a super to be able to have the mobility now those flying hooks are used. Slow available from Navi down this left-hand side as well, and endless amounts of porters coming in. Not the best place. But the TP from G
भाई बिल्लो रानी तो आने ही नहीं दे रही उसको।
the best plan so far. Now he's just going to take the 3k, but Joker will just tank it, eat that move forwards.
भाई मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि वो अगर 3 अटैक में उसको मारेगी तब भी 1000 का तो वो डैमेज लेके उसको कर ही सकता है, वहां पे खड़ा हो ही सकता है 1000 का लेके भी।
Got the takedown in the end, but yeah,
ऐसे तो वैसे भी हार ही रहे हैं लोग, ये आगे तो जाना उसको। भाई क्या बंदे हैं।
I wasn't sure Zeta were going to be able to get out of. Is there time on the clock to even be able to secure this zone? That's the question. Not with Maru there on the bottom left, regardless, and it should be. Reply Totem will take this first set. They fought hard for it, and Zeta almost has something to say about it, but not quite enough. But we can get a bit of a glimpse of what is to come. It is so close between these two teams.
Yeah, after that first one, it seemed like maybe Reply Totem were just going to kind of run away with it. But into the second, they did win, but it wasn't as convincing anywhere near. And that's what Zeta do. They come, they lose, they make improvements, and that's what makes Zeta as good as they are. They may have lost the set, but the improvements they made were visible. They only just lost that second one. They just couldn't get aggressive enough. You know, Willow sat behind that wall. It's almost impossible to push, and Mr. P found a few connecting shots, but at the end of the day, the connecting shots just weren't enough to get the kill.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more sold on it, to be honest. You know, it was something that coming into the day I've seen before, and I was okay with it, but not entirely convinced by it. But I think it's really spoken for itself today. Time and time again, Willow, as that final draft coming through, does seem to be a very, very safe pair of hands when it comes to securing those defenses, and teams struggling for sure to be able to deal with that. Some good moments for Zeta, not to say they weren't at all. Very, very close, but Reply Totem just had that edge that they were looking for.
Yeah, they really did, and I mean, they've just got to keep that edge as well if they want to carry on winning against Zeta Division, because they've been looking good all day long. Reply Totem have as well, and I think this is the final of probably a lot of people predicted coming through. But 8-1-4 from the side of Zeta Division, and honestly, they got more kills, but it doesn't matter at all. 3-1-4 for the side of Reply Totem. They're the ones with the win, they're the ones with the percentage, and that's what really matters in a game mode like Hot Zone. You can't really fault Zeta Division, though, for getting the kills that they did. just wasn't really enough. And I think Meow was the one who was on that aggressive side. And with only one kill, you're not going to get that offensive percentage.
Heister.
Very much just about cycling that aggressiveness onto the zone, isn't it? And that's what Reply Totem did so well. Going down a fair amount, he's going to inevitably give more kills to Zeta, but it's the objective that matters. And we might see a very similar story happening here. Curious to see what the bans will be in that respect. But Carl, you've got to talk about that. That Brawl really coming in to full force now. I would say very much the meta. Don't know whether it's quite leaked into the bans, but as a result of there we go, Carl being banned. I'm glad to see it because this is a map where it would have really thrived. Bonnie is the response. It's the first pick from Reply Totem. But Brock, Max, and Eve banned from Zeta. Carl, Colette, and Grom banned by Reply Totem.
Yeah, looking quite good then. Penny going to be the first pick of Zeta division. I do like it. I think Penny's a very, very solid brawler, very versatile. Can be good against Bonnie as well. Once you get that salty barrel, once you get the mortar down and stuff like that, it's extremely good in that top left-hand side pocket. But they do have a second pick as well. See what they'll follow up with. Possibly something like a Bell or something like that. It's also good against the Bonnie. Eve's banned out, sorry. So maybe something long range. Brock definitely banned out as well. So you've got to be looking towards something like a Bell, I would say.
It'll be a solid pick for sure, and it is going to come in for Zeta. We know that they tap with it. We saw it already earlier today over on Kaboom Canyon, and it's, we've seen them also bring in Nanny here quite a fair amount, so I wonder whether they might be considering that as their third and final pick.
टोटमी जीतेगा फाइनल्स देखता है मोस्टली तो चांसेस उन्हीं के हैं बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं वो लोग
Reply Totem tend to play things a little bit more traditional in that respect. Let's see as they might go towards the B potential. Something with some range, definitely to add to that Bonnie is going to help considerably so.
Kelly
All day long, we've seen it win. And at the end of the day, Sam as well. You see, I would have thought Sam was going to be coming on Parallel Plays, not here. This is edgy idea.
Safe zone.
You really kind of set the scene. The standard of bringing in Buzz here is a bit of a staple diet. And I've never quite seen them go with the Sam myself, Trav. I don't know about you.
Nah, not sure about it either. Maybe they bring in something like a Ruffs or something like that, get a good amount of supers off that Sam, and obviously pretty decent against the Shelly as well, drop some sandbags, and the Clay Pigeon doesn't do too much. Lou. And I don't really have an explanation for this at all, really. On a map like Safe Zone, I don't really see Lou too often, but obviously it's going to be good against the tank, possibly good against the Shelly as well. It's just whether or not they're going to get the value out of the freezes.
This has gone very, very weird for me. It makes sense, it does make sense. There's a very strong counter towards Sam and any tank for that matter that's going to be really trying to get out right into your face. But I mean, I genuinely can't even recall the last time I saw Lou on Heist, let alone specifically Safe Zone. I feel like Shelly can't really go far wrong here, but ultimately, if Zeta do really clock onto that,
GG, let's go.
Specifically with that mark, really with their undivided attention, then that could really be the difference maker here. Joker pushes his way forward so quickly, but the shots from Geru are connecting, as we thoroughly expected coming into this one that they would.
Oh, bhai.
Yeah, not great.
Nice one.
Not the great start they really were.
Golden instant लेके घूम रहे हैं बाजी सब.
Instant mortar as well coming through, and that's going to do quite a lot, but instantly taken down by Joker. Shouldn't be too far of getting it back if you just stand
Oh भाई कुटाई हो रही है उसकी.
left, and there comes the slow, the stun coming in from now. He gets the stun off, but Maru still survives and gets a bit of damage for his troubles as well. Only 2%, but every percent matters.
Yeah, it really does. Ultimately, Maru as well has got to jump in and looking for his time to do so, keeping Naui low. Joker's quickly into the mix as well on the left-hand side. Power up for knockback potential, but Maori duking around this, going to go down now, but he's got some damage in the meanwhile. 18% done. The Reply Totem, and not really since Zeta too much into the thick of things. Bit of a wasted super there for me from Naru, but let's see, he'll probably earn it back pretty swiftly, I would say.
Yeah, Joker marked up as well, not the best. Mori almost stunned out. Get the gadget back in from Joker. Got the super returned as well, the Knuckle Busters back in hand and getting some heals. But when you're marked up, the heals are going to be nowhere near as valuable because you're getting damaged so much. Penny Mortar re-established up there, and Joker just pushing straight through his mid. But with Lou Super, where's he?
Oh, bhai, nice one.
You can force the right-hand side, which you will do, yeah, and just really shut down Maori there.
Oh, भाई सीधे 10 का डैमेज दिया है.
Really needing for the pass.
सैम मरवाएगा.
Nest Egg is in a great spot too. Does Maru know? No, he does not. He's going to trigger it. And he's going to focus his attention.
Oh, भाई साहब, दिया है जो फटका.
Shots are going to get so much value from.
मार दे.
Maru should go down.
Nice one.
Survives on a little bit, but Meow will seal the deal, and this is looking much better. Zeta shouldn't really be faltering here, but it's a lot closer than I think it really should be.
Yeah, and Maurice juking nicely as well. Try and stay up in the
कुछ करने का मौका नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी डैमेज इनका ज्यादा देके गया भाई.
soaking up any shots either, but these two are just hoping to just get the damage off Sam. Maru just left on safe now as well. This is a risky game they're playing here. Pull back, but the knockback from the turret as well. It looks like Maru might try and pinch back. The damage is
17 सेकंड बाकी.
being wiped out. The damage
56-50. अरे भाई बहुत डैमेज दे दिया.
adding damage to the save. The Sam, the Shelly, they don't have that much damage in the middle of the map, but when they get on the save, 4,000.
खत्म. टोटम ने फिनिश कर दिया भाई.
The first to Totem.
ऐसे चांटे लगाएंगे ना, किसी ने सोची ना होगी.
On the save. I actually was thinking it before they did it that they probably should just kind of commit and just overrun the situation, but Reply Totem were able to just foresee that problem and came up behind, had a bit of a flanking moment as well, and you got to be so careful around that. I mean, now Zeta are really in trouble of dropping another set. 2 sets down in the grand finals is not a place that they've really ever found themselves in before, so they've got to be very careful now and start really iron out some of these mistakes, and they are kind of mistakes for me. You know, they've got a winning comp against another one which is a bit lacking in range in some respects, and I mean, Maru, they're breaking. I mean, that's intentional, I'm assuming, right?
I imagine so. Maybe it's going to be useful for that Bonnie, but Mark going to be missed, shots going to be missed, and Maru is juking like nobody's business over this left-hand side, not getting hit by pretty much anybody, but a lot of damage coming through from that Penny. Might be able to get rid of this turret and get some shots through.
भाई बहुत डैमेज देके जाता है ये.
Maru's still alive, maybe even can get the kill there. Not shooting any shots, just waiting for all his ammo to be replenished. Might be able to find some kills, and Joker tried to come through, but 21% dealt by Totem. And Zeta, they have an answer, they can't even find him.
They're flustered. They really are. Maru. Maru is doing a fantastic job in these bushes. And
भाई कितना डैमेज दे गया भाई, वो पूरा आधा करके चला गया वो.
Joker isn't hot for shoot anyway, and Zeta just do not look like a squad right now. They look like they're just trying to make battles happen left, right, and center on their own instead of focusing on the real threats at hand and moving on to the next. And meanwhile, Reply to them are doing just fantastic spawn cycling, and that's where they're thriving.
सैम नल्ला पिकता बट जीत गए.
Got to be a decent distance off, because he did just turn back to that cannon fall.
बॉनी ने जो झटके दिए हैं उनको,
Trying to find his route.
फटके.
Gets the heal off and picks them up. Meow's not going to fall either, but Mori just looking for this shot. If he can get it, no matter who goes up top, they're not really going to be able to equal his damage. Mori has the super over the left-hand side as well. We've still got Joker rolling through also, and they just need this opening. He's getting shots on safe anyway, and there's the jump. Now he just needs to pick his time.
They're struggling to really land the kills as quickly as they need to get onto the aggressive here. Maori onto the safe. Joker now following up. Going to be stunned and frozen out now, but there's just no time for a push. And look how big the push has to be in 25 seconds of time. It's just not realistic.
25 सेकंड में भाई कितना ही डैमेज कर देंगे.
Just running away with this. I don't think the Lou pick was the right call. There's still some time left to play, but it's looking surely, Trav.
I mean, 3% on the safe.
Yeah.
In this back, are they? 12 seconds left. Even if they spam every shot they've got on the safe, it's not happening. 9 seconds now, and Reply Totem are going to run away with it. Even a bit more damage from the Knuckle Busters thrown in there. Super to play defensive, but that's going to be 2 sets to Reply Totem, and Zeta Division are just dwindling away.
Oh, नई वाली पिन, pew वाली.
With Sam and Shelly on a map like Safe Zone. I mean, Shelly's good no matter what, right? You got to that movement speed, but Sam.
Gyms.
Really see
One more set needs to be, and then they're gonna be onto the top.
There. Zeta knows.
Yeah.
That is the sign of a team that already looked defeated, and they're not. And they're to remember that they are not. And they're to remember that they are the 2 times champ of this region. Reply Totem are looking for their best. They are hungry for it. They are getting the drafts to match that same hunger. And I feel like Zeta had an opportunity there. They got the belt. They love having Bell on this particular map. You know, Penny is always going to have a good time with the indestructible walls. It just kind of came down to that threat. They saw the Sam probably in the same way that I did, thinking, oh my, you know, if Reply Totem are standing, you know, sticking to their guns with this one, they must have something very dangerous up their sleeve. Let's just go with the best, you know, counter that we can kind of think of. Even like a spike would have been better, realistically, looking back on things, for the fact that Luke just has no DPS. You know, it's going to shut down the push. And look,
बॉल तक जाना चाहिए.
this is where you look on paper.
मुश्किल है.
This kind of thing.
देखो क्या होता है क्या.
Thinking Zay's got the win. Reply doesn't just play the objective. It doesn't matter that Maru gets 0 kills, because he's just bringing the flow of action on the aggressiveness.
भाई
Space for his team. 5 kills.
इनमें से 5 किल किए हैं टोटल, 10 किल. यहाँ 417 का DPS, 388 का DPS, उसके बाद भी हार गए.
Have some pep talks going into this next set. because
3-1 जीतना चाहिए टोटम को।
Totem are returning the favor of February
वाह,
of their own at this moment.
Yeah, I mean,
ब्रॉल बॉल देखने में मजा आता है।
something like that. I think that
वाह, वेरी डेंजरस।
just play down one of those lanes, get some power ups, play for the long game because they outrange him. They're going to out damage them if they get towards that safe, but they and getting dealt with by the Shelly and the Sam. So we're moving on to Flare and Phoenix. They've got to restart now. A full reverse sweep is required, and a knockout is the game mode. But we'll see if they're able to do it, or if Reply Totem will take this win and become the June monthly final winners. You see the roughs coming off the start from Reply Totem this time, and I thought it was going to happen in the last. Bands coming in of the Grey, the Shelly, and the Gus. Barley going to be the first pick of Zeta Division, and their bands are going to be the Gene, the Tick, and the Shelly.
Quite like the Grey ban here from Reply Totem, as it is one of those maps where Grey can have so much presence realistically here. Thinking ahead, and the Shelly ban, I mean, you kind of have to. Like on both sides, you really do kind of have to at this point in time. The mid, ultimately here, is a bit of a risky one. I like kind of Gene here myself, but once those bushes are broken, it does really restrict what you can do with it. So
यहाँ से रिवर्स स्वीप करा तो मान सकते हैं जीटा अच्छी टीम है अभी भी।
still very much available here, and that would be
मुश्किल है।
Totem have to
एम लो, एम लो, एम लो, एम लो।
beef that kind of hard hitting sting. It's going to work wonders as well with the RT2, so that being available is a no-brainer for me. Something potentially here for throwing control could be on their minds as well, but I think you have to go with that longer range approach. Ruffs is just not going to cut it on its own.
Yeah,
Max.
going to be there as well. They're not really going to play for the long range approach, and I don't mind it. You're going to go for the max, just play for some speed. Grom's going to be coming in after that as well. Got that thrower. And obviously with Barley on the other side, you're going to be outranged in just that little bit. If you can manage to hit the shots, Grombom being very influential as well. It's not like a Barley super, it does damage over time. It's very hit and get the damage done, and that's the end of the round, or at least some wall break can come down from that as well. But Zeta Division have this last pick. It's going to have to be a very, very smart one if they want to beat Reply Totem here, and they need to get another 2 sets after that as well.
Hard.
I like the response for me. Carl is going to work out wondrously well here. I think that Zeta can bring back a set with this comp. But look how bold it is for Reply Totem.
शैली को इतना ज्यादा बफ कर दिया है, उसको बैन करना पड़ रहा है भाई। शैली को बैन करना पड़ रहा है बंदों को।
Safer, and they don't want to play it safe. They want to wrap this one up. They want to make a statement, and what a statement it would be, you know, because ultimately there's so much history between these two teams. You know, Reply Totem had so much success last year. Obviously, you know, Inso leaving the roster and the organization going over to Zeta. There's a long-term history, and they've been suffering in defeats against this team time and time again, month by month. You know, except for obviously in April. This is their chance to get redemption. This is their redemption arc right now, and they just want to go in and seize it.
Well, we shall see if they're able to do it. They got a good start, but Meow's very low, and that might be a pinch capability there. Joker just backs off. Doesn't really want that fight. And Mori throwing some shots down the mid, not connecting onto Jiro just yet, and Joker's surely going to be ticking up now in terms of close to speed. And speed is going to be what they need, because they need this explosive burst to be able to get much done against this comp.
Yeah, field promotion being ran there by Maru as well, so the HP of Joker going to be just going up.
भाई उसकी हेल्थ कितनी कर दी उसने, 5000 जी ऊपर निकाल दिया।
More speed is
थोड़े दिन में फ्रैंक बन जाएगा।
it was ran.
अभी से देखना चालू करूं तो कितने पॉइंट्स हो जाएंगे?
If I remember correctly,
ये तो खत्म होने वाला है।
it's a big pinch. The gap's coming in. They've got to take exactly what they need. I like that from Mel, but he might go down for it. Might be punished. The heals are there from Geru. Just the nick of time. It's created the space that they really needed here, and they could turn this around now.
Yeah, the heals coming in, but Grombom comes down. Jiro goes down as well.
ओ भाई,
And Mori clears
पिटाई हो रही है। टोटम
followed by some shots.
टोटम भैया पिटाई कर रहे हैं, तोतम निकाल दे रहे हैं, इनके तोते उड़ा रहे हैं।
Game. And on
जीटा बीटा, जीटा भैया को पपीता निकल गए हैं।
It really is. All hangs in the balance, and that's the thing. Looking at the player counts between the sets,
है,
just did not look.
लेन चेंज कर दिया। सरप्राइज।
See,
जब इनने लंच किया तो इनने वाला हम भी लेन चेंज कर देते हैं। ये लेन चेंज करके बार्ली इस साइड गया तो वो भी भाग के इधर आ गया। बोले ले बेटा, लेन चेंज तो नहीं करने देंगे,
they are in
लड़ना तो हम ही से पड़ेगा।
the way, very aggressive in their nature. They're going to start to match that, and this is not necessarily the kind of comp that will.
Yeah, Mario's just giving him such beefy HP as well. The power-ups there, the shield gear, the field promotion, everything's lining up for Joker to be the man to make the move. He's got his speed as well and just saving
इस मंथ हो गया या नहीं? लॉल हो जाएगा क्योंकि अब कल फिर है स्ट्रीम, लेकिन वो अपन नहीं देखते तो ये वो साउथ अमेरिका और नॉर्थ अमेरिका वाले रीजन की होती है जिसमें अपने को मजा नहीं आता, उसमें वो ट्राइब वाइब वाले खेलते हैं. गुड वन गुड वन. जिम जिम.
Signs of life from Zeta, and it's about time.
Yeah, it really is. They need to make the plays yet again. They're just waiting for the late game, but Joker and his speed really didn't do a lot, I will say. You needed to make more use of that, I feel, and maybe another power-up being thrown to him in this round is needed, and just that speed needs to be more influential. He does have it now, and field promotion beefing him up a little bit more, but now he's saving his 3K, Meow saving his spin. Still got a flying hook in hand as well, and that is dangerous.
Good jukes, though. Yeah, I'll do well with flying hook in, and
Good one.
He will go down. Everyone survives for Zeta. This is the best chance of getting a game that they've had for a very long time. Great honey molasses there from Naui, absolutely shutting out Joker. Another taps to follow should see his demise. He's escaped. Phase shift away.
Good one.
I really do like that.
फेंक दे सुपर, फेंक दे नल्ले, फेंक सुपर, फेंक. कब फेंकेगा? लास्ट ही तो है राउंड. अच्छा पूरे पॉइजन आने का वेट करते हैं भाई ये लोग तो. क्या सुंदर लड़कियां भी पोटियां करती हैं. हाँ भाई बिल्कुल करती हैं. तुम्हारी तरह खा तो नहीं सकती, उनके अंदर ऐसा तो टैलेंट नहीं है भाई. जो टैलेंट आपके अंदर है वो उनके अंदर तो नहीं हो सकता.
Yeah, smile there as well, finally, on the faces of almost everyone. Deep in thought and focus, no doubt about it. But they did need a little bit of hope, a glimmer that this comp has some legs here to survive a set, and then they can work out the rest after that. But they're still a game away from doing so, and the Reply Totem will have learned a lot from the previous rounds. Let's see how they fare this time round. They're playing a lot slower into the mid. I prefer that myself. I think that Mario and Joker have got
देखा जी भाई, लेन चेंज करते कोई फायदा नहीं हो रहा है तो वापस से वैसे भेज दिया जिसमें वो जीते थे.
Meow because he is dangerous in that call.
Yeah, it really is. Joker now just trying to make something happen, get his super and get some aggression.
Nice, 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 nice.
The one who's really making the moves for this side of Zeta division.
ओ बहुत बढ़िया. कुटाई हो रही है.
He's very low now as well, and Jiro pops this.
ओ भाई घुस गए अंदर तक. घुस गए. पिटाई हो गई.
Speed from Joker is going to use it, not trying to save it for the next. Meow almost falls, but just avoids it. And Maori running for the wall to try and stay alive, but I'm not sure that's going to happen either.
Nice one.
Meow was very close to going down, and that could have been a real game changer in that one. But nonetheless, this could well be looking like a Zeta set for me, and that could well be enough to see another to follow later on. Big speed coming in, phase shift from Joker, but he's going to back away from Gare as the heals come out. Keep everyone afloat. And now at least going back into the side walls and looking to fight another.
Zeta comeback.
Protective pirouette available for Meow and big amplified sting ready for Naui. It feels like Zeta are getting all ready for this.
देखो कितना लंबा कमबैक चलता है.
Well, we'll see if
किसी ने विलेजर्स मार दिए. Congratulations.
He's the one who's at such a tough position against.
पर मेरे को क्या करना, सब कुछ मार दो. बात तो सही है. हमारे पास दूसरा विलेज है बैकअप के लिए, इतना कोई टेंशन नहीं है.
But here comes Meow, speed away. So flying hook was wasted, but he's still got another one. He's still got some in the bank as well. So not the best position for them whatsoever. But now he might be the prime target for Joker here. Little trade might be happening down bottom as well. Joker gets the kill, but they actually both survive. Maru's still alive. Needs a super if he wants to make something happen here, and I just don't.
Oh bhai,
Maori
is this a win?
trying to get something happen.
Is this a win?
Can he get two? Him versus Jiro, it's going to be two shots needing to connect. But it's just so much easier to hit with that range. And Zeta Division get a set back.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Two more needed, and Totem still only need.
Monster Energy sponsored. अच्छा.
Very calm and collected there on those final shots from Zeta. That's a good sign. You know, that was a very tense situation for them.
बैकअप जो पीछे है ना, उसमें मैं मारे जा चुके हैं. उसमें मैं पता नहीं भाई कौन सी हिंदी लिखता, मेरे दिमाग के ऊपर जाती. दिमाग में पेट दर्द हो जाता है और पेट में दिमाग दर्द हो जाता है भाई मेरा.
That's the learning. So that Reply Totem will have to take forwards.
उड़ने वाले कीड़े आ रहे हैं भाई साहब,
Yeah, they're going to need
छोटे छोटे कीड़े आ रहे हैं, कीड़े.
the next map's going to be Backyard Bowl as well, so I'm not sure how I feel about their chances on that map. I feel like Totem and the aggressive boys on Totem are probably going to be the favourites going into that one, especially with the lead that they've got as well. But this map was all Zeta Division. Like, there really wasn't any big Totem moments where they made huge plays. You expect Jura to win this one because of how much easier it is to hit those shots, but with some luck, maybe they'd have made it happen. But Zeta Division, this time, with all the kills and the DPS, do take the win back because Knockout, it's a KD mode.
Yeah, solid stats there. Realistically there, Meow had a phenomenal time. I mean, his number of kills matched the entirety of Reply Totems. I mean, that's very impressive. Gera as well now, you know, this is one of those modes where...
एरिया खोल दिया, पता नहीं अपने आप खोल गया. F1 दब गया होगा ना इसलिए.
aggressive nature of what Reply Totem
आ रहा है भाई, बंद हो जा, नल्ले.
gameplay to watch, absolutely so. It's very entertaining, but you've got to be able to be as controlled when it comes to landing those marks as well. Backyard Bowl is the map for Brawl Ball up next. Very much a different kind of play style for sure, but I don't know, Trev. This map obviously in the pool has had its kind of historic.
ओपेरा मैं इसके आगे कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा.
We haven't really seen that in the new sort of implementation since the Indestructible Walls, at least in my opinion. Kind of, where do you see this kind of map fitting now in terms of the meta and, like, you know, when teams approach it, what have they got to bear in mind?
I mean, I feel like we still have had some serious stalemates, just as you say, not as many.
लो भाई, मनु भैया की इच्छा पूरी हो गई, ब्रॉल बॉल आ ही गया.
Those things where they just go for it, you know, like the ball's in the pocket sometimes, but occasionally it's just a more aggressive kind of stance than a lot of the other regions who play it a lot more passively. In terms of the bans, though, we got that Gene, the Max, and the Stu, Shelly, and Penny on the other side.
कितने तो चलेगा ये,
Having the first pick
जो जीत जाए.
because of that.
अगर जीटा जीत गई तो 15 मिनट और चलेगा,
Give some good
और अगर ये लोग जीत गए
shields for the
तो
stances, and obviously
8 मिनट और चलेगा बस.
I don't know if it's a first pick for me.
I'm warming to it. It's one of those brawls that I always forget kind of actually exists when it comes to draft, but now actually coming towards the idea that it's kind of first pick worthy for me. I think Bonnie here would be a good response idea for Reply Totem, but doesn't really kind of match too much their play style.
जिनको ब्रॉल बॉल खेलना नहीं आता
There, but
वो खाली देखते ही हैं. अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
like to be with this. No, okay, fair enough. I quite like it. I mean, it's
अब मेरी प्रेडिक्शन सही हो गई तो मनु जॉर्ड.
is a fantastic way to back that idea up too.
बात तो सही है, मनु जॉर्ड है भाई, जॉर्ड है.
They play some very out there kind of stuff which we don't tend to see other teams
जिनको कुछ नहीं आता वो चैट में बसते हैं. नहीं नहीं, आपने गलत बोला.
have. The nannies, their flagship too.
जिनकी रियल लाइफ में भी बजती है वही चैट में बजते हैं,
Go-to way they seem to break open,
और जो बजाते हैं
really open up the goal
वो
map.
तो बजा ही रहे हैं.
You don't want to get
बजाते रहो.
this idea of
रेड एफएम.
there necessarily. You much prefer to leave it. B gonna come out though. It's always a good mid, but it does
ब्यूटीफुल.
still available for Reply Totem to be able to counter it.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe Mr. P, not banned out, so I think Mr.
Yeah.
P is probably a good shout.
They
and
could pair it.
they don't really want it against the B either, and it's probably quite good against the Bonnie, against the Crow, so wouldn't be a bad shout in my opinion, but I kind of guess the B defends them against a few more tanks. Obviously, if you go Mr. P, you're kind of susceptible to just being walked over, but with B pinching down, it might be a little bit better. As B's already good against Bonnie,
रेडियो जॉकी गोल्डी के साथ.
and now I feel like, actually no, because Carl's going to be decent against Mr. P.
अरे मैं बजाते रहो ऐसे वाले रेड एफएम पे जा तो सकता हूँ, लेकिन उसके लिए मुझे फिर भुवनेश्वर जाना पड़ेगा. मेरा फ्रेंड
I don't mind it.
भुवनेश्वर के रेड एफएम में है.
I think they need to draw away a bit from that idea now.
उसने मेरे को बुलाया था लेकिन मैं गया नहीं.
B shots that they'd like to be able to maintain, and it's Buzz coming out, and I don't mind it. I quite like it, but it is definitely high risk for sure. The Reply Totem are that team, you know, they will pop off with it, and you just can't turn your back to them with it. You're going to have to take care of it. Slow's going to have to be there. I think Zeta would like to go on the aggressive here big time. They need to wrap up this set kind of quick, because if they let Reply Totem cook, they're going to get burned.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, you know, Buzz, it's going to be very good against this Carl. If he can get in proximity of that Gus as well, can be very good against that. B, it's pretty much the defense they have against it. But at the same time, B can be overwhelmed quite simply just by a jump from Bonnie or something like that. But Bonnie's going to have to get super. Oh, Gero.
भाई इनको बड़ी जल्दी है, सीधे गोल पोस्ट तक तो पहुंच ही गए लोग.
kind of one of those unfortunate things.
अरे 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 भाई
Now, but that's unfortunate.
खत्म हो गया भाई, खत्म हो गया।
Circumstance for
कौन पूछा था कितने बजे खत्म होगा? भाई 5 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा और ऐसे ही खेलेंगे तो ये लोग।
as well. Got triple super from Zeta Division. This might be
5 मिनट भी ज्यादा ही बोल दिया मैंने।
Now he's trying to play down this right side. Nice stuff. Great shots coming through, but the slows quickly exacerbated by that jump from Mori, moving into a different form. Joker has the super and Meow got to be his prime target, surely. Tries to snipe him across. Vertical jump from Maru, going to surely get the trade. Actually gets the kill with one shot from Maori coming in. And Jiro looking for the walk, but not able to find it with a nice interception from Maru.
This is where the wall break is really opened the doors for Buzz to thrive, because Reply Totem can sit back in these moments and just actually get stronger for it. Big flying hook in from Meow will secure it. Let's get a pass through as well as Arrow is stunned now. Nice catch it there from the Cookie Popper. Maru's going to try and force it through. Oh, great interception. The pass through is there. Beautiful stuff from Zeta.
जी जी बराबर हो गया भाई, लंबा खींचेगा फिर से।
Jump here now as well. Super still available for him. Joker just working on his and gets it as well. Grasps him perfectly. Mid spin, wastes his super. Nice stuff from him, but down goes Maru. Still some gadgets in hand for Joker as well, but don't really
अरे भाई
without a super and a stun.
पिचका दिया उसको।
Onto himself, but jump goes vertical from Maori and tries.
अरे लुढ़का दिया भाई।
They pretty much got gifted. They're awfully good.
Yeah, you can really sense the tides are turning here a little bit. Big thunder from Joker. Picked up though from Gary, so the trade is there.
पोल आएगा जब ये लोग जीतेंगे। हाँ एमवीपी का आएगा।
This one, especially with the heels.
हाँ जीता वाले जीत गए भाई। लंबा चलेगा मतलब 15 मिनट चलेगा।
He's starting to run away with this now, and I'm worried for Reply Totem. I was not that coming into this matchup. I mean, they are my prediction here.
Well, you know, I'm not saying I'm rooting for a team, but come on, Zeta Division, get my predictions right. Let's go. I'll be taking a big win if they manage to pull this one through. They won it even with a gold pretty much gifted against Reply Totem in this one, so we might be seeing that set number 5. Totem going to need another explosive start, but this time with Jiro actually playing might be a little bit more difficult. And after he came back, Zeta played it perfectly.
अभी आएगा
To take care of this.
काम
They have been
5 मिनट के अंदर।
because
जब ये मैच खत्म हो जाएगा, कोई जीत जाएगा तब आएगा, अभी नहीं आएगा।
got to ensure it. Dropping like flies now, the pass through there, the potential pass through to Naui, but going to play it slow because she has to against the buzz. Take care of it first, and then go for the big push here. Flying Toxin still available for Maru as well, so it's going to be a tough thing. They're going to pass through, then Meow is there for it. He's going to have to go away for it.
ओ भाई
It makes a lot of sense. Just exacerbate down what Reply Totem have got to defend until they got nothing left, and then seize the moment. They've already got them in a good spot, so they can just keep this flow, and eventually they will falter.
Yeah, you gotta hope Joker doesn't get a really good super for them.
गेम में नहा कर आया। नल्ले लोग सुबह नहाते हैं भैया। गोल कर दे। इजी पीजी गोल। चलो भाई 15 मिनट चलेगा।
Incredible stuff. You know, Zeta are looking at home. It's a massive moment which really suit them. I don't think the bus pick is a bad one. It's just simply the strategy that they're focusing around. Maru needs his super. He's got it now. He can go for the jump. He's going to pass through the Joker. Who's going to score? Surely, yeah.
Goal.
You can see it coming a mile away, and Zeta just didn't notice it.
GG's.
The first sign of a potential turnaround.
Yeah, and it's one of the only mistakes you'll see Zeta make as well. That's the thing. Letting that open, you know, we could see it. It's obviously different when you're playing, but you could see that from a mile away as a viewer perspective. Meow got his super here as well, but going to be feeding Jokers in the meantime. Great slicing and dicing from him there. Joker has the super in hand, trying to go for a little swinging.
सुपर यूज नहीं किया उसने।
This has got to be a walk. There's there. The jump comes in from Maru. Might even intercept this ball, but doesn't. The spins come through. Meow's there. He got his super.
ओ भाई बचा लिया उसने।
Plays it to the right, and
बारी कम बैक हो रहा भाई, धो दिया।
Only
बज ने धो दिया भैया।
really coming
लेकिन क्या वो जिता पाएगा?
would have been fifth and final set.
कुटाई कर रहा है भाई, कुटाई को कर रहा है।
Gadget in. Great
कुटाई तो हो रही है।
on Garu's half, but he goes down regardless.
कुटाई तो हो रही है।
Versus one. What can now he do about
ओ निशाना चूक गया है उसका, चूक गया है निशाना।
playable to watch back in the
और
for you?
अच्छा खासा जिताते जाते हक दिया है बज ने।
On a bit longer.
शायद वो अपना नाम भूल गए थे, बी की जगह एच लगा लिए थे, तो उनको हगने की याद आ गई। हग लेते हैं, हग 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 बज था उनका नाम, लेकिन उन्हें हग दिया है। क्या कर सकते हैं।
it's hitting hard there. stun. The shield hits him as well, though. He's getting the shield. It's just perfect from Jiro every time they're in danger. He's
कुटाई हो रही है उसकी और बच गया वो।
just that last one.
कौवे का तो पता नहीं क्या ही रोल था इसमें। कौवा तो कहीं दिखा ही नहीं, बस कुट रहा था।
They can smell it. They
काव काव करते रह गया कौवा।
Data are fighting, and it's exactly what we
ओरे भाई,
from Joker
शील्ड ओपी भाई, शील्ड ओपी।
for Meow. Super for
क्या ये ड्रॉ हो रहा है? लगता तो नहीं है, क्योंकि गोल तो हो जाएगा।
fifth and final step. Joker's going to try to get a stun here. The ball's left hanging there.
एंड या इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
How has he managed to do that?
ड्रॉ हो गया
from
और लंबा खींचेगा।
massive from Joker. I don't think the patch should even be made there, right? Surely I'll be corrected at some point if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's a mistake on Zeta's part. Yes, it was a great defense from Joker to be able to make it happen, but I'd have thought that that was going to make its way through and make it into the goal. But we are going to have a rematch of that game with brilliant plays from both sides there, back and forward, back and forward. Totem still need 2 to finish the game, and Zeta Division need 1 to take to a set number 5.
What an aggressive start from
बहुत बढ़िया।
Joker's got the stun off the back of that.
मार दे इसको, मार दे, बॉल दे दे बस उसको।
It's going to be a reply to some goal. What a gadget there from Garu. He's able to just single.
नहीं कुछ कर पाया और सुपर रिवेस कर दिया है
Wow.
बज भैया ने।
And now they can take care of Maori as well. That was crisis averted. I've got to hand it to Joker though for that defense. That was just honestly the timing was.
कौवा कर क्या रहा है? मेरे को तो समझ में नहीं आया। पूरे मैच में कौवा की तरफ मेरा ध्यान ही नहीं गया है। कौवा करना क्या चाह रहा था, कर क्या रहा है,
Within this,
मुझे पता ही नहीं चला पूरे मैच में।
Maori's looking to search for the ball. Not going to find it. Maori jumps in.
और गोल,
But it's not going to be enough.
या दैट्स अ गोल।
Now,
भाई कितना टाइम पास करते हैं ये लोग,
Yeah, wasting the time.
कितना टाइम पास करते हैं।
35 still on the clock though. Zeta Division need an answer in that time. Joker has another super.
भाई ये नया जीटा भी ओपी है,
Can even answer
इतना ज्यादा नहीं है जितना रहा, उनको देखने में मजा आता था।
movement speed and
वो तो भाई क्रेजी स्टफ करते थे, क्रेजी सिनर्जी थी उनमें।
there and
इनकी सिनर्जी समझ में नहीं आती मुझे।
there, but ball's got to go in the corner for Totem here. They need to wait this out, but pass up and the slow, brilliant stuff. Doesn't get the interception. Of this might be a walk. Does he have super? He doesn't. Might want to get it. He does.
हाँ भाई झटका दिया, जो पटका दिया है।
incredible stuff. You know, I saw the way that they backed away. They didn't want to feed into Joker too much by trying to have the body blocks available for the goal. Meow might be able to get this. No, shut down massively. So great stuff there from Maru. I think a little pop of the slowing toxin possibly there too, just to ensure it. But nonetheless, Fly Totem can just castle that ball on the top right now and focus their attention on just securing kills. But Zeta, they've got to be feeling now about
भाई क्या कर रहा है कौवा?
the situation that they
सारे कौवे बस पिटे जा रहा है।
really focus their time and their attention on just ensuring the
कौवा तो भाई पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है।
Yeah, slow onto Joker there as well. Follow-up shots also. Meow gets the super off. There he comes now, all going in. Jump from Mori onto all 3. Gets one. One's going to go for the ball. One's going to walk. Surely and none of them go for it. There's 15 seconds left. You're getting stunned. You've got to play for it.
We've seen Zeta like this before. It's in that indecisiveness going towards the ball and
6,
again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. मैच पॉइंट फॉर द टोटेम।
Can be tied up in Brawl, but
टोटेम तो स्टार्टिंग से स्ट्रगल कर रहा है टाइटल के लिए, लॉल ट्राइब के जैसा।
it might be done and dusted here, Trav.
नहीं, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है ब्रो। आज अगर वो जीत जाएंगे तो पीछे छोड़ देंगे जीटा को।
Yeah, I think it's not the first time in this set. It's happened as well a couple of times now. I think we saw it a little bit in North America a few months back when, you know, Dog Walkers had that, you know, penny in the backhand, and we saw as well
भाई कौवा करना क्या चाह रहा है? कौवे
Rose the pick, and they were just really worried to go for the goal a lot of the time because of a single brawler. And Zeta have got to shake that and be more, you know, secure in themselves and more assertive here because they're wasting opportunities and they might not get a second chance.
Jiro's shields are so good though. I mean, they might have made some mistakes, but he's the one who's playing shields whenever people need them. Through comes Meow though. Great shots. Might be able to finish off Maru here.
अरे अरे अरे
Get shield available as well. The stun comes through.
वेस्टेड, और ये एंड होते हुए
Down.
और गोल।
They get it in. And now only 1 minute and 40 until we see a set number 5 if Totem don't answer.
कितने ड्रॉज हुए? मैं अभी आया ट्यूशन जाके, एक ही हुआ है।
Being for a second there, Trav. I was worried massively. Sorry if that didn't go in. But let's see how they respond now. Keeping Phytotum at bay, but Joker can't be far away, surely, from another huge stun moment. Big flying hook, the takedown is there onto Maori, and a jump is going to be forced out there from Maori. Swiftly taken care of as well. Will Joker be
Wasted. Super wasted.
Swift? They're going to get the pass through now, which they surely will. Zeta survived.
We are going to the final 5th set.
Sweating. I'm not sure if I'm sweating because I'm like jumping out my seat that they should be scoring, or because this is such a good game. Maybe a little bit of both, but Zeta Division bring it back. We're gonna see a set number 5, and this is the final that everybody wanted to see.
अगर हग्गू मुत्तू नहीं किया होता वो बजने
Set 5.
तो ये अभी तक मैच खत्म हो चुका होता.
To be decided here. Like, it just simply has to. There's too much at stake. There's too much on the line. Too much history here to talk about for it to not go to the 5th and final set in this region, which every single month will go on indefinitely until we're simply out of breath here on the casting desk. But definitely some
2-2 OP by
nerves,
OP.
big time. But also for Reply Totem as well. Some solid
3-2 Zeta win. अच्छा
either side.
team क्या है?
You know, moments and hugely exciting stuff, but the tension is starting to show.
Yeah, it really is.
I didn't see these players till now. हाँ सब नए हैं. जीटा का जीटा रहा कहाँ?
These teams here
उसका पपीता हो चुका है. सब तो अलग अलग टीम में जा चुके हैं.
to qualify one
चाहे अचापी हो
world spot.
चाहे कोई भी हो, सब अलग अलग टीम में है भाई.
It's kind of insane having just come back off a mid-season break. Holy stats! Let me come back around to that point. My goodness me, Zeta. 21 kills from Yao, 265 DPS. I mean, absolutely doing work. But like he rightly pointed out though, Trav, Garu was doing phenomenal stuff as well, keeping his teammates fully shielded up the entire time, and no doubt a lot of that coming from there. Plytotum stats-wise, just very much more of a defensive one, it's fair to say, but that is a big divide. I mean, if Zeta can see that going into this next set, it's got to be something to have on their minds that can give them...
Unbelievable comeback करो जीटा वालों. 2-0 से 3-2.
Garo was playing so well. Shields. all
21
teammates.
मेव. Wow.
Of all the kills that they did get, the amount of survival they had from him was really, really incredible, and just great plays.
हाँ सच में चीचा.
We're going to see who wins this one. Set number 5 obviously going to be the decider. Reply Totem, they're not looking too good now. We saw he's looking exactly like Zeta Vision were when they were down 2-0. Absolutely defeated, and that's not the face you want to be pulling.
No, but having said that as well though, you know, we saw Zeta
अब आ गया नहा के.
and get past it.
क्यों आ गए? सो जाओ जाके अब. नहा लिए.
Dropping
हग्गो मुत्तो सो जाओ.
so, and that's always a tough one when you know you could have wrapped things up.
Layer cake bounty.
Last month we saw...
Let's see.
Last month, back in April rather, Reply Totem did get reverse swept by Foot in that quarterfinal stages, so that's going to be on their minds a little bit too. Just to give you guys a good bit of an update, we are having some internet issues on the side of Zeta, as you saw in that already opening first moment of Brawl. They still managed to win off the back of it though, having said that, but nonetheless, we want to check it out, make sure that they're all good to go for this 5th and final set, because the way that these guys are playing, we want to make sure that that is the best.
हमेशा इनको लास्ट मोमेंट पे क्यों याद आता है कि यार कुछ गलती हो गई हमसे.
And what I will say is this is the closest monthly finals grand final in the EMEA region this year. We've only ever had 3-0s and 3-1 score lines.
लास्ट वाले में इनको कैसे याद आता है कि हमेशा कि यार कुछ टेक्निकल इशू हो गया. पहले क्यों नहीं याद आता है?
Of competitiveness within these teams and how much they want this, like you said, with the points.
एंड कम्युनिटी में टिक का काउंटर पैनी है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
Really getting close now to the nitty gritty where we can actually confirm people in.
सॉरी मैच्योरिटी एक तरफ एंड मनु से लड़ाई करना एक तरफ.
It's kind of scary.
भाई तरफ पटक के मार देगा.
This one, as I said,
जिम जाता हो जिम.
by one of the last 2 months show up and they're qualified to Worlds. That's how well they're doing. And I mean, a team who wins 3 monthly finals should be going to Worlds anyway, right? That's 50% of the entire year you've been winning. So definitely deserved. If they do manage to win this one and qualify next month, they'll be heading straight to World Finals. Still though, they've got to get through this one. They've got to get through Reply Totem. Reply Totem have been looking fierce all year round as well. But this reverse sweep would be a big, big thing for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that which they'll
हाइट देख के बात कर.
happens, you know, from
हाँ तुम्हारे जैसों को तो एक एक हाथ में डंबल की तरह उठाता है वो. एक
it's consecutive
जो
being reverse swept and
3
a little bit last
400
various
600
gaming
1000
came to mind as
50,000
with
1 लाख.
it does make
हाँ ऐसे करता है.
the mold better for for you. It is more, more elation for sure, but I think that they would much prefer to.
मनु तुम तो मलाइका अरोरा की तरफ जिम जाते हो ना की तरफ समझ नहीं आया. Yes, I saw many times his head get countered by gadget and super. There are many players who can actually counter tick then. Not a much more thing to go with. हाइट मेरी बड़ी होगी तेरे से. कब बड़ी होगी? कितनी 14 साल तो एज हो गई ना तुम्हारी कि 12 है? कितनी है? जितनी भी है कितनी ही जाएगी. मनु 12 फीट का है, 12 फीट का. वो बात अलग है, बताया नहीं किसी को, नहीं तो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड में नाम आ जाएगा तो सब उसको उठा के लेके जाएंगे कि इतनी हाइट कैसे बढ़ गई.
Every single game has been so close, and that's just what EMEA is. It is such a close region. Any team can pretty much beat any team. We are going on into layer cake in bounty as the decider, though.
मैं चुल्लू पुल्लू नहीं हूँ, 90 kg प्लस एंड हाइट बड़ी है तेरे से. मतलब अगर मनु 12 फीट का है तो तुम 13 फीट के हो. तुमको तो लोग रावण की जगह तुम ही को खड़ा कर देते होंगे, बोले बस ऐसा पकड़ के खड़े हो जाओ, बस ज्यादा नहीं, थोड़ी देर आग लगेगी बस हो जाएगा. तुम्हारे तो उसमें बम भरने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, तुम पात देते हो ऐसी आवाज आती है बम बूम भूम भूम, तो वैसे ही लोग खुश हो जाते होंगे कि हाँ भाई क्या रावण जलाया, क्या रावण जलाया. मजे आ जाता होगा यार.
It just kind of feels like you're able to, or not, when Shelly's not banned, pick Shelly. It's, yeah. I already know your thoughts on this one, Trav.
I mean, I don't like seeing it, I don't like watching it, but it usually wins.
12 साल में 6 फीट, वाह. हाँ तो इसलिए मैंने बोला ये 13 फीट का होगा. वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाने के में बहुत आ गया भाई. और उसी हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो अभी इसका वेट 90 है, मतलब थोड़े दिन में ये 13 फीट का होगा और ये 140 किलो के ऊपर निकल जाएगा. हो सकता है 200-300 किलो का भी हो जाए, लेकिन 140 मान लेते. With steroids. Wow.
I was thinking Gus actually for Zeta, but they didn't go for it, and I should have spotted.
Oversecretion of growth hormone at early age. Yeah, very dangerous. Very fast growth.
Idea from Reply Totem. They might want to pair something more aggressive towards the end, but Zeta might take that opportunity away from them. I'd quite like to see Carl come in now for Zeta. If not, maybe Reply Totem will snap it up, but ultimately, can they go with something tankier here as well on the side of Zeta? It's not really their play style necessarily, but something long range. Carl, yeah, I like that. I do like that.
5.50 है शायद. भाई तो एक बार अपना नाप के आ जा. बच्चा लोग थोड़ी देर में बोला कि मेरी हाइट बुर्ज खलीफा से बस 1 फीट कम है, बस 1 फीट कम है बुर्ज खलीफा से. फिर बात, अरे नहीं बुर्ज खलीफा नहीं हो, सॉरी मियां खलीफा से बस 1 फीट कम है कि नहीं? यस है भैया, यस है, कुछ भी कर सकता है.
Really like the Zeta Division comp, I must say. Obviously going to be able to tank quite a lot with that salty barrel, at least on the B side, but Carl's going to go straight through that. And I mean, that is dangerous for Reply Totem to face with. I think Reply Totem kind of playing more of the norm. But
मेरी हाइट 5'11" है. अरे बढ़ी चली जा रही है भाई. हैं इतने तेज तो मेरे पेड़ नहीं बढ़ते जिनकी हाइट बढ़ रही है. मेरे को पता नहीं, पर मेरी हाइट एंड बॉडी काफी बड़ी है. मेरी हाइट एंड बॉडी काफी बड़ी. सोया बड़ी हो क्या तुम? चलिए लास्ट का लास्ट मैच आ चुका है. देखते हैं कौन जीत के मैच लेके जाएगा और 10 लाख रुपया अपने घर लेके चले जाएंगे. जानने के लिए देखते रहें. तेरे को ही नहीं पता है कितनी बड़ी. चलो फाइनली चालू होते हुए
And one of these two teams is coming out as the champion of the June monthly finals. Fly Totem have been looking for it ever since the start of this year. They have had it twice, looking to make it a third.
Long dash as well.
कुटाई हो गई है, कुटाई कर दी है. हाँ नहीं कर पाया बेचारे कुटाई.
That return shot from the B, and now
कुटाई तो इनने कर दी.
this is what Zeta Division wanted off the start. They might have lost.
ज़ीटा डिवीजन 4 पॉइंट की लीड लेके आगे बढ़ते हुए.
Very swift. Great taps from Naui, and he's just continuing to just harass Joker, who's now on 150 HP there. Went down very swiftly prior to that as well. Lack of range, definitely not a favorable matchup for him in that mid area. But
कैसे मेजर करते हैं इंच टेप से? अरे नहीं भाई देखो, तो मैं अपनी हाइट ना अपनी है, ठीक है? तो एक मंजिल की जो होता है जैसे फर्स्ट फ्लोर सेकंड फ्लोर, तो तुम फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे जाओ, वहां से कूदी मारो, जितना तुम बाउंस हुए उतनी तुम्हारी हाइट होगी, ठीक है? और अगर नहीं हुए तो बस हाइट हो जाएगी, बहुत ऊंची हाइट हो जाएगी, नहीं तो गड्ढा हो जाएगा. दोनों में कुछ एक ही हो सकता है. भाई शैली जॉट पिक, बट आई डोंट नो भाई, आज जो शैली लिया वो जीता है.
Not able to be connected to by this penny turret, then they're not in a bad spot whatsoever.
that was a very big strong arm here. These taps from Naui though are helping out considerably well, and Gero just going to continue to whistle down Joker. But for 25 seconds, you've got to remember that Zeta have got to hold this position, and this could be a team wipe moment. Now they're just going to be hanging on to that scoop for dear life. Give me a move for Gero to go in, big.
ओ भाई
Joker trying to go on the
जो कुटाई हुई है,
with the blue
और है भाई फ्री में पॉइंट दे के आ गया वो. कौन था ये?
Totem, one singular kill is now all they need. 5 seconds, Joker's too low. He can't go in the aggressive now. Meow so it's the hands still. I don't think they're going to be able to get it. It's not going to
जी जी
division hold on and get a match point.
That was very scary.
ऊपर पहुंच जाएगा कूदने के बाद. हाँ तो ऊपर जाके वो लोग नाप लेंगे हाइट, अपने को क्या लेने देना भाई, वो नाप लेंगे हाइट, टेंशन ना लो.
They need to keep control because it seems like they've just got such a solid defensive line on the side of Zeta Division.
Calibuff was quite too much because of that my Fang and Ash dying 30 miss.
And it wasn't even connecting.
I need to see more from Joker on that stupid.
मैच पॉइंट फॉर जीटा.
Not ready for me
देखते हैं क्या ये मैच खत्म होगा या और चलेगा.
because Zeta just shut it down so well, continuously so, or because it's just not right here. Either way you look at it, Zeta are dominating so far. Meow's already got super on the right hand side, and Zeta can afford this now. They were playing a little bit more passive previous to this, just to get the lead, just to be able to try to ensure that they were able to survive those overtime moments. But now they are just letting it flow, and it's working. The reverse sweep dream, Trav, is very close to being succeeded.
Yeah, it really is. Jiro getting some nice shots in here as well, but penny turret being placed down. Had to use a flying hook back there. I'm honestly not sure if he really did need to use that, but chose to anyway, and now the penny turret comes down, and that got a lot of value. Just the blue star that being the defining factor now he not being hit by that penny shot, but it's really going to be in a good position now, a lot better than the previous one where it was just out of range.
Yeah, it's definitely a different scenario because that penny turret now is going to force the hand potential.
और
This splash damage potential as well. Maru down.
नहीं भाई, लास्ट के लास्ट तक जाएगा ये.
Joker's low, but he will escape with his life as Gary might not do the same on the left-hand side. He has to use super there just to get out of harm's way, and that's one thing less to have going on the aggressive.
ये लास्ट के लास्ट तक जाएगा.
A bit more and just wait this one out. Big tap from Naui, but 30 seconds is what remains, and it could be a match point in here quick. Or will they be able to get a clutch final kill?
Yes.
Go down, did use the gadget there as well, not necessary, but Meow going forward, trying to get the shots in. Now he tanking with the honey molasses. We might be seeing a double match point here, gets the shot off, Slow might follow up on the shot. Meow pinch back, needs the kill on Joker, does get
वो 2 पॉइंट चाहिए.
any kill at all for Zeta will win it. He's got his super, uses to go forward, 6 seconds on the clock, too early, his teammates aren't there, but they're low, gets the shot.
बूम बूम. ओ नहीं, ये लास्ट तक जाएगा.
Match point.
लास्ट के लास्ट का लास्ट राउंड है. अब जो जीता वो सिकंदर, जो नहीं जीता वो तो बंदर है ही.
He was. I thought that could have been a singular Shelly super away.
जीटा 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 जीत जाओ, नल्लो नल्लो नल्लो.
It comes down to one game, but so far I still feel the Zeta comp has better legs. That was too close for me, too close.
Yeah, Meow going on a bit of a tour around the left-hand side again.
ओ भाई,
You know he's there because he's being scouted out. The rest of the bush is being scouted.
अबे पिजियन वाला नहीं यूज कर रहा क्या गैजेट?
Joker's low as well. The slice
मार दिया, रुका दिया. ओ बहुत बढ़िया लीड.
Joker, the only one remaining, he was the one who was the lowest. Goes for the shots forward, but Giro spin out. It's only 3, and they got the blue as well, so Giro on the out, and it's back in there.
इसकी शक्ल बता रही है, इसको टट्टी आ रही है.
My word, it's just so tense.
अरे भाई भाई, 2 गैजेट यूज कर दिए भाई ने. लास्ट गैजेट
Another day.
बहुत बढ़िया. शैली का भाई फटका.
Face the shotgun. Oh, the gadget is there, and the trade is back. Blue Star still behind by 2 stars, but that was a bit of a saving grace, and they were able to retain a lot off the back of that singular takedown.
Good shield there. Joker looking to try and go and aggressive, but the 3k instantly going to get rid of that as well. Now with 6k HP down this left-hand side, Giro has this super, has that thing.
इस 1 मिनट के अंदर डिसाइड हो जाएगा कि कौन जीत रहा है.
Narrow. Defensively once more, and if they don't feed the penny turret, then there's a possibility of winning from this position. But we saw it in the previous that when the penny turret,
Boom.
they're not in the best position.
Just 2 stars in it, and 30 seconds on the clock. It can change in the blink of an eye, and Joker is starting to creep forwards here. Low HP, shielded over though from Maori. That might be enough just to keep him in the mix here, but I worry. There's so many supers. Great gadget, but time for then the healing to come in for Zeta. It's going to be a push from Reply Totem. It's going to be now.
They're trying to make
एंड कौन जीतेगा?
super still available.
Who's gonna win?
Barrel didn't tank too much, and it's still there. Flying hook forward, and Giro gets the kill. Joker's too low.
Boom, 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 and GG. Zeta पहना दिया सबको. Papita wins once again.
In EMEA.
What a comeback. And it's time to say bye to these persons. Hello, Kuba Zach 007 on Twitch. Hello there, what's up? Welcome to the stream, but it's time to leave for now. Our stream is already over for now. And as you can see, Zeta once again won this monthly finals and move on to the next stage with obviously on the top position. तेरी नकली आईडी क्या हुआ मनु जॉट का? Yeah. Comeback super kings always. Zeta, wow भाई, क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. They have played very well. Chalo, it's time to end this stream which was running for about 6.5 hours for now. So it's time to leave. And till we meet again, do make sure to drop a like, subscribe. If you guys are watching this stream onto the Twitch, then do make sure to follow us there. Also check out YouTube channel from there also by clicking on the link which is in the video description, or just go to the YouTube and search for Goldirock, Goldirock, and subscribe please. Till then, have fun, peace out, the pizza out, and samosa bhi out, dosa bhi out. Jo tumko out karna out karo, because today is Saturday weekend time, and enjoy your night. And tomorrow Sunday, so enjoy your weekend as well. Till then, have fun and see you on to the next one. Bye bye.